Section 1 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording read by John Greenman. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2, with an introduction by Albert Bigelow Paine in Volume 1. Mark Twain, New York, Tuesday, January 23, 1906. About a meeting at Carnegie Hall in the interest of Booker Washington's Tuskegee Institute, an unpleasant political incident which happened to Mr. Twichell. There was a great mass meeting at Carnegie Hall last night in the interest of Booker Washington's Tuskegee Educational Institute in the South, and the interest which New York people feel in that institute was quite manifest in the fact that, although it was not pleasant weather, there were 3,000 people inside the hall and 2,000 outside who were trying to get in when the performances were ready to begin at 8 o'clock. Note: they were largely attracted by the announcement that Mark Twain was to be present and would speak. A.B.P. Mr. Choate presided, and was received with a grand welcome when he marched in upon the stage. He is fresh from his long stay in England, as our ambassador, where he won the English people by the gifts of his heart, and won the royalties and the government by his able diplomatic service, and captured the whole nation with his fine and finished oratory. For 35 years Choate has been the handsomest man in America. Last night he seemed to me to be just as handsome as he was 35 years ago, when I first knew him, and when I used to see him in England 5 or 6 years ago I thought him the handsomest man in that country. It was at a 4th of July reception in Mr. Choate's house in London that I first met Booker Washington. I have met him a number of times since, and he always impresses me pleasantly. Last night he was a mulatto. I didn't notice it until he turned while he was speaking and said something to me. It was a great surprise to me to see that he was a mulatto and had blue eyes. How unobservant a dull person can be! Always before he was black to me, and I had never noticed whether he had eyes at all or not. He has accomplished a wonderful work in this quarter of a century. When he finished his education at the Hampton Colored School 25 years ago he was unknown and hadn't a penny, nor a friend outside his immediate acquaintanceship. But by the persuasions of his carriage and address, and the sincerity and honesty that look out of his eyes, he has been enabled to gather money by the hatful here in the North, and with it he has built up and firmly established his great school for the colored people of the two sexes in the South. In that school the students are not merely furnished a book education, but are taught 37 useful trades. Booker Washington has scraped together many hundreds of thousands of dollars in the 25 years, and with this money he has taught and sent forth into Southern fields among the colored people 6,000 trained colored men and women, and his student roll now numbers 1,500 names. The Institute's property is worth $1.5 million, and the establishment is in a flourishing condition. A most remarkable man is Booker Washington, and he is a fervent and effective speaker on the platform. When the affair was over and the people began to climb up on the stage and pass along and shake hands, the usual thing happened. It always happens. I shake hands with people who used to know my mother intimately in Arkansas, in New Jersey, in California, in Jericho, and I have to seem so glad and so happy to meet these persons who knew in this intimate way one who was so near and dear to me. And this is the kind of thing that gradually turns a person into a polite liar and deceiver, for my mother was never in any of those places. One pretty creature was glad to see me again, and remembered being at my house in Hartford, I don't know when, a great many years ago it was. Now she was mistaking herself for somebody else. It couldn't have happened to her. But I was very cordial because she was very pretty. We might have had a good long chat, except for the others that I had to talk with and work up reminiscences that belonged in somebody else's experience, not theirs or mine. There was one young fellow, brisk, but not bright, overpoweringly pleasant and cordial in his way. He said his mother used to teach school in Elmira, New York, where he was born and bred, and where the family continued to reside, and that she would be very glad to know that he had met me and shaken hands, for he said, "She is always talking about you. She holds you in high esteem, although, as she says, she has to confess that of all the boys that ever she had in her school you were the most troublesome." Well, I said, those were my last school days, and through long practice in being troublesome I had reached the summit by that time, because I was more than 33 years old. It didn't affect him in the least. I don't think he even heard what I said, he was so eager to tell me all about it, and I said to him once more, so as to spare him and me, that I was never in a schoolhouse in Elmira, New York, even on a visit, and that his mother must be mistaking me for some of the Langdons, the family into which I married. No matter, he didn't hear it, kept on his talk with animation and delight, and has gone to tell his mother I don't know what. He didn't get anything out of me to tell her, for he never heard anything I said. These episodes used to vex me years and years ago, but they don't vex me now. I am older. If a person thinks that he has known me at some time or other, all I require of him is that he shall consider it a distinction to have known me, and then, as a rule, I am perfectly willing to remember all about it, and add some things that he has forgotten. Twichell came down from Hartford to be present at that meeting, and we chatted and smoked after we got back home, and reference was made again to that disastrous Boston speech which I made at Whittier's 70th birthday dinner, and Joe asked me if I was still minded to submit that speech to that club in Washington day after tomorrow, where Colonel Harvey and I are to be a couple of the 4 guests, and I said no, I had given that up, which was true, because I have examined that speech a couple of times since, and have changed my notion about it, changed it entirely. I find it gross, coarse. Well, I needn't go on with particulars. I didn't like any part of it from the beginning to the end. I found it always offensive and detestable. How do I account for this change of view? I don't know. I can't account for it. I am the person concerned. If I could put myself outside of myself and examine it from the point of view of a person not personally concerned in it, then no doubt I could analyze it and explain to my satisfaction the change which has taken place. As it is, I am merely moved by instinct. My instinct said formerly that it was an innocent speech and funny. The same instinct, sitting cold and judicial as a court of last resort, has reversed that verdict. I expect this latest verdict to remain. Twichell's congregation, the only congregation he has ever had since he entered the ministry, celebrated the 40th anniversary of his accession to that pulpit a couple of weeks ago. Joe entered the army as chaplain in the very beginning of the Civil War. He was a young chap and had just been graduated from Yale and the Yale Theological Seminary. He made all the campaigns of the Army of the Potomac. When he was mustered out, that congregation I am speaking of called him, and he has served them ever since, and always to their satisfaction, except once. I have found among my old manuscripts one which I perceive to be about 22 years old. It has a heading and looks as if I had meant it to serve as a magazine article. I can clearly see now why I didn't print it. It is full of indications that its inspiration was what happened to Twichell about that time, and which produced a situation for him which he will not forget until he is dead, if he even forgets it then. I think I can see, all through this artful article, that I was trying to hint at Twichell and the episode of that preacher whom I met on the street, and hint at various things that were exasperating me. And now that I read that old article, I perceive that I probably saw that my art was not ingenious enough, that I hadn't covered Twichell up, and hadn't covered up the episode that I was hinting at, that anybody in Hartford could read everything between the lines that I was trying to conceal. I will insert this venerable article in this place, and then take up that episode in Joe's history and tell about it. The character of man. Concerning man, he is too large a subject to be treated as a whole, so I will merely discuss a detail or two of him at this time. I desire to contemplate him from this point of view, this premise, that he was not made for any useful purpose, for the reason that he hasn't served any, that he was most likely not even made intentionally, and that his working himself up out of the oyster bed to his present position was probably matter of surprise and regret to the Creator. For his history, in all climes, all ages, and all circumstances, furnishes oceans and continents of proof that of all the creatures that were made he is the most detestable. Of the entire brood he is the only one, the solitary one, that possesses malice. That is the basest of all instincts, passions, vices, the most hateful. That one thing puts him below the rats, the grubs, the trichinae. He is the only creature that inflicts pain for sport, knowing it to be pain. If the cat knows she is inflicting pain when she plays with the frightened mouse, then we must make an exception here. We must grant that in one detail man is the moral peer of the cat. All creatures kill, there seems to be no exception, but of the whole list man is the only one that kills for fun. He is the only one that kills in malice. the only one that kills for revenge. Also, in all the list he is the only creature that has a nasty mind. Shall he be extolled for his noble qualities, for his gentleness, his sweetness, his amiability, his lovingness, his courage, his devotion, his patience, his fortitude, his prudence, the various charms and graces of his spirit? The other animals share all these with him, yet are free from the blacknesses and rottennesses of his character. There are certain sweet-smelling, sugar-coated lies current in the world which all politic men have apparently tacitly conspired together to support and perpetuate. One of these is that there is such a thing in the world as independence, independence of thought, independence of opinion, independence of action. Another is that the world loves to see independence, admires it, applauds it. Another is that there is such a thing in the world as toleration, in religion, in politics, and such matters, and with it trains that already mentioned auxiliary lie that toleration is admired and applauded. Out of these trunk lies spring many branch ones, to wit, the lie that not all men are slaves, the lie that men are glad when other men succeed, glad when they prosper, glad to see them reach lofty heights, sorry to see them fall again, and yet other branch lies, to wit, that there is heroism in man, that he is not mainly made up of malice and treachery, that he is sometimes not a coward, that there is something about him that ought to be perpetuated in heaven or hell or somewhere. And these other branch lies, to wit, that conscience, man's moral medicine chest, is not only created by the Creator, but is put into man ready charged with the right and only true and authentic correctives of conduct, and the duplicate chest, with the self-same correctives, unchanged, unmodified, distributed to all nations and all epochs. And yet one other branch lie, to wit, that I am I, and you are you, that we are units, individuals, and have natures of our own, instead of being the tail end of a tapeworm eternity of ancestors extending in linked procession back and back and back to our source in the monkeys, with this so-called individuality of ours a decayed and rancid mush of inherited instincts and teachings derived, atom by atom, stench by stench, from the entire line of that sorry column, and not so much new and original matter in it as you could balance on a needle-point and examine under a microscope. This makes well-nigh fantastic the suggestion that there can be such a thing as a personal, original, and responsible nature in a man, separable from that in him which is not original, and findable in such quantity as to enable the observer to say, "This is a man, not a procession." Consider the first mentioned lie, that there is such a thing in the world as independence, that it exists in individuals, that it exists in bodies of men. Surely, if anything is proven by whole oceans and continents of evidence, it is that the quality of independence was almost wholly left out of the human race. The scattering exceptions to the rule only emphasize it, light it up, make it glare. The whole population of New England meekly took their turns for years in standing up in the railway trains without so much as a complaint above their breath, till at last these uncounted millions were able to produce exactly one single independent man who stood to his rights and made the railroad give him a seat. Statistics and the law of probabilities warrant the assumption that it will take New England 40 years to breed his fellow. There is a law, with a penalty attached, forbidding trains to occupy the Asylum Street crossing more than 5 minutes at a time. For years people and carriages used to wait there nightly as much as 20 minutes on a stretch, while New England trains monopolized that crossing. I used to hear men use vigorous language about that insolent wrong, but they waited just the same. We are discreet sheep. We wait to see how the drove is going, and then go with the drove. We have two opinions, one private, which we are afraid to express, and another one, the one we use, which we force ourselves to wear to please Mrs. Grundy, until habit makes us comfortable in it, and the custom of defending it presently makes us love it, adore it, and forget how pitifully we came by it. Look at it in politics. Look at the candidates whom we loathe one year and are afraid to vote against the next, whom we cover with unimaginable filth one year and fall down on the public platform and worship the next, and keep on doing it until the habitual shutting of our eyes to last year's evidences brings us presently to a sincere and stupid belief in this year's. Look at the tyranny of the party, at what is called party allegiance, party loyalty, a snare invented by designing men for selfish purposes, and which turns voters into chattels, slaves, rabbits, and all the while their masters and they themselves are shouting rubbish about liberty, independence, freedom of opinion, freedom of speech, honestly unconscious of the fantastic contradiction, and forgetting or ignoring that their fathers and the churches shouted the same blasphemies a generation earlier when they were closing their doors against the hunted slave, beating his handful of humane defenders with Bible texts and billies, and pocketing the insults and licking the shoes of his Southern master. If we would learn what the human race really is at bottom, we need only observe it in election times. A Hartford clergyman met me in the street and spoke of a new nominee, denounced the nomination in strong, earnest words, words that were refreshing for their independence, their manliness. Note, January 11th, '06. I can't remember his name. It began with K, I think. He was one of the American revisers of the New Testament, and was nearly as great a scholar as Hammond Trumbull. He said, "I ought to be proud, perhaps, for this nominee is a relative of mine. On the contrary, I am humiliated and disgusted, for I know him intimately, familiarly, and I know that he is an unscrupulous scoundrel, and always has been." You should have seen this clergyman preside at a political meeting 40 days later, and urge, and plead, and gush, and you should have heard him paint the character of this same nominee. You would have supposed he was describing the Cid, the Greatheart, and Sir Galahad, and Bayard the Spotless all rolled into one. Was he sincere? Yes, by that time, and therein lies the pathos of it all, the hopelessness of it all. It shows at what trivial cost of effort a man can teach himself to lie, and learn to believe it, when he perceives, by the general drift, that that is the popular thing to do. Does he believe his lie yet? No, probably not. He has no further use for it. It was but a passing incident. He spared to it the moment that was its due, then hastened back to the serious business of his life. And what a paltry poor lie is that one which teaches that independence of action and opinion is prized in men, admired, honored, rewarded. When a man leaves a political party he is treated as if the party owned him, as if he were its bond slave, as most party men plainly are, and had stolen himself, gone off with what was not his own. And he is traduced, derided, despised, held up to public obloquy and loathing. His character is remorselessly assassinated. No means, however vile, are spared to injure his property and his business. The preacher who casts a vote for conscience' sake runs the risk of starving, and is rightly served, for he has been teaching a falsity that men respect and honor independence of thought and action. Mr. Beecher may be charged with a crime, and his whole following will rise as one man and stand by him to the bitter end, but who so poor to be his friend when he is charged with casting a vote for conscience' sake? Take the editor so charged, take anybody. All the talk about tolerance in anything or anywhere is plainly a gentle lie. It does not exist. It is in no man's heart, but it unconsciously and by moss-grown inherited habit drivels and slobbers from all men's lips. Intolerance is everything for oneself and nothing for the other person. The mainspring of man's nature is just that, selfishness. Let us skip the other lies, for brevity's sake. To consider them would prove nothing, except that man is what he is, loving toward his own, lovable to his own, his family, his friends, and otherwise the buzzing, busy, trivial enemy of his race, who tarries his little day, does his little dirt, commends himself to God, and then goes out into the darkness to return no more, and send no messages back, selfish even in death. End of Section 1. New York, Tuesday, January 23, 1906. Section 2 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. The Character of Man. Concerning man, he is too large a subject to be treated as a whole, so I will merely discuss a detail or two of him at this time. I desire to contemplate him from this point of view, this premise, that he was not made for any useful purpose, for the reason that he hasn't served any, that he was most likely not even made intentionally, and that his working himself up out of the oyster bed to his present position was probably matter of surprise and regret to the Creator, for his history in all climes, all ages, and all circumstances furnishes oceans and continents of proof that of all the creatures that were made he is the most detestable. Of the entire brood he is the only one, the solitary one, that possesses malice. That is the basest of all instincts, passions, vices, the most hateful. That one thing puts him below the rats, the grubs, the trichinae. He is the only creature that inflicts pain for sport, knowing it to be pain. But if the cat knows she is inflicting pain when she plays with the frightened mouse, then we must make an exception here. We must grant that in one detail man is the moral peer of the cat. All creatures kill, there seems to be no exception, but of the whole list man is the only one that kills for fun. He is the only one that kills in malice, the only one that kills for revenge. Also, in all the list he is the only creature that has a nasty mind. Shall he be extolled for his noble qualities, for his gentleness, his sweetness, his amiability, his lovingness, his courage, his devotion, his patience, his fortitude, his prudence, the various charms and graces of his spirit? The other animals share all these with him, yet are free from the blacknesses and rottennesses of his character. There are certain sweet-smelling, sugar-coated lies current in the world which all politic men have apparently tacitly conspired together to support and perpetuate. One of these is that there is such a thing in the world as independence, independence of thought, independence of opinion, independence of action. Another is that the world loves to see independence, admires it, applauds it. Another is that there is such a thing in the world as toleration, in religion, in politics, and such matters, and with it trains that already mentioned auxiliary lie that toleration is admired and applauded. Out of these trunk lies spring many branch ones, to wit, the lie that not all men are slaves, the lie that men are glad when other men succeed, glad when they prosper, glad to see them reach lofty heights, sorry to see them fall again, and yet other branch lies, to wit, that there is heroism in man, that he is not mainly made up of malice and treachery, that he is sometimes not a coward, that there is something about him that ought to be perpetuated in heaven or hell or somewhere. And these other branch lies, to wit, that conscience, man's moral medicine chest, is not only created by the Creator, but is put into man ready charged with the right and only true and authentic correctives of conduct, and the duplicate chest, with the self same correctives, unchanged, unmodified, distributed to all nations and all epochs. And yet one other branch lie, to wit, that I am I, and you are you, that we are units, individuals, and have natures of our own, instead of being the tail end of a tapeworm eternity of ancestors extending in linked procession back and back and back to our source in the monkeys, with this so-called individuality of ours a decayed and rancid mush of inherited instincts and teachings derived, atom by atom, stench by stench, from the entire line of that sorry column, and not so much new and original matter in it as you could balance on a needle-point and examine under a microscope. This makes well nigh fantastic the suggestion that there can be such a thing as a personal, original, and responsible nature in a man, separable from that in him which is not original and findable in such quantity as to enable the observer to say, "This is a man, not a procession." Consider the first mentioned lie, that there is such a thing in the world as independence, that it exists in individuals, that it exists in bodies of men. Surely if anything is proven by whole oceans and continents of evidence, it is that the quality of independence was almost wholly left out of the human race. The scattering exceptions to the rule only emphasize it, light it up, make it glare. The whole population of New England meekly took their turns for years in standing up in the railway trains without so much as a complaint above their breath, till at last these uncounted millions were able to produce exactly one single independent man who stood to his rights and made the railroad give him a seat. Statistics and the law of probabilities warrant the assumption that it will take New England 40 years to breed his fellow. There is a law, with a penalty attached, forbidding trains to occupy the Asylum Street crossing more than 5 minutes at a time. For years people in carriages used to wait there nightly as much as 20 minutes on a stretch, while New England trains monopolized that crossing. I used to hear men use vigorous language about that insolent wrong, but they waited just the same. We are discreet sheep. We wait to see how the drove is going, and then go with the drove. We have two opinions, one private, which we are afraid to express, and another one, the one we use, which we force ourselves to wear to please Mrs. Grundy, until habit makes us comfortable in it, and the custom of defending it presently makes us love it, adore it, and forget how pitifully we came by it. Look at it in politics. Look at the candidates whom we loathe one year and are afraid to vote against the next, whom we cover with unimaginable filth one year and fall down on the public platform and worship the next, and keep on doing it until the habitual shutting of our eyes to last year's evidences brings us presently to a sincere and stupid belief in this year's. Look at the tyranny of party, at what is called party allegiance, party loyalty, a snare invented by designing men for selfish purposes, and which turns voters into chattels, slaves, rabbits, and all the while their masters and they themselves are shouting rubbish about liberty, independence, freedom of opinion, freedom of speech, honestly unconscious of the fantastic contradiction, and forgetting or ignoring that their fathers and the churches shouted the same blasphemies a generation earlier when they were closing their doors against the hunted slave, beating his handful of humane defenders with Bible texts and billies, and pocketing the insults and licking the shoes of his Southern master. If we would learn what the human race really is at bottom, we need only observe it in election times. A Hartford clergyman met me in the street and spoke of a new nominee, denounced the nomination in strong, earnest words, words that were refreshing for their independence, their manliness. Note: January 11th, '06. I can't remember his name. It began with K, I think. He was one of the American revisers of the New Testament, and was nearly as great a scholar as Hammond Trumbull. He said, "I ought to be proud, perhaps, for this nominee is a relative of mine. On the contrary, I am humiliated and disgusted, for I know him intimately, familiarly, and I know that he is an unscrupulous scoundrel, and always has been." You should have seen this clergyman preside at a political meeting 40 days later, and urge and plead and gush, and you should have heard him paint the character of this same nominee. You would have supposed he was describing the Cid, and Greatheart, and Sir Galahad, and Bayard the Spotless, all rolled into one. Was he sincere? Yes, by that time, and therein lies the pathos of it all, the hopelessness of it all. It shows at what trivial cost of effort a man can teach himself to lie, and learn to believe it, when he perceives by the general drift that that is the popular thing to do. Does he believe his lie yet? Oh, probably not. He has no further use for it. It was but a passing incident. He spared to it the moment that it was its due, then hastened back to the serious business of his life. And what a paltry poor lie is that one which teaches that independence of action and opinion is prized in men, admired, honored, rewarded. When a man leaves a political party he is treated as if the party owned him, as if he were its bond slave, as most party men plainly are, and had stolen himself, gone off with what was not his own, and he is traduced, derided, despised, held up to public obloquy and loathing. His character is remorselessly assassinated. No means, however vile, are spared to injure his property and his business. The preacher who casts a vote for conscience' sake runs the risk of starving, and is rightly served, for he has been teaching a falsity, that men respect and honor independence of thought and action. Mr. Beecher may be charged with a crime, and his whole following will rise as one man and stand by him to the bitter end, and who so poor to be his friend when he is charged with casting a vote for conscience' sake? Take the editor so charged. Take anybody. All the talk about tolerance in anything or anywhere is plainly a gentle lie. It does not exist. It is in no man's heart, but it unconsciously, and by moss-grown inherited habit, drivels and slobbers from all men's lips. Intolerance is everything for oneself and nothing for the other person. The mainspring of man's nature is just that, selfishness. Let us skip the other lies for brevity's sake. To consider them would prove nothing, except that man is what he is, loving toward his own, lovable to his own, his family, his friends, and otherwise the buzzing, busy, trivial enemy of his race, who tarries his little day, does his little dirt, commends himself to God, and then goes out into the darkness to return no more and send no messages back, selfish even in death. End of Section 2. The Character of Man. Section 3 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, with an introduction by Albert Bigelow Paine, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Wednesday, January 24, 1906. Tells of the defeat of Mr. Blaine for the Presidency, and how Mr. Clemens, Mr. Twichell's, and Mr. Goodwin's votes were cast for Cleveland. It is plain, I think, that this old article was written about 22 years ago, and that it followed by about 3 or 4 months the defeat of James G. Blaine for the Presidency, and the election of Grover Cleveland, the Democratic candidate, a temporary relief from a Republican Party domination which had lasted a generation. I had been accustomed to vote for Republicans more frequently than for Democrats, but I was never a Republican and never a Democrat. In the community I was regarded as a Republican, but I had never so regarded myself. As early as 1865 or '66 I had had this curious experience, that whereas up to that time I had considered myself a Republican, I was converted to a no party independence by the wisdom of a rabid Republican. This was a man who was afterward a United States Senator, and upon whose character rests no blemish that I know of, except that he was the father of the William R. Hearst of today, and therefore grandfather of yellow journalism, that calamity of calamities. Hearst was a Missourian. I was a Missourian. He was a long, lean, practical, common-sense, uneducated man of 50 or thereabouts. I was shorter and better informed, at least I thought so. One day in the Lick House in San Francisco he said, "I am a Republican. I expect to remain a Republican always. It is my purpose, and I am not a changeable person. But look at the condition of things. The Republican Party goes right along from year to year, scoring triumph after triumph, until it has come to think that the political power of the United States is its property, and that it is a sort of insolence for any other party to aspire to any part of that power. Nothing can be worse for a country than this. To lodge all power in one party and keep it there is to insure bad government and the sure and gradual deterioration of the public morals. The parties ought to be so nearly equal in strength as to make it necessary for the leaders on both sides to choose the very best men they can find. Democratic fathers ought to divide up their sons between the two parties if they can, and do their best in this way to equalize the powers. I have only one son. He is a little boy, but I am already instructing him, persuading him, preparing him to vote against me when he comes of age, let me be on whichever side I may. He is already a good Democrat, and I want him to remain a good Democrat until I become a Democrat myself. Then I shall shift him to the other party if I can." It seemed to me that this unlettered man was at least a wise one, and I have never voted a straight ticket from that day to this. I have never belonged to any party from that day to this. I have never belonged to any church from that day to this. I have remained absolutely free in those matters, and in this independence I have found a spiritual comfort and a peace of mind quite above price. When Blaine came to be talked of by the Republican leaders as their probable candidate for the Presidency, the Republicans of Hartford were very sorry, and they thought they foresaw his defeat in case he should be nominated. But they stood in no great fear of his nomination. The convention met in Chicago and the balloting began. In my house we were playing billiards. Sam Dunham was present, also F. G. Whitmore, Henry C. Robinson, Charles E. Perkins, and Edward M. Bunce. We took turns in the game, and meanwhile discussed the political situation. George, the colored butler, was down in the kitchen on the guard at the telephone. As fast as a ballot was received at the political headquarters downtown, it was telephoned out to the house, and George reported it to us through the speaking tube. Nobody present was seriously expecting the nomination of Mr. Blaine. All these men were Republicans, but they had no affection for Blaine. For 2 years the Hartford Courant had been holding Blaine up to scorn and contumely. It had been denouncing him daily. It had been mercilessly criticizing his political conduct and backing up the criticisms with the deadly facts. Up to that time the Courant had been a paper which could be depended on to speak its sincere mind about the prominent men of both parties, and its judgments could be depended upon as being well and candidly considered and sound. It had been my custom to pin my faith to the Courant and accept its verdicts at par. The billiard game and the discussion went on, and by, about mid-afternoon, George furnished us a paralyzing surprise through the speaking tube. Mr. Blaine was the nominee. The butts of the billiard cubes came down on the floor with a bump, and for a while the players were dumb. They could think of nothing to say. Then Henry Robinson broke the silence. He said sorrowfully that it was hard luck to have to vote for that man. I said, "But we don't have to vote for him." Robinson said, "Do you mean to say that you are not going to vote for him?" "Yes," I said, "that is what I mean to say. I am not going to vote for him." The others began to find their voices. They sang the same note. They said that when a party's representatives choose a man, that ends it. If they choose unwisely, it is a misfortune, but no loyal member of the party has any right to withhold his vote. He has a plain duty before him, and he can't shirk it. He must vote for that nominee. I said that no party held the privilege of dictating to me how I should vote, that if party loyalty was a form of patriotism, I was no patriot, and that I didn't think I was much of a patriot anyway, for oftener than otherwise what the general body of Americans regarded as the patriotic course was not in accordance with my views. That if there was any valuable difference between being an American and a monarchist, it lay in the theory that the American could decide for himself what is patriotic and what isn't, whereas the king could dictate the monarchist's patriotism for him, a decision which was final and must be accepted by the victim; that in my belief I was the only person in the 60 millions, with Congress and the administration back of the 60 millions, who was privileged to construct my patriotism for me. They said, suppose the country is entering upon a war, where do you stand then? Do you arrogate to yourself the privilege of going your own way in the matter, in the face of the nation? Yes, I said, that is my position. If I thought it an unrighteous war, I would say so. If I were invited to shoulder a musket in that cause and march under that flag, I should decline. I would not voluntarily march under this country's flag or any other when it was my private judgment that the country was in the wrong. If the country obliged me to shoulder the musket, I could not help myself, but I would never volunteer. To volunteer would be the act of a traitor to myself, and consequently traitor to my country. If I refused to volunteer I should be called a traitor. I am well aware of that, but that would not make me a traitor. I should still be a patriot, and in my opinion the only one in the whole country. There was a good deal of talk, but I made no converts. They were all candid enough to say that they did not want to vote for Mr. Blaine, but they all said they would do it nevertheless. Then Henry Robinson said, "It is a good while yet before election. There is time for you to come around, and you will come around. The influences about you will be too strong for you. On election day you will vote for Blaine." I said I should not go to the polls at all. The Courant had an uncomfortable time thence until midnight. General Hawley, the editor in chief, and he was also commander in chief of the paper, was at his post in Congress, and the telegraphing to and fro between the Courant and him went on diligently until midnight. For 2 years the Courant had been making a tar baby of Mr. Blaine, and adding tar every day, and now it was called upon him to praise him, hurrah for him, and urge its well instructed clientele to elevate the tar baby to the chief magistracy of the nation. It was a difficult position, and it took the Courant people and General Hawley 9 hours to swallow the bitter pill. But at last General Hawley reached a decision, and at midnight the pill was swallowed. Within a fortnight the Courant had acquired some facility in praising where it had so long censured. Within another month the change in its character was become complete, and to this day it has never recovered its virtue entirely, though under Charles Hopkins Clark's editorship it has gotten back 90% of it, by my estimate. Charles Dudley Warner was the active editor of the time. He could not stomach the new conditions. He found himself unable to turn his pen in the other direction and make it proceed backward. Therefore he decided to retire his pen altogether. He withdrew from the editorship, resigned his salary, lived thenceforth upon his income as a part proprietor of the paper and upon the proceeds of magazine work and lecturing, and kept his vote in his pocket on election day. The conversation with the learned American member of the Board of Scholars, which revised the New Testament, did occur as I have outlined it in that old article. He was vehement in his denunciation of Blaine, his relative, and said he should never vote for him. But he was so used to revising New Testaments that it took him only a few days to revise this one. I had hardly finished with him when I came across James G. Batterson. Batterson was president of the great Travelers Insurance Company. He was a fine man, a strong man, and a valuable citizen. He was fully as vehement as that clergyman had been in his denunciations of Blaine. But inside of 2 weeks he was presiding at a great Republican ratification meeting, and to hear him talk about Blaine and his perfections, a stranger would have supposed that the Republican party had had the good fortune to secure an archangel as its nominee. Time went on. Election day was close at hand. Late one frosty night, Twichell, the Reverend Francis Goodwin, and I were tramping homeward through the deserted streets in the face of a wintry gale, after a seance of our Monday evening club, and after a supper-table debate over the political situation, in which the fact had come out, to the astonishment and indignation of everybody, the ladies included, that 3 traitors were present, that Goodwin, Twichell, and I were going to keep our votes in our pockets instead of casting them for the archangel. Along in that homeward tramp, somewhere, Goodwin had a happy idea, and brought it out. He said, "Why are we keeping back these 3 votes from Blaine? Plainly, the answer is to do what we can to defeat Blaine. Very well, then, these are 3 votes against Blaine. The common sense procedure would be to cast 6 votes against him by turning in our 3 votes for Cleveland." Even Twichell and I could see that there was sense in that, and we said, "That is a very good thing to do, and we'll do it." On election day we went to the polls and consummated our hellish design. At that time the voting was public. Any spectator could see how a man was voting, and straightway this crime was known to the whole community, this double crime in the eyes of the community. To withhold a vote from Blaine was bad enough, but to add to that iniquity by actually voting for the Democratic candidate was criminal to a degree for which there was no adequate language discoverable in the dictionary. From that day forth, for a good while to come, Twichell's life was a good deal of a burden to him. To use a common expression, his congregation soured on him, and he found small pleasure in the exercise of his clerical office, unless perhaps he got some healing for his hurts now and then through the privilege of burying some of those people of his. It would have been a benevolence to bury the whole of them, I think, and a profit to the community. But if that was Twichell's feeling about it, he was too charitable in his nature and too kindly to expose it. He never said it to me, and I think that if he would have said it to any one, I should have been the one. Twichell had most seriously damaged himself with his congregation. He had a young family to support. It was a large family already, and it was growing. It was becoming a heavier and heavier burden every year, but his salary remained always the same. It became less and less competent to keep up with the domestic drain upon it, and if there had ever been any prospect of increasing this salary, that prospect was gone now. It was not much of a salary. It was $4,000. He had not asked for more, and it had not occurred to the congregation to offer it. Therefore his vote for Cleveland was a distinct disaster to him. That exercise of his ostensible great American privilege of being free and independent in his political opinions and actions proved a heavy calamity. But the Reverend Francis Goodwin continued to be respected as before, that is, publicly. Privately he was damned, but publicly he had suffered no harm. Perhaps it was because the public approval was not a necessity in his case. His father was worth $7 millions and was old. The Reverend Francis was in the line of promotion and would soon inherit. As far as I was myself concerned, I did not need to worry. I did not draw my living from Hartford. It was quite sufficient for my needs. Hartford's opinion of me could not affect it, and besides, it had long been known among my friends that I had never voted a straight ticket, and was therefore so accustomed to crime that it was unlikely that disapproval of my conduct could reform me, and maybe I wasn't worth the trouble anyway. By and by, about a couple of months later, New Year's Eve arrived, and with it the annual meeting of Joe's congregation and the annual sale of the pews. End of Section 3, New York, Wednesday, January 24, 1906. Section 4 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Thursday, February 1, 1906. Subject of January 24th continued. Mr. Twichell's unpopular vote. Joe was not quite present. It was not etiquette for him to be within hearing of the business talks concerning the church's affairs. He remained in the seclusion of the church parlor, ready to be consulted if that should be necessary. The congregation was present in full force. Every seat was occupied. The moment the house was called to order, a member sprang to his feet and moved that the connection between Twichell and the church be dissolved. The motion was promptly seconded. Here and there and yonder, all over the house, there were calls of "Question! Question!" But Mr. Hubbard, a middle-aged man, a wise and calm and collected man, business manager and part owner of the Courant, rose in his place and proposed to discuss the motion before rushing it to a vote. The substance of his remarks was this, which I must put in my own language, of course, as I was not there. Mr. Twichell was the first pastor you have ever had. You have never wanted another until 2 months ago. You have had no fault to find with his ministrations as your pastor, but he has suddenly become unfit to continue them because he is unorthodox in his politics, according to your views. Very well, he was fit, he has become unfit. He was valuable, his value has passed away, apparently, but only apparently. His highest value remains, if I know this congregation. When he assumed this pastorate, this region was an outlying district, thinly inhabited, its real estate worth next to nothing. Mr. Twichell's personality was a magnet which immediately began to draw population in this direction. It has continued to draw it from that day to this. As a result, your real estate, almost valueless in the beginning, ranges now at very high prices. Reflect before you vote upon this resolution. The church in West Hartford is waiting upon this vote with deep solicitude. That congregation's real estate stands at a low figure. What they are anxious to have now above everything else under God is a price raiser. Dismiss Mr. Twichell tonight, and they will hire him tomorrow. Prices there will go up. Prices here will go down. That is all. I move the vote. Twichell was not dismissed. That was 22 years ago. It was Twichell's first pulpit after his consecration to his vocation. He occupies it yet and has never had another. The 40th anniversary of his accession to it was celebrated by that congregation and its descendants a couple of weeks ago, and there was great enthusiasm. Twichell has never made any political mistakes since. His persistency in voting right has been an exasperation to me these many years, and has been the cause and inspiration of more than one vicious letter from me to him. But the viciousness was all a pretense. I have never found any real fault with him for voting his infernal Republican ticket, for the reason that, situated as he was, with a large family to support, his first duty was not to his political conscience, but to his family conscience. A sacrifice had to be made. A duty had to be performed. His very first duty was to his family, not to his political conscience. He sacrificed his political independence and saved his family by it. In the circumstances, this was the highest loyalty, and the best. If he had been a Henry Ward Beecher, it would not have been his privilege to sacrifice his political conscience, because in case of dismissal 1,000 pulpits would have been open to him, and his family bread secure. In Twichell's case there would have been some risk, in fact a good deal of risk. That he or any other expert could have raised the prices of real estate in West Hartford is, to my mind, exceedingly doubtful. I think Mr. Hubbard worked his imagination to the straining point when he got up that scare that night. I believe it was safest for Twichell to remain where he was if he could. He saved his family, and that was his first duty, in my opinion. In this country there are perhaps 80,000 preachers. Not more than 20 of them are politically independent. The rest cannot be politically independent. They must vote the ticket of their congregations. They do it, and are justified. They themselves are mainly the reason why they have no political independence, for they do not preach political independence from their pulpits. They have their large share in the fact that the people of this nation have no political independence. End of Section 4. New York, Thursday, February 1st, 1906. Subject of January 24th continued. Section 5 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, February 1st, 1906. Tomorrow will be the 36th anniversary of our marriage. My wife passed from this life 1 year and 8 months ago in Florence, Italy, after an unbroken illness of 22 months' duration. I saw her first in the form of an ivory miniature in her brother Charlie's stateroom in the steamer Quaker City, in the Bay of Smyrna, in the summer of 1867, when she was in her 22nd year. I saw her in the flesh for the first time in New York the following December. She was slender and beautiful and girlish, and she was both girl and woman. She remained both girl and woman to the last day of her life. Under a grave and gentle exterior burned inextinguishable fires of sympathy, energy, devotion, enthusiasm, and absolutely limitless affection. She was always frail in body, and she lived upon her spirit, whose hopefulness and courage were indestructible. Perfect truth, perfect honesty, perfect candor were qualities of her character which were born with her. Her judgments of people and things were sure and accurate. Her intuitions almost never deceived her. In her judgments of the characters and acts of both friends and strangers there was always room for charity, and this charity never failed. I have compared and contrasted her with hundreds of persons, and my conviction remains that hers was the most perfect character I have ever met, and I may add that she was the most winningly dignified person I have ever known. Her character and disposition were of the sort that not only invite worship, but command it. No servant ever left her service who deserved to remain in it, and as she could choose with a glance of her eye, the servants she selected did in almost all cases deserve to remain, and they did remain. She was always cheerful, and she was always able to communicate her cheerfulness to others. During the 9 years that we spent in poverty and debt she was always able to reason me out of my despairs, and find a bright side to the clouds and make me see it. In all that time I never knew her to utter a word of regret concerning our altered circumstances, nor did I ever know her children to do the like, for she had taught them, and they drew their fortitude from her. The love which she bestowed upon those whom she loved took the form of worship, and in that form it was returned by relatives, friends, and the servants of her household. It was a strange combination which wrought into one individual, so to speak, by marriage, her disposition and character, and mine. She poured out her prodigal affections in kisses and caresses, and in a vocabulary of endearments whose profusion was always an astonishment to me. I was born reserved as to endearments of speech and caresses, and hers broke upon me as the summer waves break upon Gibraltar. I was reared in that atmosphere of reserve. As I have already said, I never knew a member of my father's family to kiss another member of it except once, and that at a deathbed. And our village was not a kissing community. The kissing and caressing ended with courtship, along with the deadly piano playing of that day. She had the heart-free laugh of a girl. It came seldom, but when it broke upon the ear it was as inspiring as music. I heard it for the last time when she had been occupying her sick bed for more than a year, and I made a written note of it at the time, a note not to be repeated. Tomorrow will be the 36th anniversary. We were married in her father's house in Elmira, New York, and went next day by special train to Buffalo, along with the whole Langdon family, and with the Beechers and the Twichells who had solemnized the marriage. We were to live in Buffalo, where I was to be one of the editors of the Buffalo Express and a part owner of the paper. I knew nothing about Buffalo, but I had made my household arrangements there through a friend by letter. I had instructed him to find a boarding house of as respectable a character as my light salary as editor would command. We were received at about 9 o'clock at the station in Buffalo, and were put into several sleighs and driven all over America, as it seemed to me, for apparently we turned all the corners in the town and followed all the streets there were. I scolding freely and characterizing that friend of mine in very uncomplimentary ways for securing a boarding house that apparently had no definite locality. But there was a conspiracy, and my bride knew of it, but I was in ignorance. Her father, Jervis Langdon, had bought and furnished a new house for us in the fashionable street, Delaware Avenue, and had laid in a cook and housemaids, and a brisk and electric young coachman, an Irishman, Patrick McAleer. And we were being driven all over that city in order that one sleighful of these people could have time to go to the house and see that the gas was lighted all over it, and a hot supper prepared for the crowd. We arrived at last, and when I entered that fairy place my indignation reached high water mark, and without any reserve I delivered my opinion to that friend of mine for being so stupid as to put us into a boarding house whose terms would be far out of my reach. Then Mr. Langdon brought forward a very pretty box, and opened it, and took from it a deed of the house. So the comedy ended very pleasantly, and we sat down to supper. The company departed about midnight and left us alone in our new quarters. Then Ellen, the cook, came in to get orders for the morning's marketing, and neither of us knew whether beefsteak was sold by the barrel or by the yard. We exposed our ignorance, and Ellen was full of Irish delight over it. Patrick McAleer, that brisk young Irishman, came in to get his orders for next day, and that was our first glimpse of him. 36 years have gone by, and this letter from Twichell comes this morning from Hartford. Hartford, January 31st. Dear Mark, I am sorry to say that the news about Patrick is very bad. I saw him Monday. He looked pretty well and was in cheerful spirits. He told me that he was fast recovering from an operation performed on him last week Wednesday, and would soon be out again. But a nurse who followed me from the room when I left told me that the poor fellow was deceived. The operation had simply disclosed the fact that nothing could be done for him. Yesterday I asked the surgeon, Johnson, living opposite us, if that were so. He said yes, that the trouble was cancer of the liver, and that there was no help for it in surgery. The case was quite hopeless. The end was not many weeks off. A pitiful case indeed. Poor Patrick, his face brightened when he saw me. He told me the first thing that he had just heard from Jean. His wife and son were with him. Whether they suspect the truth I don't know. I doubt if the wife does, but the son looked very sober. Maybe he only has been told. Yours F. Joe. Jean had kept watch of Patrick's case by correspondence with Patrick's daughter Nancy, and so we already knew that it was hopeless. In fact, the end seems to be nearer than Twichell suspects. Last night I sent Twichell word that I knew Patrick had only a day or two to live, and he must not forget to provide a memorial wreath and pin a card to it with my name and Clara's and Jean's signed to it, worded, "In loving remembrance of Patrick McAleer, faithful and valued friend of our family for 36 years." I wanted to say that he had served us 36 years, but some people would not have understood that. He served us constantly for 21 years. Then came that break when we spent 9 or 10 years in Europe. But if Patrick himself could see his funeral wreath, then I should certainly say in so many words that he served us 36 years. For last summer, when we were located in New Hampshire hills at Dublin, we had Patrick with us. Jean had gone to Hartford the 1st of May and secured his services for the summer. Necessarily, a part of our household was Katie Leary, who has been on our roster for 26 years, and one day Jean overheard Katie and Patrick disputing about this length of service. Katie said she had served the family longer than Patrick had. Patrick said it was nothing of the kind, that he had already served the family 10 years when Katie came, and that he now served it 36 years. He was just as brisk there in the New Hampshire hills as he was 36 years ago. He was 64 years old, but was just as slender and trim and handsome and just as alert and springy on his feet as he was in those long-vanished days of his youth. He was the most perfect man in his office that I have ever known, for this reason, that he never neglected any detail, howsoever slight, of his duties, and there was never any occasion to give him an order about anything. He conducted his affairs without anybody's help. There was always plenty of feed for the horses. The horses were always shod when they needed to be shod. The carriages and sleighs were always attended to. He kept everything in perfect order. It was a great satisfaction to have such a man around. I was not capable of telling anybody what to do about anything. He was my particular servant, and I didn't need to tell him anything at all. He was just the same in the New Hampshire hills. I never gave him an order while he was there the whole 5 months, and there was never anything lacking that belonged in his jurisdiction. When we had been married a year or two, Patrick took a wife, and they lived in a house which we built and added to the stable. They reared 8 children. They lost one 2 or 3 years ago, a thriving young man, assistant editor of a Hartford daily paper, I think. The children were all educated in the public schools and in the high school. They are all men and women now, of course. Our first child, Langdon Clemens, was born the 7th of November, 1870, and lived 22 months. Susy was born the 19th of March, 1872, and passed from life in the Hartford home the 18th of August, 1896. With her, when the end came, were Jean and Katie Leary and John and Ellen, the gardener, and his wife. Clara and her mother and I arrived in England from around the world on the 31st of July, and took a house in Guilford. A week later, when Susy, Katie, and Jean should have been arriving from America, We got a letter instead. End of Section 5, New York, February 1st, 1906. Section 6 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Friday, February 2nd, 1906. Subject of February 1st continued. The death of Susy Clemens. Ends with mention of Dr. John Brown. It explained that Susy was slightly ill, nothing of consequence, but we were disquieted and began to cable for later news. This was Friday. All day no answer, and the ship to leave Southampton next day at noon. Clara and her mother began packing, to be ready in case the news should be bad. Finally came a telegram saying, "Wait for cablegram in the morning." This was not satisfactory, not reassuring. I cabled again, asking that the answer be sent to Southampton, for the day was now closing. I waited in the post office that night till the doors were closed toward midnight, in the hope that good news might still come, but there was no message. We sat silent at home till 1 in the morning, waiting for we knew not what. Then we took the earliest morning train, and when we reached Southampton the message was there. It said the recovery would be long, but certain. This was a great relief to me, but not to my wife. She was frightened. She and Clara went aboard the steamer at once and sailed for America to nurse Susy. I remained behind to search for another and larger house in Guilford. That was the 15th of August, 1896. 3 days later, when my wife and Clara were about halfway across the ocean, I was standing in our dining room, thinking of nothing in particular, when a cablegram was put into my hand. It said, "Susy was peacefully released today." It is one of the mysteries of our nature that a man all unprepared can receive a thunderstroke like that and live. There is but one reasonable explanation of it. The intellect is stunned by the shock, and but gropingly gathers the meaning of the words. The power to realize their full import is mercifully wanting. The mind has a dumb sense of vast loss. That is all. It will take mind and memory months, and possibly years, to gather together the details, and thus learn and know the whole extent of the loss. A man's house burns down. The smoking wreckage represents only a ruined home that was dear through years of use and pleasant associations. By and by, as the days and weeks go on, first he misses this, then that, then the other thing, and when he casts about for it he finds that it was in that house. Always it is an essential. There was but one of its kind. It cannot be replaced. It was in that house. It is irrevocably lost. He did not realize that it was an essential when he had it. He only discovers it now when he finds himself balked, hampered by its absence. It will be years before the tale of lost essentials is complete, and not till then can he truly know the magnitude of his disaster. The 18th of August brought me the awful tidings. The mother and the sister were out there in mid-Atlantic, ignorant of what was happening, flying to meet this incredible calamity. all that could be done to protect them from the full force of the shock was done by relatives and good friends. They went down the bay and met the ship at night, but did not show themselves until morning, and then only to Clara. When she returned to the stateroom she did not speak, and did not need to. Her mother looked at her and said, "Susy is dead." At 10:30 that night Clara and her mother completed their circuit of the globe, and drew up at Elmira by the same train and in the same car which had borne them and me westward from it 1 year, 1 month, and 1 week before. And again Susy was there, not waving her welcome in the glare of the lights as she had waved her farewell to us 13 months before, but lying white and fair in her coffin in the house where she was born. The last 13 days of Susy's life were spent in our own house in Hartford, the home of her childhood, and always the dearest place in the earth to her. About her she had faithful old friends, her pastor, Mr. Twichell, who had known her from the cradle, and who had come a long journey to be with her; her uncle and aunt, Mr. and Mrs. Theodore Crane; Patrick, the coachman; Katie, who had begun to serve us when Susy was a child of 8 years; John and Ellen, who had been with us many years. Also Jean was there. At the hour when my wife and Clara set sail for America Susy was in no danger. 3 hours later there came a sudden change for the worse. Meningitis set in, and it was immediately apparent that she was death-struck. That was Saturday, the 15th of August. That evening she took food for the last time, Jean's letter to me. The next morning the brain fever was raging. She walked the floor a little in her pain and delirium, then succumbed to weakness and returned to her bed. Previously she had found hanging in a closet a gown which she had seen her mother wear. She thought it was her mother, dead, and she kissed it and cried. About noon she became blind, an effect of the disease, and bewailed it to her uncle. From Jean's letter I take this sentence, which needs no comment. About 1 in the afternoon Susy spoke for the last time. It was only one word that she said when she spoke that last time, and it told of her longing. She groped with her hands and found Katie, and caressed her face and said, "Mama." How gracious it was that in that forlorn hour of wreck and ruin, with the night of death closing around her, she should have been granted that beautiful illusion, that the latest vision which rested upon the clouded mirror of her mind should have been the vision of her mother, and the latest emotion she should know in life the joy and peace of that dear imagined presence. About 2 o'clock she composed herself as if for sleep, and never moved again. She fell into unconsciousness, and so remained 2 days and 5 hours, until Tuesday evening at 7 minutes past 7, when the release came. She was 24 years and 5 months old. On the 23rd her mother and her sister saw her laid to rest, she that had been our wonder and our worship. The summer seasons of Susy's childhood were spent at Quarry Farm, on the hills east of Elmira, New York; the other seasons of the year at the home in Hartford. Like other children, she was blithe and happy, fond of play. Unlike the average of children, she was at times much given to retiring within herself and trying to search out the hidden meanings of the deep things that make the puzzle and pathos of human existence, and in all the ages have baffled the inquirer and mocked him. As a little child, age 7, she was oppressed and perplexed by the maddening repetition of the stock incidents of our race's fleeting sojourn here, just as the same thing has oppressed and perplexed maturer minds from the beginning of time. A myriad of men are born. They labor and sweat and struggle for bread. They squabble and scold and fight. They scramble for little mean advantages over each other. Age creeps upon them. Infirmities follow. Shames and humiliations bring down their prides and their vanities. Those they love are taken from them, and the joy of life is turned to aching grief. The burden of pain, care, misery grows heavier year by year. At length ambition is dead, pride is dead, vanity is dead. Longing for release is in their place. It comes at last, the only unpoisoned gift earth ever had for them, and they vanish from a world where they were of no consequence, where they achieved nothing, where they were a mistake and a failure and a foolishness, where they have left no sign that they have existed, a world which will lament them a day and forget them forever. Then another myriad takes their place and copies all they did, and goes along the same profitless road, and vanishes as they vanished, to make room for another, and another, and a million other myriads to follow the same arid path through the same desert, and accomplish what the first myriad, and all the myriads that came after it, accomplished: nothing. "Mama, what is it all for?" asked Susy, preliminarily stating the above details in her own halting language, after long brooding over them alone in the privacy of the nursery. A year later she was groping her way alone through another sunless bog, but this time she reached a rest for her feet. For a week her mother had not been able to go to the nursery evenings at the child's prayer hour. She spoke of it, was sorry for it, and said she would come tonight, and hoped she could continue to come every night and hear Susy pray as before. Noticing that the child wished to respond, but was evidently troubled as to how to word her answer, she asked what the difficulty was. Susy explained that Miss Foote, the governess, had been teaching her about the Indians and their religious beliefs, whereby it appeared that they had not only a God, but several. This had set Susy to thinking. As a result of this thinking she had stopped praying. She qualified this statement, that is, she modified it, saying she did not now pray in the same way as she had formerly done. Her mother said, "Tell me about it, dear." "Well, Mama, the Indians believed they knew, but now we know they were wrong. By and by it can turn out that we are wrong. So now I only pray that there may be a God and a heaven, or something better." I wrote down this pathetic prayer in its precise wording at the time, in a record which we kept of the children's sayings, and my reverence for it has grown with the years that have passed over my head since then. Its untaught grace and simplicity are a child's, but the wisdom and the pathos of it are of all the ages that have come and gone since the race of man has lived, and longed, and hoped, and feared, and doubted. To go back a year, Susy, aged 7, several times her mother said to her, "There, there, Susy, you mustn't cry over little things." This furnished Susy a text for thought. She had been breaking her heart over what had seemed vast disasters, a broken toy, a picnic canceled by thunder and lightning and rain, the mouse that was growing tame and friendly in the nursery caught and killed by the cat. And now came this strange revelation. For some unaccountable reason these were not vast calamities. Why? How is the size of calamities measured? What is the rule? There must be some way to tell the great ones from the small ones. What is the law of these proportions? She examined the problem earnestly and long. She gave it her best thought from time to time, for 2 or 3 days, but it baffled her, defeated her, and at last she gave up and went to her mother for help. "Mama, what is little things?" It seemed a simple question at first, and yet before the answer could be put into words unsuspected and unforeseen difficulties began to appear. They increased, they multiplied, they brought about another defeat. The effort to explain came to a standstill. Then Susy tried to help her mother out, with an instance, an example, an illustration. The mother was getting ready to go downtown, and one of her errands was to buy a long-promised toy watch for Susy. "If you forgot the watch, Mama, would that be a little thing?" She was not concerned about the watch, for she knew it would not be forgotten. What she was hoping for was that the answer would unriddle the riddle, and bring rest and peace to her perplexed little mind. The hope was disappointed, of course, for the reason that the size of a misfortune is not determinable by an outsider's measurement of it, but only by the measurements applied to it by the person specially affected by it. The king's lost crown is a vast matter to the king, but of no consequence to the child. The lost toy is a great matter to the child, but in the king's eyes it is not a thing to break the heart about. A verdict was reached, but it was based upon the above model, and Susy was granted leave to measure her disasters thereafter with her own tape line. I will throw in a note or two here touching the time when Susy was 17. She had written a play modeled upon Greek lines, and she and Clara and Margaret Warner and other young comrades had played it to a charmed houseful of friends in our house in Hartford. Charles Dudley Warner and his brother George were present. They were near neighbors and warm friends of ours. They were full of praises of the workmanship of the play, and George Warner came over the next morning and had a long talk with Susy. The result of it was this verdict: "She is the most interesting person I have ever known of either sex." Remark of a lady, Mrs. Cheney, I think, author of the biography of her father, Rev. Dr. Bushnell: "I made this note after one of my talks with Susy. She knows all there is of life and its meanings. She could not know it better if she had lived it out to its limit. Her intuitions and ponderings and analyzings seem to have taught her all that my 60 years have taught me." Remark of another lady, She is speaking of Susy's last days. In those last days she walked as if on air, and her walk answered to the buoyancy of her spirits and the passion of intellectual energy and activity that possessed her. I return now to the point where I made this diversion. From her earliest days, as I have already indicated, Susy was given to examining things and thinking them out by herself. She was not trained to this; it was the make of her mind. In matters involving questions of fair or unfair dealings, she reviewed the details patiently and surely, and arrived at a right and logical conclusion. In Munich, when she was 6 years old, she was harassed by a recurrent dream in which a ferocious bear figured. She came out of the dream each time sorely frightened and crying. She set herself the task of analyzing this dream. The reasons of it, the purpose of it, the origin of it? No, the moral aspect of it. Her verdict, arrived at after candid and searching investigation, exposed it to the charge of being one-sided and unfair in its construction, for, as she worded it, she was never the one that ate, but always the one that was eaten. Susy backed her good judgment in matters of morals with conduct to match, even upon occasions when it caused her sacrifice to do it. When she was 6 and her sister Clara 4, the pair were troublesomely quarrelsome. Punishments were tried as a means of breaking up this custom. These failed. Then rewards were tried. A day without quarrel brought candy. The children were their own witnesses, each for or against her own self. Once Susy took the candy, hesitated, then returned it, with a suggestion that she was not fairly entitled to it. Clara kept hers, so here was a conflict of evidence, one witness for a quarrel and one against it. But the better witness of the two was on the affirmative side, and the quarrel stood proved, and no candy due to either side. There seemed to be no defense for Clara, yet there was, and Susy furnished it, and Clara went free. Susy said, "I don't know whether she felt wrong in her heart, but I didn't feel right in my heart." It was a fair and honorable view of the case, and especially acute analysis of it for a child of 6 to make. There was no way to convict Clara now, except to put her on the stand again and review her evidence. There was a doubt as to the fairness of this procedure, since her former evidence had been accepted and not challenged at the time. The doubt was examined and canvassed, then she was given the benefit of it and acquitted, which was just as well, for in the meantime she had eaten the candy anyway. Whenever I think of Susy I think of Marjorie Fleming. There was but one Marjorie Fleming. There can never be another. No doubt I think of Marjorie when I think of Susy, mainly because Dr. John Brown, that noble and beautiful soul, rescuer of marvelous Marjorie from oblivion, was Susy's great friend in her babyhood, her worshiper and willing slave. In 1873, when Susy was 14 months old, we arrived in Edinburgh from London, fleeing thither for rest and refuge, after experiencing what had been to us an entirely new kind of life. 6 weeks of daily luncheons, teas, and dinners away from home. We carried no letters of introduction. We hid ourselves away in Veitch's family hotel in George Street and prepared to have a comfortable season all to ourselves. But by good fortune this did not happen. Straightway Mrs. Clemens needed a physician, and I stepped around to 23 Rutland Street to see if the author of Rab and His Friends was still a practicing physician. He was. He came, and for 6 weeks thereafter we were together every day, either in his house or in our hotel. End of Section 6. New York, Friday, February 2, 1906. Section 7 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Monday, February 5, 1906. Dr. John Brown continued. Incidents connected with Susy Clemens' childhood. Bad spelling, etc. His was a sweet and winning face, as beautiful a face as I have ever known. Reposeful, gentle, benignant. The face of a saint at peace with all the world and placidly beaming upon it the sunshine of love that filled his heart. Dr. John was beloved by everybody in Scotland, and I think that on its downward sweep southward it found no frontier. I think so because when, a few years later, infirmities compelled Dr. John to give up his practice, and Mr. Douglas, the publisher, and other friend set themselves the task of raising a fund of a few $1,000s whose income was to be devoted to the support of himself and his maiden sister, who was in age, the fund was not only promptly made up, but so very promptly that the books were closed before friends 100 miles south of the line had had an opportunity to contribute. No public appeal was made. The matter was never mentioned in print. Mr. Douglas and the other friends applied for contributions by private letter only. Many complaints came from London and everywhere between, from people who had not been allowed an opportunity to contribute. This sort of complaint is so new to the world, so strikingly unusual, that I think it worth while to mention it. Dr. John was very fond of animals, and particularly of dogs. No one needs to be told this who has read that pathetic and beautiful masterpiece, Rab and His Friends. After his death his son Jock published a brief memorial of him, which he distributed privately among the friends, and in it occurs a little episode which illustrates the relationship that existed between Dr. John and the other animals. It is furnished by an Edinburgh lady whom Dr. John used to pick up and carry to school or back in his carriage frequently at a time when she was 12 years old. She said that they were chatting together tranquilly one day, when he suddenly broke off in the midst of a sentence and thrust his head out of the carriage window eagerly, then resumed his place with a disappointed look on his face. The girl said, "Who is it? Some one you know?" He said, "No, a dog I don't know." He had two names for Susy, Wee Wifey and Megalopus, sick. This formidable Greek title was conferred in honor of her big, big dark eyes. Susy and the doctor had a good deal of romping together. Daily he unbent his dignity and played bear with the child. I do not now remember which of them was the bear, but I think it was the child. There was a sofa across a corner of the parlor with a door behind it opening into Susy's quarters, and she used to lie in wait for the doctor, behind the sofa. Not lie in wait, but stand in wait, for you could only get just a glimpse of the top of her yellow head when she stood upright. According to the rules of the game, she was invisible, and this glimpse did not count. I think she must have been the bear, for I can remember 2 or 3 occasions when she sprang out from behind the sofa and surprised the doctor into frenzies of fright, which were not in the least modified by the fact that he knew that the bear was there and was coming. It seems incredible that Dr. John should ever have wanted to tell a grotesque and rollicking anecdote. Such a thing seems so out of character with that gentle and tranquil nature that but no matter. I tried to teach him the anecdote, and he tried his best for 2 or 3 days to perfect himself in it, and he never succeeded. It was the most impressive exhibition that ever was. There was no human being nor dog of his acquaintance in all Edinburgh that would not have been paralyzed with astonishment to step in there and see Dr. John trying to do that anecdote. It was one which I have told some hundreds of times on the platform, and which I was always very fond of, because it worked the audience so hard. It was a stammering man's account of how he got cured of his infirmity, which was accomplished by introducing a whistle into the midst of every word which he found himself unable to finish on account of the obstruction of the stammering. And so his whole account was an absurd mixture of stammering and whistling, which was irresistible to an audience properly keyed up for laughter. Dr. John learned to do the mechanical details of the anecdote, but he was never able to inform these details with expression. He was preternaturally grave and earnest all through, and so when he fetched up with the climaxing triumphant sentence at the end but I must quote that sentence, or the reader will not understand. It was this: "The doctor told me that whenever I wanted to stammer, I must whistle, and I did, and it cured me entirely." The doctor could not master that triumphant note. He always gravely stammered and whistled and stammered it through, and it came out at the end with the solemnity and the gravity of the judge delivering sentence to a man with the black cap on. He was the loveliest creature in the world, except his aged sister, who was just like him. We made the round of his professional visits with him in his carriage every day for 6 weeks. He always brought a basket of grapes, and we brought books. The scheme which we began with on the first round of visits was the one which was maintained until the end, and was based upon this remark which he made when he was disembarking from the carriage at his first stopping place to visit a patient: "Entertain yourselves while I go in here and reduce the population." As a child Susy had a passionate temper, and it cost her much remorse and many tears before she learned to govern it. But after that it was a wholesome salt, and her character was the stronger and healthier for its presence. It enabled her to be good with dignity. It preserved her not only from being good for vanity's sake, but from even the appearance of it. In looking back over the long vanished years, it seems but natural and excusable that I should dwell with longing affection and preference upon incidents of her young life which made it beautiful to us, and that I should let its few and small offenses go unsummoned and unreproached. In the summer of 1880, when Susy was just 8 years of age, the family were at Quarry Farm, on top of a high hill 3 miles from Elmira, New York, where we always spent our summers in those days. Hay cutting time was approaching, and Susy and Clara were counting the hours, for the time was big with a great event for them. They had been promised that they might mount the wagon and ride home from the fields on the summit of the Hay Mountain. This perilous privilege, so dear to their age and species, had never been granted them before. Their excitement had no bounds. They could talk of nothing but this epoch-making adventure now. But misfortune overtook Susy on the very morning of the important day. In a sudden outbreak of passion she corrected Clara with a shovel or stick or something of the sort. At any rate, the offense committed was of a gravity clearly beyond the limit allowed in the nursery. In accordance with the rule and custom of the house, Susy went to her mother to confess and to help decide upon the size and character of the punishment due. It was quite understood that as a punishment could have but one rational object and function, to act as a reminder and warn the transgressor against transgressing in the same way again, the children would know about as well as any how to choose a penalty which would be rememberable and effective. Susy and her mother discussed various punishments, but none of them seemed adequate. This fault was an unusually serious one, and required the setting up of a danger signal in the memory that would not blow out nor burn out, but remain a fixture there and furnish its saving warning indefinitely. Among the punishments mentioned was deprivation of the hay wagon ride. It was noticeable that this one hit Susy hard. Finally, in the summing up, the mother named over the list and asked, "Which one do you think it ought to be, Susy?" Susy studied, shrank from her duty, and asked, "Which do you think, Mama?" "Well, Susy, I rather leave it to you. You make the choice yourself." It cost Susy a struggle, and much and deep thinking and weighing, but she came out where any one who knew her could have foretold she would. "Well, Mama, I'll make it the hay wagon, because, you know, the other things might not make me remember not to do it again, but if I don't get to ride on the hay wagon I can remember it easily." In this world the real penalty, the sharp one, the lasting one, never falls otherwise than on the wrong person. It was not I that corrected Clara, but the remembrance of poor Susy's lost hay ride still brings me a pang, after 26 years. Apparently Susy was born with humane feelings for the animals and compassion for their troubles. This enabled her to see a new point in an old story once when she was only 6 years old, a point which had been overlooked by older and perhaps duller people for many ages. Her mother told her the moving story of the sale of Joseph by his brethren, the staining of his coat with the blood of the slaughtered kid, and the rest of it. She dwelt upon the inhumanity of the brothers, their cruelty toward their helpless young brother, and the unbrotherly treachery which they practiced upon him, for she hoped to teach the child a lesson in gentle pity and mercifulness which she would remember. Apparently her desire was accomplished, for the tears came into Susy's eyes, and she was deeply moved, and then she said, "Poor little kid!" A child's frank envy of the privileges and distinctions of its elders is often a delicately flattering attention and the reverse of unwelcome, but sometimes the envy is not placed where the beneficiary is expecting it to be placed. Once, when Susy was 7, she sat breathlessly absorbed in watching a guest of ours adorn herself for a ball. The lady was charmed by this homage, this mute and gentle admiration, and was happy in it. And when her pretty labors were finished, and she stood at last, perfect, unimprovable, clothed like Solomon in his glory, she paused, confident and expectant to receive from Susy's tongue the tribute that was burning in her eyes. Susy drew an envious little sigh and said, "I wish I could have crooked teeth and spectacles." Once, when Susy was 6 months along in her 8th year, she did something one day, in the presence of company, which subjected her to criticism and reproof. Afterward, when she was alone with her mother, as was her custom, she reflected a little while over the matter. Then she set up what I think, and what the shade of Burns would think, was a quite good philosophical defense. "Well, mama, you know I didn't see myself, and so I couldn't know how it looked." In homes where the near friends and visitors are mainly literary people, lawyers, judges, professors, and clergymen, the children's ears become early familiarized with wide vocabularies. It is natural for them to pick up any words that fall in their way. It is natural for them to pick up big and little ones indiscriminately. It is natural for them to use without fear any word that comes to their net, no matter how formidable it may be as to size. As a result, their talk is a curious and funny musketry clatter of little words, interrupted at intervals by the heavy artillery crash of a word of such imposing sound and size that it seems to shake the ground and rattle the windows. Sometimes the child gets a wrong idea of a word which it has picked up by chance, and attaches to it a meaning which impairs its usefulness, but this does not happen as often as one might expect it would. Indeed, it happens with an infrequency which may be regarded as remarkable. As a child, Susy had good fortune with her large words, and she employed many of them. She made no more than her fair share of mistakes. Once she thought something very funny was going to happen, but it didn't. She was racked and torn with laughter by anticipation. But apparently she still felt sure of her position, for she said, "If it had happened, I should have been transported with glee." And earlier, when she was a little maid of 5 years, she informed a visitor that she had been in a church only once, and that was the time when Clara was crucified, christened. In Heidelberg, when she was 6, she noticed that the Schloss Gardens dear me, how remote things do come together. I break off that sentence to remark that at a luncheon uptown yesterday I reminded the hostess that she had not made me acquainted with all the guests. She said yes, she was aware of that, that by request of one of the ladies she had left me to guess that lady out for myself, that I had known that lady for a day, more than a quarter of a century ago, and that the lady was desirous of finding out how long it would take me to dig her up out of my memory. The rest of the company were in the game, and were anxious to see whether I would succeed or fail. It seemed to me, as the time drifted along, that I was never going to be able to locate that woman, but at last, when the luncheon was nearly finished, a discussion broke out as to where the most comfortable hotel in the world was to be found. Various hotels on the several sides of the ocean were mentioned, and at last somebody reminded her that she had not put forward a preference yet, and she was asked to name the hotel that she thought was, from her point of view, the most satisfactory and comfortable hotel on the planet, and she said promptly, "The Schloss at Heidelberg." I said at once, "I am sincerely glad to meet you again, Mrs. Jones, after this long stretch of years, but you were Miss Smith in those days. Have I located you?" "Yes," she said, "you have." I knew I had. During that day at Heidelberg, so many years ago, many charitable people tried furtively to get that young Miss Smith to adopt the prevailing pronunciation of Schloss by saying Schloss softly and casually every time she said slosh. But nobody succeeded in converting her, and I knew perfectly well that this was that same old Smith girl, because there could not be two persons on this planet at one and the same time who could preserve and stick to a mispronunciation like that for nearly a generation. As I was saying, when I interrupted myself, in Heidelberg, when Susy was 6, she noticed that the Schloss Gardens were populous with snails creeping all about everywhere. One day she found a new dish on her table and inquired concerning it, and learned that it was made of snails. She was awed and impressed, and said, "Wild ones, Mama?" She was thoughtful and considerate of others, an acquired quality, no doubt. No one seems to be born with it. One hot day at home in Hartford, when she was a little child, her mother borrowed her fan several times, a Japanese one, value 5 cents, refreshed herself with it a moment or two, and then handed it back with a word of thanks. Susy knew her mother would use the fan all the time if she could do it without putting a deprivation upon its owner. She also knew that her mother could not be persuaded to do that. A relief must be devised somehow. Susy devised it. She got 5 cents out of her money box and carried it to Patrick and asked him to take it downtown, a mile and a half, and buy a Japanese fan and bring it home. He did it, and thus thoughtfully and delicately was the exigency met and the mother's comfort secured. It is to the child's credit that she did not save herself expense by bringing down another and more costly kind of fan from upstairs, but was content to act upon the impression that her mother desired the Japanese kind, content to accomplish the desire and stop with that, without troubling about the wisdom or unwisdom of it. Sometimes, while she was still a child, her speech fell into quaint and strikingly impressive forms. Once, aged 9 or 10, she came to her mother's room when her sister Jean was a baby, and said Jean was crying in the nursery, and asked if she might ring for the nurse. Her mother asked, "Is she crying hard?" meaning cross, ugly. "Well, no, mamma. It is a weary, lonesome cry." It is a pleasure to me to recall various incidents which reveal the delicacies of feeling which were so considerable a part of her budding character. Such a revelation came once in a way which, while creditable to her heart, was defective in another direction. She was in her 11th year then. Her mother had been making the Christmas purchases, and she allowed Susy to see the presents which were for Patrick's children. Among these was a handsome sled for Jimmy, on which a stag was painted, also in gilt capitals the word "Dear." Susy was excited and joyous over everything until she came to this sled. Then she became sober and silent, yet the sled was the choicest of all the gifts. Her mother was surprised and also disappointed, and said, "Why, Susy, doesn't it please you? Isn't it fine?" Susy hesitated, and it was plain that she did not want to say the thing that was in her mind. However, being urged, she brought it haltingly out. "Well, mamma, it is fine, and of course it did cost a good deal, but why should that be mentioned?" Seeing that she was not understood, she reluctantly pointed to that word "dear." It was her orthography that was at fault, not her heart. She had inherited both from her mother. The ability to spell is a natural gift. The person not born with it can never become perfect in it. I was always able to spell correctly. My wife and her sister, Mrs. Crane, were always bad spellers. Once, when Clara was a little chap, her mother was away from home for a few days, and Clara wrote her a small letter every day. When her mother returned she praised Clara's letters. Then she said, "But in one of them, Clara, you spelled a word wrong." Clara said, with quite unconscious brutality, "Why, mamma, how did you know?" More than a quarter of a century has elapsed, and Mrs. Crane is under our roof here in New York for a few days. Her head is white now, but she is as pretty and winning and sweet as she was in those ancient times at her Quarry Farm, where she was an idol, and the rest of us were the worshipers. Her gift of imperfect orthography remains unimpaired. She writes a great many letters. This was always a passion of hers. Yesterday she asked me how to spell New Jersey, and I knew by her look, after she got the information, that she was regretting she hadn't asked somebody years ago. The miracles which she and her sister, Mrs. Clemens, were able to perform without help of dictionary or spelling book are incredible. During the year of my engagement, 1869, while I was out on the lecture platform, the daily letter that came for me generally brought me news from the front, by which expression I refer to the internecine war that was always going on, in a friendly way, between these two orthographists about the spelling of words. One of these words was scissors. They never seemed to consult a dictionary. They always wanted something or somebody that was more reliable. Between them they had spelled scissors in 7 different ways, a feat which I am certain no person now living, educated or uneducated, can match. I have forgotten how I was required to say which of the 7 ways was the right one. I couldn't do it. If there had been 14 ways, none of them would have been right. I remember only one of the instances offered. The other 6 have passed my memory. That one was Caesiors. That way of spelling it looked so reasonable, so plausible, to the discoverer of it, that I was hardly believed when I decided against it. Mrs. Crane keeps by her to this day a little book of about 30 pages of note paper, on which she has written, in a large hand, words which she needs to use in her letters every day, words which the cat could spell without prompting or tuition, and yet are words which Mrs. Crane never allows herself to risk upon paper without looking at that vocabulary of hers each time to make certain. During my engagement year, 37 years ago, a considerable company of young people amused themselves in the Langdon homestead one night with the game of Verbarian, which was brand new at the time and very popular. A text word was chosen, and each person wrote that word in large letters across the top of a sheet of paper, then sat with pencil in hand and ready to begin as soon as game was called. The player could begin with the first letter of that text word and build words out of the text word during 2 minutes by the watch, but he must not use a letter that was not in the text word, and he must not use any letter in the text word twice, unless the letter occurred twice in the text word. I remember the first bout that we had at that game. The text word was California. When game was called, everybody began to set down words as fast as he could make his pencil move: corn, car, cone, and so on, digging out the shortest words first, because they could be set down more quickly than the longer ones. When the 2 minutes were up, the scores were examined, and the prize went to the person who had achieved the largest number of words. The good scores ranged along between 30 and 50 or 60 words, but Mrs. Crane would not allow her score to be examined. She was plainly doubtful about getting that prize, but when persuasion failed to avail we chased her about the place, captured her, and took her score away from her by force. She had achieved only one word, and that was calf, which she had spelled caff, and she never would have gotten even that one word honestly. She had to introduce a letter that didn't belong in the text word in order to get it. End of Section 7. New York, Monday, February 5, 1906. Section 8 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Tuesday, February 6, 1906. Playing the Prince and the Pauper, acting charades, etc. When Susy was 12½ years old, I took to the platform again, after a long absence from it, and raked the country for 4 months in company with George W. Cable. Early in November we gave a reading one night in Chickering Hall in New York, and when I was walking home in a dull gloom of fog and rain, I heard one invisible man say to another invisible man this, in substance: "General Grant has actually concluded to write his autobiography." That remark gave me joy at the time, but if I had been struck by lightning in place of it, it would have been better for me and mine. However, that is a long story, and this is not the place for it. To Susy, as to all Americans, General Grant was the supremest of heroes, and she longed for a sight of him. I took her to see him one day. However, let that go. It belongs elsewhere. I will return to it by and by. In the midst of our reading campaign I returned to Hartford from the far West, reaching home one evening just at dinner time. I was expecting to have a happy and restful season by a hickory fire in the library with the family, but was required to go at once to George Warner's house, 150 yards away across the grounds. This was a heavy disappointment, and I tried to beg off, but did not succeed. I couldn't even find out why I must waste this precious evening in a visit to a friend's house when our own house offered so many and superior advantages. There was a mystery somewhere, but I was not able to get to the bottom of it. So we tramped across in the snow, and I found the Warner drawing room crowded with seated people. There was a vacancy in the front row for me, in front of a curtain. At once the curtain was drawn, and before me, properly costumed, was the little maid, Margaret Warner, clothed in Tom Canty's rags, and beyond an intercepting railing was Susy Clemens, arrayed in the silks and satins of the Prince. Then followed with good action and spirit the rest of that first meeting between the Prince and the Pauper. It was a charming surprise, and to me a moving one. Other episodes of the tale followed, and I have seldom in my life enjoyed an evening so much as I enjoyed that one. This lovely surprise was my wife's work. She had patched the scenes together from the book, and had trained the 6 or 8 young actors in their parts, and had also designed and furnished the costumes. Afterward I added a part for myself, Miles Hendon, also a part for Katie, and a part for George. I think I have not mentioned George before. He was a colored man, the children's darling, and a remarkable person. He had been a member of the family a number of years at that time. He had been born a slave in Maryland, was set free by the proclamation when he was just entering young manhood. He was body servant to General Devens all through the war, and then had come North and for 8 or 10 years had been earning his living by odd jobs. He came out to our house once, an entire stranger, to clean some windows, and remained 18 years. Mrs. Clemens could always tell enough about a servant by the look of him, more, in fact, than she or anybody else could tell about him by his recommendations. We played The Prince and the Pauper a number of times in our house to seated audiences of 84 persons, which was the limit of our space, and we got great entertainment out of it. As we played the piece it had several superiorities over the play as presented on the public stage in England and America, for we always had both the Prince and the Pauper on deck, whereas these parts were always doubled on the public stage, an economical but unwise departure from the book, because it necessitated the excision of the strongest and most telling of the episodes. We made a stirring and handsome thing out of the coronation scene. This could not be accomplished otherwise than by having both the Prince and the Pauper present at the same time. Clara was the little Lady Jane Grey, and she performed the part with electrifying spirit. Twichell's little cub, now a grave and reverend clergyman, was a page. He was so small that people on the back seats could not see him without an opera glass, but he held up Lady Jane's train very well. Jean was only something past 3 years old, therefore was too young to have a part, but she produced the whole piece every day independently and played all the parts herself. For a one-actor piece it was not bad. In fact, it was very good, very entertaining, for she was in very deep earnest, and besides she used an English which none but herself could handle with effect. Our children and the neighbors' children played well, easily, comfortably, naturally, and with high spirit. How was it that they were able to do this? It was because they had been in training all the time from their infancy. They grew up in our house, so to speak, playing charades. We never made any preparation. We selected a word, whispered the part of it to the little actors, then we retired to the hall where all sorts of costumery had been laid out ready for the evening. We dressed the parts in 3 minutes, and each detachment marched into the library and performed its syllable, then retired, leaving the fathers and mothers to guess that syllable if they could. Sometimes they could. Will Gillette, now world-famous actor and dramatist, learned a part of his trade by acting in our charades. Those little chaps, Susy and Clara, invented charades themselves in their earliest years, and played them for the entertainment of their mother and me. They had one high merit: none but a high-grade intellect could guess them. Obscurity is a great thing in a charade. These babies invented one once which was a masterpiece in this regard. They came in and played the first syllable, which was a conversation in which the word red occurred with suggestive frequency. Then they retired, came again, continuing an angry dispute which they had begun outside, and in which several words like just, fair, unfair, unjust, and so on, kept occurring. But we noticed that the word just was in the majority. So we set that down along with the word red, and discussed the probabilities while the children went out to recostume themselves. We had thus red, just. They soon appeared, and began to do a very fashionable morning call, in which the one made many inquiries of the other concerning some lady whose name was persistently suppressed, and who was always referred to as her, even when the grammar did not permit of that form of the pronoun. The children retired. We took an account of stock, and so far as we could see we had 3 syllables: red, just, her. But that was all. The combination did not seem to throw any real glare on the future completed word. The children arrived again, and stooped down and began to chat and quarrel and carry on and fumble and fuss at the register: red, just, her. With the exception of myself, this family was never strong on spelling. In the Prince and the Pauper days, and earlier and later, especially later, Susy and her nearest neighbor, Margaret Warner, often devised tragedies, and played them in the schoolroom with little Jean's help, with closed doors, no admission to anybody. The chief characters were always a couple of queens, with a quarrel in stock, historical when possible, but a quarrel anyway, even if it had to be a work of the imagination. Jean always had one function, only one. She sat at a little table about a foot high and drafted death warrants for these queens to sign. In the course of time they completely wore out Elizabeth and Mary, Queen of Scots, also all of Mrs. Clemens's gowns that they could get hold of, for nothing charmed these monarchs like having 4 or 5 feet of gown dragging on the floor behind. Mrs. Clemens and I spied upon them more than once, which was treacherous conduct, but I don't think we very seriously minded that. It was grand to see the queens stride back and forth and reproach each other in 3 or 4 syllable words dripping with blood, and it was pretty to see how tranquil Jean was through it all. Familiarity with daily death and carnage had hardened her to crime and suffering in all their forms, and they were no longer able to hasten her pulse by a beat. Sometimes, when there was a long interval between death warrants, she even leaned her head on her table and went to sleep. It was, then, a curious spectacle of innocent repose and crimson and volcanic tragedy. End of Section 8, New York, Tuesday, February 6, 1906. Section 9 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Wednesday, February 7, 1906. Susy Clemens' biography of her father. Mr. Clemens' opinion of critics, etc. When Susy was 13, and was a slender little maid with plaited tails of copper-tinged brown hair down her back, and was perhaps the busiest bee in the household hive by reason of the manifold studies, health exercises, and recreations she had to attend to, she secretly, and of her own motion, and out of love, added another task to her labors, the writing of a biography of me. She did this work in her bedroom at night, and kept her record hidden. After a little the mother discovered it, and filched it, and let me see it, then told Susy what she had done, and how pleased I was, and how proud. I remember that time with a deep pleasure. I had had compliments before, but none that touched me like this, none that could approach it for value in my eyes. It has kept that place always since. I have had no compliment, no praise, no tribute from any source that was so precious to me as this one was and still is. As I read it now, after all these many years, it is still a king's message to me, and brings me the same dear surprise it brought me then, with the pathos added of the thought that the eager and hasty hand that sketched it and scrawled it will not touch mine again, and I feel as the humble and unexpectant must feel when their eyes fall upon the edict that raises them to the ranks of the noble. Yesterday, while I was rummaging in a pile of ancient notebooks of mine which I had not seen for years, I came across a reference to that biography. It is quite evident that several times, at breakfast and dinner in those long past days, I was posing for the biography. In fact, I clearly remember that I was doing that, and I also remember that Susy detected it. I remember saying a very smart thing with a good deal of an air at the breakfast table one morning, and that Susy observed to her mother privately a little later that papa was doing that for the biography. I cannot bring myself to change any line or word in Susy's sketch of me, but will introduce passages from it now and then, just as they came in, their quaint simplicity out of her honest heart, which was the beautiful heart of a child. What comes from that source has a charm and grace of its own, which may transgress all the recognized laws of literature if it choose, and yet be literature still, and worthy of hospitality. The spelling is frequently desperate, but it was Susy's, and it shall stand. I love it, and cannot profane it. To me it is gold. To correct it would alloy it, not refine it. It would spoil it. It would take from it its freedom and flexibility and make it stiff and formal. Even when it is most extravagant, I am not shocked. It is Susy's spelling, and she was doing the best she could, and nothing could better it for me. She learned languages easily. She learned history easily. She learned music easily. She learned all things easily, quickly, and thoroughly, except spelling. She even learned that after a while. But it would have grieved me but little if she had failed in it, for, although good spelling was my one accomplishment, I was never able to greatly respect it. When I was a schoolboy, 60 years ago, we had two prizes in our school. One was for good spelling, the other for amiability. These things were thin, smooth, silver discs about the size of a dollar. Upon the one was engraved in flowing Italian script the words "Good Spelling." On the other was engraved the word "Amiability." The holders of these prizes hung them about the neck with a string, and those holders were the envy of the whole school. There wasn't a pupil that wouldn't have given a leg for the privilege of wearing one of them a week, but no pupil ever got a chance except John Robards and me. John Robards was eternally and indestructibly amiable. I may even say devilishly amiable, fiendishly amiable, exasperatingly amiable. That was the sort of feeling that we had about that quality of his. So he always wore the amiability medal. I always wore the other medal. That word "always" is a trifle too strong. We lost the medals several times. It was because they became so monotonous. We needed a change. Therefore, several times we traded medals. It was a satisfaction to John Robards to seem to be a good speller, which he wasn't, and it was a satisfaction to me to seem to be amiable for a change. But of course these changes could not long endure, for some schoolmate or other would presently notice what had been happening, and that schoolmate would not have been human if he had lost any time in reporting this treason. The teacher took the medals away from us, at once, of course, and we always had them back again before Friday night. If we lost the medals Monday morning, John's amiability was at the top of the list Friday afternoon when the teacher came to square up the week's account. The Friday afternoon session always closed with spelling down. Being in disgrace, I necessarily started at the foot of my division of spellers, but I always slaughtered both divisions and stood alone with the medal around my neck when the campaign was finished. I did miss on a word once, just at the end of one of these conflicts, and so lost the medal. I left the first R out of February, but that was to accommodate a sweetheart. My passion was so strong just at that time that I would have left out the whole alphabet if the word had contained it. As I have said before, I never had any large respect for good spelling. That is my feeling yet. Before the spelling book came with its arbitrary forms, men unconsciously revealed shades of their characters, and also added enlightening shades of expression to what they wrote by their spelling, and so it is possible that the spelling book has been a doubtful benevolence to us. Susy began the biography in 1885, when I was in the 50th year of my age, and she in the 14th of hers. She begins in this way: We are a very happy family. We consist of Papa, Mama, Jean, Clara, and me. It is Papa I am writing about, and I shall have no trouble in not knowing what to say about him, as he is a very striking character. But wait a minute. I will return to Susy presently. In the matter of slavish imitation, man is the monkey's superior all the time. The average man is destitute of independence of opinion. He is not interested in contriving an opinion of his own by study and reflection, but is only anxious to find out what his neighbor's opinion is and slavishly adopt it. A generation ago I found out that the latest review of a book was pretty sure to be just a reflection of the earliest review of it, that whatever the first reviewer found to praise or censure in the book would be repeated in the latest reviewer's report, with nothing fresh added. Note: hardly true today. A.B.P. End of note. Therefore, more than once I took the precaution of sending my book in manuscript to Mr. Howells when he was editor of the Atlantic Monthly, so that he could prepare a review of it at leisure. I knew he would say the truth about the book. I also knew that he would find more merit than demerit in it, because I already knew that that was the condition of the book. I allowed no copy of that book to go out to the press until after Mr. Howells's notice of it had appeared. That book was always safe. There wasn't a man behind a pen in all America that had the courage to find anything in the book which Mr. Howells had not found. There wasn't a man behind a pen in America that had spirit enough to say a brave and original thing about the book on his own responsibility. I believe that the trade of critic in literature, music, and the drama is the most degraded of all trades, and that it has no real value, certainly no large value. When Charles Dudley Warner and I were about to bring out The Gilded Age, the editor of the Daily Graphic persuaded me to let him have an advance copy, he giving me his word of honor that no notice of it should appear in his paper until after the Atlantic Monthly notice should have appeared. This reptile published a review of the book within 3 days afterward. I could not really complain, because he had only given me his word of honor as security. I ought to have required of him something substantial. I believe his notice did not deal mainly with the merit of the book, or the lack of it, but with my moral attitude toward the public. It was charged that I had used my reputation to play a swindle upon the public, that Mr. Warner had written as much as half of the book, and that I had used my name to float it and give it currency, a currency which it could not have acquired without my name, and that this conduct of mine was a grave fraud upon the people. The Graphic was not an authority upon any subject whatever. It had a sort of distinction in that it was the first and only illustrated daily newspaper that the world had seen, but it was without character. It was poorly and cheaply edited. Its opinion of a book, or of any other work of art, was of no consequence. Everybody knew this, yet all the critics in America, one after the other, copied the Graphic's criticism, merely changing the phraseology, and left me under that charge of dishonest conduct. Even the great Chicago Tribune, the most important journal in the Middle West, was not able to invent anything fresh, but adopted the view of the humble daily Graphic, dishonesty charge and all. However, let it go. It is the will of God that we must have critics, and missionaries, and congressmen, and humorists, and we must bear the burden. What I have been traveling toward all this time is this: the first critic that ever had occasion to describe my personal appearance littered his description with foolish and inexcusable errors, whose aggregate furnished the result that I was distinctly and distressingly unhandsome. That description floated around the country in the papers, and was in constant use and wear for a quarter of a century. It seems strange to me that apparently no critic in the country could be found who could look at me and have the courage to take up his pen and destroy that lie. That lie began its course on the Pacific coast in 1864, and it likened me in personal appearance to Petroleum V. Nasby, who had been out there lecturing. For 25 years afterward no critic could furnish a description of me without fetching in Nasby to help out my portrait. I knew Nasby well, and he was a good fellow, but in my life I have not felt malignantly enough about any more than 3 persons to charge those persons with resembling Nasby. It hurts me to the heart, these things. To this day it hurts me to the heart, and it had long been a distress to my family, including Susy, that the critics should go on making this wearisome mistake year after year, when there was no foundation for it. Even when a critic wanted to be particularly friendly and complimentary to me, he didn't dare to go beyond my clothes. He did not venture beyond that frontier. When he had finished with my clothes, he had said all the kind things, the pleasant things, the complimentary things he could risk. Then he dropped back on Nasby. Yesterday I found this clipping in the pocket of one of those ancient memorandum books of mine. It is of the date of 39 years ago, and both the paper and the ink are yellow with the bitterness that I felt in that old day when I clipped it out to preserve it and brood over it and grieve about it. I will copy it here, to wit: "A correspondent of the Philadelphia press, writing of one Schuyler Colfax's receptions, says of our Washington correspondent: 'Mark Twain, the delicate humorist, was present, quite a lion, as he deserves to be. Mark is a bachelor, faultless in taste, whose snowy vest is suggestive of endless quarrels with Washington washerwomen. But the heroism of Mark is settled for all time, for such purity and smoothness were never seen before. His lavender gloves might have been stolen from some Turkish harem, so delicate were they in size, but more likely anything else were more likely than that. In form and feature he bears some resemblance to the immortal Nasby, but whilst petroleum is brunette to the core, Twain is golden, amber hued, melting blonde." Let us return to Susy's biography now, and get the opinion of one who is unbiased. Papa's appearance has been described many times, but very incorrectly. He has beautiful gray hair, not any too thick or any too long, but just right; a Roman nose, which greatly improves the beauty of his features; kind blue eyes, and a small mustache. He has a wonderfully shaped head and profile. He has a very good figure. In short, he is an extraordinarily fine looking man. All his features are perfect, except that he hasn't extraordinary teeth. His complexion is very fair, and he doesn't wear a beard. He is a very good man, and a very funny one. He has got a temper, but we all of us have in this family. He is the loveliest man I ever saw or ever hope to see, and oh, so absent minded. He does tell perfectly delightful stories. Clara and I used to sit on each arm of his chair and listen while he told us stories about the pictures on the wall. I remember the story-telling days vividly. They were a difficult and exacting audience, those little creatures. End of Section 9, Wednesday, February 7th, 1906. Section 10 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Thursday, February 8th, 1906. Susy Clemens' biography continued. Romancer to the children. Incident of the spoon-shaped drive. The burglar alarm does its whole duty. Along one side of the library in the Hartford home the bookshelves joined the mantelpiece. In fact, there were shelves on both sides of the mantelpiece. On these shelves and on the mantelpiece stood various ornaments. At one end of the procession was a framed oil painting of a cat's head. At the other end was a head of a beautiful young girl, life size, called Emmeline, an impressionist watercolor. Between the one picture and the other there were 12 or 15 of the bric-a-brac things already mentioned, also an oil painting by Elihu Vedder, the young Medusa. Every now and then the children required me to construct a romance, always impromptu, not a moment's preparation permitted, and into that romance I had to get all that bric-a-brac and the three pictures. I had to start always with the cat and finish with Emmeline. I was never allowed the refreshment of a change, end for end. It was not permissible to introduce a bric-a-brac ornament into the story out of its place in the procession. These bric-a-bracs were never allowed a peaceful day, a reposeful day, a restful Sabbath. In their lives there was no Sabbath. In their lives there was no peace. They knew no existence but a monotonous career of violence and bloodshed. In the course of time the bric-a-brac and the pictures showed where. It was because they had had so many and such violent adventures in their romantic careers. As romancer to the children I had a hard time, even from the beginning. If they brought me a picture and required me to build a story to it, they would cover the rest of the page with their pudgy hands to keep me from stealing an idea from it. The stories had to be absolutely original and fresh. Sometimes the children furnished me simply a character or two, or a dozen, and required me to start out at once on that slim basis and deliver those characters up to a vigorous and entertaining life of crime. If they heard of a new trade, or an unfamiliar animal, or anything like that, I was pretty sure to have to deal with those things in the next romance. Once Clara required me to build a sudden tale out of a plumber and a boa-constrictor, and I had to do it. She didn't know what a boa constrictor was until he developed in the tale, then she was better satisfied with it than ever. From Susy's Biography. Papa's favorite game is billiards, and when he is tired and wishes to rest himself he stays up all night and plays billiards. It seems to rest his head. He smokes a great deal, almost incessantly. He has the mind of an author exactly. Some of the simplest things he can't understand. Our burglar alarm is often out of order, and Papa had been obliged to take the mahogany room off from the alarm altogether for a time, because the burglar alarm had been in the habit of ringing even when the mahogany room window was closed. At length he thought that perhaps the burglar alarm might be in order, and he decided to try and see. Accordingly he put it on and then went down and opened the window. Consequently the alarm bell rang. It would even if the alarm had been in order. Papa went despairingly upstairs and said to Mama, "Livy, the mahogany room won't go on. I have just opened the window to see." "Why, Youth," Mama replied, "if you've opened the window, why of course the alarm will ring." "That's what I've opened it for. Why, I just went down to see if it would ring." Mama tried to explain to Papa that when he wanted to go and see whether the alarm would ring while the window was closed he mustn't go and open the window, but in vain. Papa couldn't understand, and got very impatient with Mama for trying to make him believe an impossible thing true. This is a frank biographer, and an honest one. She uses no sandpaper on me. I have to this day the same dull head in the matter of conundrums and perplexities which Susy had discovered in those long gone days. Complexities annoy me, then irritate me, then this progressive feeling presently warms into anger. I cannot get far in the reading of the commonest and simplest contract, with its parties of the first part, and parties of the second part, and parties of the third part. My temper is all gone. In the days which Susy is talking about, a perplexity fell to my lot one day. F. G. Whitmore was my business agent, and he brought me out from town in his buggy. We drove by the porte cochere and toward the stable. Now this was a single road, and was like a spoon whose handle stretched from the gate to a great round flower bed in the neighborhood of the stable. At the approach to the flower bed the road divided and circumnavigated it, making a loop, which I have likened to the bowl of the spoon. I was sitting on the starboard side. As we neared the loop, I sitting, as I say, on the starboard side, and that was the side on which the house was, I saw that Whitmore was laying his course to port, and was going to start around that spoon bowl on that left-hand side. I said, "Don't do that, Whitmore, take the right-hand side. Then I shall be next to the house when we get to the door." He said, "That will happen in any case. It doesn't make any difference which way I go around this flower bed." I explained to him that he was an ass, but he stuck to his proposition, and I said, "Go on and try it and see." He went on and tried it, and sure enough he fetched me up at the door on the side that he said I would be. I was not able to believe it then, and I don't believe it yet. I said, "Whitmore, that is merely an accident. You can't do it again." He said he could, and we drove down into the street, fetched around, came back, did it again. I was stupefied, paralyzed, petrified with these strange results, but they did not convince me. I didn't believe he could do it another time, but he did. He said he could do it all day, and fetch up the same way every time, and by that time my temper was gone, and I asked him to go home and apply to the asylum, and I would pay the expenses. I didn't want to see him any more for a week. I went upstairs in a rage and started to tell Livy about it, expecting to get her sympathy for me, and to breed aversion in her for Whitmore, but she merely burst into peal after peal of laughter as the tale of my adventure went on, for her head was like Susy's. Riddles and complexities had no terrors for it. Her mind and Susy's were analytical. I have tried to make it appear that mine was different. Many and many a time I have told that buggy experiment, hoping against hope that I would some time or other find somebody who would be on my side. But it has never happened, and I am never able to go glibly forward and state the circumstances of that buggy's progress without having to halt and consider, and call up in my mind the spoon handle, the bowl of the spoon, the buggy and the horse, and my position in the buggy, and the minute I have got that far and try to turn it to the left, it goes to ruin. I can't see how it is ever going to fetch me out right when we get to the door. Susy is right in her estimate. I can't understand things. That burglar alarm which Susy mentions led a gay and careless life, and had no principles. It was generally out of order at one point or another, and there was plenty of opportunity, because all the windows and doors in the house, from the cellar up to the top floor, were connected with it. In its seasons of being out of order it could trouble us for only a very little while. We quickly found out that it was fooling us, and it was buzzing its blood-curdling alarm merely for its own amusement. Then we would shut it off and send to New York for the electrician, there not being one in all Hartford in those days. Then, when the repairs were finished, we would set the alarm again and reestablish our confidence in it. It never did any real business except upon one single occasion. All the rest of its expensive career was frivolous and without purpose. Just that one time it performed its duty, and its whole duty, gravely, seriously, admirably. It let fly about 2 o'clock one black and dreary March morning, and I turned out promptly, because I knew that it was not fooling this time. The bathroom door was on my side of the bed. I stepped in there, turned up the gas, looked at the annunciator, turned off the alarm, so far as the door indicated was concerned, thus stopping the racket. Then I came back to bed. Mrs. Clemens said, "What was it?" I said it was the cellar door. She said, "Was it a burglar, do you think?" "Yes," I said, "of course it was. Do you suppose it was a Sunday school superintendent?" She said, "Well, what do you suppose he wants?" I said, "I suppose he wants jewelry, but he is not acquainted with the house, and he thinks it is in the cellar." I don't like to disappoint a burglar whom I am not acquainted with, and who has done me no harm. But if he had had common sagacity enough to inquire, I could have told him we kept nothing down there but coal and vegetables. Still, it may be that he is acquainted with this place, and that what he really wants is coal and vegetables. On the whole, I think it is vegetables he is after. She said, "Are you going down to see?" "No," I said, "I could not be of any assistance. Let him select for himself." Then she said, "But suppose he comes up to the ground floor?" I said, "Well, that's all right. We shall know it the minute he opens a door on that floor. It will set off the alarm." Just then the terrific buzzing broke out again. I said, "He has arrived. I told you he would. I know all about burglars and their ways. They are systematic people." I went into the bathroom to see if I was right, and I was. I shut off the dining room and stopped the buzzing and came back to bed. My wife said, "What do you suppose he is after now?" I said, "I think he has got all the vegetables he wants and is coming up for napkin rings and odds and ends for the wife and children. They all have families, burglars have, and they are always thoughtful of them, always take a few necessaries of life for themselves, and the rest as tokens of remembrance for the family. In taking them they do not forget us. Those very things represent tokens of his remembrance of us also. We never get them again. The memory of the attention remains embalmed in our hearts." She said, "Are you going down to see what it is he wants now?" "No," I said, I am no more interested than I was before. These are experienced people. They know what they want. I should be no help to him. I think he is after ceramics and bric-a-brac and such things. If he knows the house he knows that that is all that he can find on the dining room floor. She said, "Suppose he comes up here." I said, "It is all right. He will give us notice." She said, "Well, what shall we do then?" I said, "Climb out of the window." She said, "Well, what is the use of a burglar alarm for us?" I said, "You have seen that it has been useful up to the present moment, and I have explained to you how it will be continuously useful after he gets up here." That was the end of it. He didn't ring any more alarms. Presently I said, "He is disappointed, I think. He has gone off with the vegetables and the bric-a-brac, and I think he is dissatisfied." We went to sleep, and at a quarter before 8 in the morning I was out and hurrying, for I was to take the 8:29 train for New York. I found the gas burning brightly, full head, all over the first floor. My new overcoat was gone, my old umbrella was gone, my new patent leather shoes, which I had never worn, were gone. The large window which opened into the Ambra at the rear of the house was standing wide. I passed out through it and tracked the burglar down the hill through the trees; tracked him without difficulty, because he had blazed his progress with imitation silver napkin rings and my umbrella and various other things which he had disapproved of, and I went back in triumph and proved to my wife that he was a disappointed burglar. I had suspected he would be, from the start, and from his not coming up to our floor to get human beings. Things happened to me that day in New York. I will tell about them another time. From Susy's Biography. Papa has a peculiar gait we like. It seems just to suit him, but most people do not. He always walks up and down the room while thinking, and between each course at meals. A lady distantly related to us came to visit us once in those days. She came to stay a week, but all our efforts to make her happy failed, and we could not imagine why. We did much guessing, but could not solve the mystery. Later we found out what the trouble was. It was my tramping up and down between the courses. She conceived the idea that I could not stand her society. That word "youth," as the reader has perhaps already guessed, was my wife's pet name for me. It was gently satirical, but also affectionate. I had certain mental and material peculiarities and customs proper to a much younger person than I was. From Susy's Biography. Papa is very fond of animals, particularly of cats. We had a dear little gray kitten once that he named Lazy. Papa always wears gray to match his hair and eyes, and he would carry him around on his shoulder. It was a mighty pretty sight, the gray cat sound asleep against papa's gray coat and hair. The names that he has given our different cats are really remarkably funny. They are, namely, Straykit, Abner, Motley, Fraulein, Lazy, Buffalo Bill, Soapy Sal, Cleveland, Sour Mash, Pestilence, and Famine. At one time, when the children were small, We had a very black mother cat named Satan, and Satan had a small black offspring named Sin. Pronouns were a difficulty for the children. Little Clara came in one day, her black eyes snapping with indignation, and said, "Papa, Satan ought to be punished. She is out there at the greenhouse, and there she stays and stays, and his kitten is downstairs crying." From Susy's Biography. Papa uses very strong language, but I have an idea not nearly so strong as when he first married Mama. A lady acquaintance of his is rather apt to interrupt what one is saying, and Papa told Mama that he thought he should say to the lady's husband, "I am glad your wife wasn't present when the deity said, 'Let there be light.'" It is as I have said before. This is a frank historian. She doesn't cover up one's deficiencies, but gives them an equal showing with one's handsomer qualities. Of course I made the remark which she has quoted, and even at this distant day I am still as much as half persuaded that if the lady mentioned had been present when the Creator said, "Let there be light," she would have interrupted him, and we shouldn't ever have got it. From Susy's Biography. Papa said the other day, "I am a mugwump, and a mugwump is pure from the marrow out." Papa knows that I am writing this biography of him, and he said this for it. He doesn't like to go to church at all. Why, I never understood, until just now. He told us the other day that he couldn't bear to hear any one talk but himself, but that he could listen to himself talk for hours without getting tired. Of course he said this in joke, but I've no doubt it was founded on truth. End of Section 10. New York, Thursday, February 8, 1906. Susan Clemens' bio continued. Section 11 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Friday, February 9, 1906. The strong language episode in the bathroom, Susy's reference to The Prince and the Pauper, the mother and the children help edit the books, reference to ancestors. Susy's remark about my strong language troubles me, and I must go back to it. All through the first 10 years of my married life I kept a constant and discreet watch upon my tongue while in the house, and went outside and to a distance when circumstances were too much for me, and I was obliged to seek relief. I prized my wife's respect and approval above all the rest of the human race's respect and approval. I dreaded the day when she should discover that I was but a whited sepulchre partly freighted with suppressed language. I was so careful during 10 years that I had not a doubt that my suppressions had been successful. Therefore I was quite as happy in my guilt as I could have been if I had been innocent. But at last an accident exposed me. I went into the bathroom one morning to make my toilet, and carelessly left the door 2 or 3 inches ajar. It was the first time that I had ever failed to take the precaution of closing it tightly. I knew the necessity of being particular about this, because shaving was always a trying ordeal for me, and I could seldom carry it through to a finish without verbal helps. Now this time I was unprotected, and did not suspect it. I had no extraordinary trouble with my razor on this occasion, and was able to worry through with mere mutterings and growlings of an improper sort, but with nothing noisy or emphatic about them, no snapping and barking. Then I put on a shirt. My shirts are an invention of my own. They open in the back, and are buttoned there, when there are buttons. This time the button was missing. My temper jumped up several degrees in a moment, and my remarks rose accordingly, both in loudness and vigor of expression. But I was not troubled, for the bathroom door was a solid one, and I supposed it was firmly closed. I flung up the window and threw the shirt out. It fell upon the shrubbery, where the people on their way to church could admire it if they wanted to. There was merely 50 feet of grass between the shirt and the passer by. Still rumbling and thundering distantly, I put on another shirt. Again the button was absent. I augmented my language to meet the emergency, and threw that shirt out of the window. I was too angry, too insane, to examine the third shirt, but put it furiously on. Again the button was absent, and that shirt followed its comrades out of the window. Then I straightened up, gathered my reserves, and let myself go like a cavalry charge. In the midst of that great assault my eye fell upon that gaping door, and I was paralyzed. It took me a good while to finish my toilet. I extended the time unnecessarily in trying to make up my mind as to what I would best do in the circumstances. I tried to hope that Mrs. Clemens was asleep, but I knew better. I could not escape by the window. It was narrow, and suited only to shirts. At last I made up my mind to boldly loaf through the bedroom with the air of a person who had not been doing anything. I made half the journey successfully. I did not turn my eyes in her direction, because that would not be safe. It is very difficult to look as if you have not been doing anything when the facts are the other way, and my confidence in my performance oozed steadily out of me as I went along. I was aiming for the left-hand door, because it was farthest from my wife. It had never been opened from the day that the house was built, but it seemed a blessed refuge for me now. The bed was this one, wherein I am lying now, and dictating these histories morning after morning with so much serenity. It was this same old, elaborately carved black Venetian bedstead, the most comfortable bedstead that ever was, with space enough in it for a family, and carved angels enough surmounting its twisted columns and its headboard and footboard to bring peace to the sleepers and pleasant dreams. I had to stop in the middle of the room. I hadn't the strength to go on. I believed that I was under accusing eyes, that even the carved angels were inspecting me with an unfriendly gaze. You know how it is when you are convinced that somebody behind you is looking steadily at you. You have to turn your face, you can't help it. I turned mine. The bed was placed as it is now, with the foot where the head ought to be. If it had been placed as it should have been, the high headboard would have sheltered me. But the footboard was no sufficient protection. and I could be seen over it. I was exposed. I was wholly without protection. I turned, because I couldn't help it, and my memory of what I saw is still vivid after all these years. Against the white pillows I saw the black head. I saw that young and beautiful face, and I saw the gracious eyes with a something in them which I had never seen there before. They were snapping and flashing with indignation. I felt myself crumbling. I felt myself shrinking away to nothing under that accusing gaze. I stood silent under that desolating fire for as much as a minute, I should say. It seemed a very, very long time. Then my wife's lips parted, and from them issued my latest bathroom remark. The language perfect, but the expression unpractical, apprentice-like, ignorant, inexperienced, comically inadequate, absurdly weak, and unsuited to the great language. In my lifetime I have never heard anything so out of tune, so inharmonious, so incongruous, so ill suited to each other as were those mighty words set to that feeble music. I tried to keep from laughing, for I was a guilty person in deep need of charity and mercy. I tried to keep from bursting, and I succeeded, until she gravely said, "There! Now you know how it sounds." Oh, then I exploded. I said, "Oh, Livy, if it sounds like that, God forgive me, I will never do it again." Then she had to laugh herself. Both of us broke into convulsions, and went on laughing until we were exhausted. The children were present at breakfast, Clara, age 6, and Susy, 8, and the mother made a guarded remark about strong language, guarded because she did not wish the children to suspect anything, a guarded remark which censured strong language. Both children broke out in one voice with this comment: "Why, mama, papa uses it." I was astonished. I had supposed that that secret was safe in my own breast, and that its presence had never been suspected. I asked, "How did you know, you little rascals?" "Oh," they said, "we often listen over the balusters when you are in the hall explaining things to George." From Susy's Biography. One of papa's latest books is The Prince and the Pauper, and it is unquestionably the best book he has ever written. Some people want him to keep to his old style. Some gentleman wrote him, "I enjoyed Huckleberry Finn immensely, and am glad to see that you have returned to your old style." That annoyed me greatly, because it troubles me. Susy was troubled by that word, and uncertain. She wrote a U above it in the proper place, but reconsidered the matter and struck it out. "To have so few people know papa, I mean really know him. They think of Mark Twain as a humorist joking at everything, and with a mop of reddish brown hair which sorely needs the barber's brush, a Roman nose, short stubby mustache, a sad, careworn face with many crow's feet, etc. That is the way people picture papa. I have wanted papa to write a book that would reveal something of his kind, sympathetic nature, and The Prince and the Pauper partly does it. The book is full of lovely, charming ideas, and oh, the language, it is perfect. I think that one of the most touching scenes in it is where the pauper is riding on horseback with his nobles in the recognition procession, and he sees his mother. Oh, and then what followed! How she runs to his side when she sees him throw up his hand palm outward, and is rudely pushed off by one of the King's officers, and then how the little pauper's conscience troubles him when he remembers the shameful words that were falling from his lips when she was turned from his side, "I know you not, woman," and how his grandeurs were stricken valueless and his pride consumed to ashes. It is a wonderfully beautiful and touching little scene, and papa has described it so wonderfully. I never saw a man with so much variety of feeling as papa has. Now the Prince and the Pauper is full of touching places, but there is most always a streak of humor in them somewhere. Now in the coronation, in the stirring coronation, just after the little king has got his crown back again, papa brings that in about the seal, where the pauper says he used the seal to crack nuts with. Oh, it is so funny and nice. Papa very seldom writes a passage without some humor in it somewhere, and I don't think he ever will. The children always helped their mother to edit my books in manuscript. She would sit on the porch at the farm and read aloud with her pencil in her hand, and the children would keep an alert and suspicious eye upon her right along, for the belief was well grounded in them that whenever she came across a particularly satisfactory passage she would strike it out. Their suspicions were well founded. The passages which were so satisfactory to them always had an element of strength in them which sorely needed modification or expurgation, and was always sure to get it at their mother's hand. For my own entertainment, and to enjoy the protests of the children, I often abused my editor's innocent confidence. I often interlarded remarks of a studied and felicitously atrocious character purposely, to achieve the children's delight and see the pencil do its fatal work. I often joined my supplications to the children's for mercy, and strung the argument out and pretended to be in earnest. They were deceived, and so was their mother. It was 3 against 1, and most unfair. But it was very delightful, and I could not resist the temptation. Now and then we gained the victory, and there was much rejoicing. Then I privately struck the passage out myself. It had served its purpose. It had furnished 3 of us with good entertainment, and in being removed from the book by me it was only suffering the fate originally intended for it. From the Biography. Papa was born in Missouri. His mother is Grandma Clemens, Jane Lambton Clemens, of Kentucky. Grandpa Clemens was of the FFVs of Virginia. Without doubt it was I that gave Susy that impression. I cannot imagine why, because I was never in my life much interested by grandeurs which proceed from the accident of birth. I did not get this indifference from my mother. She was always strongly interested in the ancestry of the house. She traced her own line back to the Lambtons, of Durham, England, a family which had been occupying broad lands there since Saxon times. I am not sure, but I think that those Lambtons got along without titles of nobility for 800 or 900 years, then produced a great man, three-quarters of a century ago, and broke into the peerage. My mother knew all about the Clemenses of Virginia, and loved to aggrandize them to me, but she has long been dead. There has been no one to keep those details fresh in my memory, and they have grown dim. End of Section 11. New York, Friday, February 9, 1906. Section 12 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Monday, February 12, 1906. Susy's biography continued. Some of the tricks played in Tom Sawyer. The broken sugar bowl. Skating on the Mississippi with Tom Nash, etc. From Susy's biography. Clara and I are sure that Papa played the trick on Grandma about the whipping that is related in The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Hand me that switch. The switch hovered in the air. The peril was desperate. My, look behind you, Aunt. The old lady whirled around and snatched her skirts out of danger. The lad fled on the instant, scrambling up the high board fence, and disappeared over it. Susy and Clara were quite right about that. Then Susy says, "And we know Papa played hookey all the time, and how readily would Papa pretend to be dying so as not to have to go to school." These revelations and exposures are searching, but they are just. If I am as transparent to other people as I am to Susy, I have wasted much effort in this life. Grandma couldn't make Papa go to school, so she let him go into a printing office to learn the trade. He did so, and gradually picked up enough education to enable him to do about as well as those who were more studious in early life. It is noticeable that Susy does not get overheated when she is complimenting me, but maintains a proper judicial and biographical calm. It is noticeable also, and it is to her credit as a biographer, that she distributes compliment and criticism with a fair and even hand. My mother had a good deal of trouble with me, but I think she enjoyed it. She had none at all with my brother Henry, who was 2 years younger than I, and I think that the unbroken monotony of his goodness and truthfulness and obedience would have been a burden to her but for the relief and variety which I furnished in the other direction. I was a tonic. I was valuable to her. I never thought of it before, but now I see it. I never knew Henry to do a vicious thing toward me or toward anyone else, but he frequently did righteous ones that cost me as heavily. It was his duty to report me when I needed reporting, and neglected to do it myself, and he was very faithful in discharging that duty. He is Sid in Tom Sawyer, but Sid was not Henry. Henry was a very much finer and better boy than ever Sid was. It was Henry who called my mother's attention to the fact that the thread with which she had sewed my collar together to keep me from going in swimming had changed color. My mother would not have discovered it but for that, and she was manifestly piqued when she recognized that that prominent bit of circumstantial evidence had escaped her sharp eye. That detail probably added a detail to my punishment. It is human. We generally visit our shortcomings on somebody else when there is a possible excuse for it. But no matter. I took it out of Henry. There is always compensation for such as are unjustly used. I often took it out of him, sometimes as an advance payment for something which I hadn't yet done. These were occasions when the opportunity was too strong a temptation and I had to draw on the future. I did not need to copy this idea from my mother, and probably didn't. It is most likely that I invented it for myself. Still, she wrought upon that principle upon occasion. If the incident of the broken sugar bowl is in Tom Sawyer I don't remember whether it is or not that is an example of it. Henry never stole sugar. He took it openly from the bowl. His mother knew he wouldn't take sugar when she wasn't looking, but she had her doubts about me. Not exactly doubts, either. She knew very well I would. One day, when she was not present, Henry took sugar from her prized and precious old English sugar bowl, which was an heirloom in the family, and he managed to break the bowl. It was the first time I had ever had a chance to tell anything on him, and I was inexpressibly glad. I told him I was going to tell on him, but he was not disturbed. When my mother came in and saw the bowl lying on the floor in fragments she was speechless for a minute. I allowed that silence to work. I judged it would increase the effect. I was waiting for her to ask who did that, so that I could fetch out my news. But it was an error of calculation. When she got through with her silence she didn't ask anything about it. She merely gave me a crack on the skull with her thimble that I felt all the way down to my heels. Then I broke out with my injured innocence, expecting to make her very sorry that she had punished the wrong one. I expected her to do something remorseful and pathetic. I told her that I was not the one, it was Henry. But there was no upheaval. She said, without emotion, "It's all right. It isn't any matter. You deserve it for something you've done that I didn't know about, and if you haven't done it, why, then you deserve it for something that you are going to do that I shan't hear about." There was a stairway outside the house which led up to the rear part of the second story. One day Henry was sent on an errand, and he took a tin bucket along. I knew he would have to ascend those stairs, so I went up and locked the door on the inside, and came down into the garden, which had been newly plowed and was rich in choice firm clods of black mold. I gathered a generous equipment of these and ambushed him. I waited till he had climbed the stairs and was near the landing and couldn't escape. Then I bombarded him with clods, which he warded off with his tin bucket the best he could, but without much success, for I was a good marksman. The clods smashing against the weather boarding fetched my mother out to see what was the matter, and I tried to explain that I was amusing Henry. Both of them were after me in a minute, but I knew the way over that high board fence, and escaped for that time. After an hour or two, when I ventured back, there was no one around, and I thought the incident was closed. But it was not so. Henry was ambushing me. With an unusually competent aim for him, he landed a stone on the side of my head which raised a bump there which felt like the Matterhorn. I carried it to my mother straightway for sympathy, but she was not strongly moved. It seemed to be her idea that incidents like this would eventually reform me if I harvested enough of them. So the matter was only educational. I had had a sterner view of it than that before. Whenever my conduct was of such exaggerated impropriety that my mother's extemporary punishments were inadequate, she saved the matter up for Sunday, and made me go to church Sunday night, which was a penalty sometimes bearable, perhaps, but as a rule it was not, and I avoided it for the sake of my constitution. She would never believe that I had been to church until she had applied her test. She made me tell her what the text was. That was a simple matter, caused me no trouble. I didn't have to go to church to get a text. I selected one for myself. This worked very well until one time when my text and the one furnished by a neighbor who had been to church didn't tally. After that my mother took other methods. I don't know what they were now. In those days men and boys wore rather long cloaks in the winter time. They were black and were lined with very bright and showy Scotch plaids. One winter's night, when I was starting to church to square a crime of some kind committed during the week, I hid my cloak near the gate and went off and played with the other boys until church was over. Then I returned home. But in the dark I put the cloak on wrong side out, entered the room, threw the cloak aside, and then stood the usual examination. I got along very well until the temperature of the church was mentioned. My mother said it must have been impossible to keep warm there on such a night. I didn't see the art of that remark, and was foolish enough to explain that I wore my cloak all the time that I was in church. She asked if I kept it on from church home, too. I didn't see the bearing of that remark. I said that that was what I had done, and she said, "You wore it with that red Scotch plaid outside and glaring. Didn't that attract any attention?" Of course, to continue such a dialogue would have been tedious and unprofitable, and I let it go and took the consequences. That was about 1849. Tom Nash was a boy of my own age, the postmaster's son. The Mississippi was frozen across, and he and I went skating one night, probably without permission. I cannot see why we should go skating in the night unless without permission, for there could be no considerable amusement to be gotten out of skating at midnight if nobody was going to object to it. About midnight, when we were more than half a mile out toward the Illinois shore, we heard some ominous rumbling and grinding and crashing going on between us and the home side of the river, and we knew what it meant. The river was breaking up. We started for home pretty badly scared. We flew along at full speed whenever the moonlight sifted down between the clouds enabled us to tell which was ice and which was water. In the pauses we waited, started again whenever there was a good bridge of ice, paused again when we came to naked water, and waited in distress until a floating vast cake should bridge that place. It took us an hour to make the trip, a trip which we made in a misery of apprehension all the time. But at last we arrived within a very brief distance of the shore. We waited again. There was another place that needed bridging. All about us the ice was plunging and grinding along and piling itself up in mountains on the shore, and the dangers were increasing, not diminishing. We grew very impatient to get to solid ground, so we started too early and went springing from cake to cake. Tom made a miscalculation and fell short. He got a bitter bath, but he was so close to shore that he only had to swim a stroke or two. Then his feet struck hard bottom, and he crawled out. I arrived a little later without accident. We had been in a drenching perspiration, and Tom's bath was a disaster for him. He took to his bed, sick, and had a procession of diseases. The closing one was scarlet fever, and he came out of it stone deaf. Within a year or two speech departed, of course, but some years later he was taught to talk after a fashion. One couldn't always make out what it was he was trying to say. Of course he could not modulate his voice, since he couldn't hear himself talk. When he supposed he was talking low and confidentially, you could hear him in Illinois. 4 years ago, 1902, I was invited by the University of Missouri to come out there and receive the honorary degree of LL.D. I took that opportunity to spend a week in Hannibal, a city now, a village in my day. It had been 55 years since Tom Nash and I had had that adventure. When I was at the railway station ready to leave Hannibal, there was a great crowd of citizens there. I saw Tom Nash approaching me across a vacant space, and I walked toward him, for I recognized him at once. He was old and white-headed, but the boy of 15 was still visible in him. He came up to me, made a trumpet of his hands at my ear, nodded his head toward the citizens, and said confidentially, in a yell like a foghorn, "Same damn fools, Sam." From Susy's Biography. Papa was about 20 years old when he went on the Mississippi as a pilot. Just before he started on his trip, Grandma Clemens asked him to promise her on the Bible not to touch intoxicating liquors or swear, and he said, "Yes, mother, I will." And he kept that promise 7 years, when Grandma released him from it. Under the inspiring influence of that remark, what a garden of forgotten reforms rises upon my sight. End of Section 12. New York, Monday, February 12, 1906. Section 13 of Mark Twain's Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Tuesday, February 13, 1906. Susy's Biography continued. Cadet of Temperance. First meeting of Mr. Clemens and Miss Langdon. Miss Langdon an invalid. Dr. Newton. I recall several of them without much difficulty. In Hannibal, when I was about 15, I was for a short time a cadet of Temperance, an organization which probably covered the whole United States during as much as a year, possibly even longer. It consisted in a pledge to refrain, during membership, from the use of tobacco. I mean, it consisted partly in that pledge and partly in a red merino sash, but the red merino sash was the main part. The boys joined in order to be privileged to wear it. The pledge part of the matter was of no consequence. It was so small in importance that, contrasted with the sash, it was, in effect, non-existent. The organization was weak and impermanent because there were not enough holidays to support it. We could turn out and march and show the red sashes on May Day with the Sunday schools, and on the 4th of July with the Sunday schools, the Independent Fire Company, and the Militia Company. But you can't keep a juvenile moral institution alive on 2 displays of its sash per year. As a private I could not have held out beyond 1 procession, but I was illustrious, grand, worthy secretary and royal inside sentinel, and had the privilege of inventing the passwords and of wearing a rosette on my sash. Under these conditions I was enabled to remain steadfast until I had gathered the glory of 2 displays, May Day and the 4th of July. Then I resigned straightway, and straightway left the lodge. I had not smoked for 3 full months, and no words can adequately describe the smoke appetite that was consuming me. I had been a smoker from my 9th year, a private one during the first 2 years, but a public one after that is to say, after my father's death. I was smoking, and utterly happy, before I was 30 steps from the lodge door. I do not now know what the brand of the cigar was. It was probably not choice, or the previous smoker would not have thrown it away so soon, but I realized that it was the best cigar that was ever made. The previous smoker would have thought the same if he had been without a smoke for 3 months. I smoked that stub without shame. I could not do it now without shame, because now I am more refined than I was then. But I would smoke it just the same. I know myself, and I know the human race well enough to know that. In those days the native cigar was so cheap that a person who could afford anything could afford cigars. Mr. Garth had a great tobacco factory, and he also had a small shop in the village for the retail sale of his products. He had one brand of cigars which even poverty itself was able to buy. He had had these in stock a good many years, and although they looked well enough on the outside, their insides had decayed to dust and would fly out like a puff of vapor when they were broken in two. This brand was very popular on account of its extreme cheapness. Mr. Garth had other brands which were cheap, and some that were bad, but the supremacy over them enjoyed by this brand was indicated by its name. It was called Garth's Damnedest. We used to trade old newspapers exchanges for that brand. There was another shop in the village where the conditions were friendly to penniless boys. It was kept by a lonely and melancholy little hunchback, and we could always get a supply of cigars by fetching a bucket of water for him from the village pump, whether he needed water or not. One day we found him asleep in his chair, a custom of his, and we waited patiently for him to wake up. which was a custom of ours. But he slept so long this time that at last our patience was exhausted, and we tried to wake him. But he was dead. I remember the shock of it yet. In my early manhood and in middle life I used to vex myself with reforms every now and then, and I never had occasion to regret these divergencies, for whether the resulting deprivations were long or short, the rewarding pleasure which I got out of the vice when I returned to it always paid me for all that it cost. However, I feel sure that I have written about these experiments in the book called Following the Equator. By and by I will look and see. Meantime, I will drop the subject and go back to Susy's sketch of me. From Susy's Biography. After Papa had been a pilot on the Mississippi for a time, Uncle Orion Clemens, his brother, was appointed Secretary of State of Nevada, and Papa went with him out to Nevada to be his secretary. Afterwards he became interested in mining in California. Then he reported for a newspaper, and was on several newspapers. Then he was sent to the Sandwich Islands. After that he came back to America, and his friends wanted him to lecture, so he lectured. Then he went abroad on the Quaker City, and on board that ship he became acquainted with Uncle Charley, Mr. C. J. Langdon of Elmira, New York. Papa and Uncle Charley soon became friends, and when they returned from their journey, Grandpa Langdon, Uncle Charley's father, told Uncle Charley to invite Mr. Clemens to dine with them at the St. Nicholas Hotel in New York. Papa accepted the invitation and went to dine at the St. Nicholas with Grandpa, and there he met Mama Olivia Lewis Langdon first. But they did not meet again until the next August, because Papa went away to California, and there wrote The Innocents Abroad. I will remark here that Susy is not quite correct as to that next meeting. That first meeting was on the 27th of December, 1867, and the next one was at the house of Mrs. Berry 5 days later. Miss Langdon had gone there to help Mrs. Berry receive New Year guests. I went there at 10 in the morning to pay a New Year call. I had 34 calls on my list, and this was the first one. I continued it during 13 hours, and put the other 33 off till next year. From Susy's Biography. Mama was the daughter of Mr. Jervis Langdon. I don't know whether Grandpa had a middle name or not. And Mrs. Olivia Lewis Langdon, of Elmira, New York. She had one brother and one sister, Uncle Charley, Charles J. Langdon, and Aunt Susie, Susan Langdon Crane. Mama loved Grandpa more than anyone else in the world. He was her idol, and she his. I think Mama's love for Grandpa must have very much resembled my love for Mama. Grandpa was a great and good man, and we all think of him with respect and love. Mama was an invalid when she was young, and had to give up study a long time. She became an invalid at 16, through a partial paralysis caused by falling on the ice, and she was never strong again while her life lasted. After that fall she was not able to leave her bed during 2 years, nor was she able to lie in any position except upon her back. All the great physicians were brought to Elmira, one after another, during that time, but there was no helpful result. In those days both worlds were well acquainted with the name of Dr. Newton, a man who was regarded in both worlds as a quack. He moved through the land in state, in magnificence, like a portent, like a circus. Notice of his coming was spread upon the dead walls in vast colored posters, along with his formidable portrait, several weeks beforehand. One day Andrew Langdon, a relative of the Langdon family, came to the house and said, "You have tried everybody else, now try Dr. Newton, the quack. He is downtown at Rathbun House, practicing upon the well-to-do at war prices and upon the poor for nothing. I saw him wave his hands over Jake Brown's head and take his crutches away from him and send him about his business as good as new. I saw him do the like with some other cripples. They may have been temporaries, instituted for advertising purposes, and not genuine. But Jake is genuine. Send for Newton." Newton came. He found the young girl upon her back. Over her was suspended a tackle from the ceiling. It had been there a long time, but unused. It was put there in the hope that by its steady motion she might be lifted to a sitting posture at intervals for rest, but it proved a failure. Any attempt to raise her brought nausea and exhaustion and had to be relinquished. Newton opened the windows, long darkened, and delivered a short, fervent prayer. Then he put an arm behind her shoulders and said, "Now we will sit up, my child." The family were alarmed and tried to stop him, but he was not disturbed and raised her up. She sat several minutes without nausea or discomfort. Then Newton said, "Now we will walk a few steps, my child." He took her out of bed and supported her while she walked several steps. Then he said, "I have reached the limit of my art. She is not cured. It is not likely that she will ever be cured. She will never be able to walk far, but after a little daily practice she will be able to walk 100 or 200 yards, and she can depend on being able to do that for the rest of her life." His charge was $1,500, and it was easily worth 100,000, for from the day that she was 18 until she was 56 she was able to walk a couple of 100 yards without stopping to rest, and more than once I saw her walk a quarter of a mile without serious fatigue. Newton was mobbed in Dublin, in London, and in other places. He was rather frequently mobbed in Europe and in America, but never by the grateful Langdons and Clemenses. I met Newton once, in after years, and asked him what his secret was. He said he didn't know, but thought perhaps some subtle form of electricity proceeded from his body and wrought the cures. End of Section 13. New York, Tuesday, February 13, 1906. Section 14 of Mark Twain's Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Wednesday, February 14, 1906. About the accident which prolonged Mr. Clemens's visit at the Langdons. From Susy's Biography. Soon Papa came back East, and Papa and Mama were married. It sounds easy and swift and unobstructed, but that was not the way of it. It did not happen in that smooth and comfortable way. There was a deal of courtship. There were 3 or 4 proposals of marriage and just as many declinations. I was roving far and wide on the lecture beat, but I managed to arrive in Elmira every now and renew the siege. Once I dug an invitation out of Charlie Langdon to come and stay a week. It was a pleasant week, but it had to come to an end. I was not able to invent any way to get the invitation enlarged. No schemes that I could contrive seemed likely to deceive. They did not even deceive me, and when a person cannot deceive himself, the chances are against his being able to deceive other people. But at last help and good fortune came, and from a most unexpected quarter. It was one of those cases so frequent in the past centuries, so infrequent in our day, a case where the hand of Providence is in it. I was ready to leave for New York. A Democrat wagon stood outside the main gate with my trunk in it, and Barney, the coachman, in the front seat with the reins in his hand. It was 8 or 9 in the evening and dark. I bade good-by to the grouped family on the front porch, and Charlie and I went out and climbed into the wagon. We took our places back of the coachman on the remaining seat, which was aft toward the end of the wagon, and was only a temporary arrangement for our accommodation, and was not fastened in its place, a fact which, most fortunately for me, we were not aware of. Charlie was smoking. Barney touched up the horse with the whip. He made a sudden spring forward. Charlie and I went over the stern of the wagon backward. In the darkness the red bud of fire on the end of his cigar described a curve through the air which I can see yet. This was the only visible thing in all that gloomy scenery. I struck exactly on the top of my head, and stood up that way for a moment, then crumbled down to the earth unconscious. It was a very good unconsciousness for a person who had not rehearsed the part. It was a cobblestone gutter, and they had been repairing it. My head struck in a dish formed by the conjunction of 4 cobblestones. That depression was half full of fresh sand, and this made a competent cushion. My head did not touch any of those cobblestones. I got not a bruise. I was not even jolted. Nothing but the matter with me at all. Charlie was considerably battered, but in his solicitude for me he was substantially unaware of it. The whole family swarmed out, Theodore Crane in the van with a flask of brandy. He poured enough of it between my lips to strangle me and make me bark, but it did not abate my unconsciousness. I was taking care of that myself. It was very pleasant to hear the pitying remarks trickling around over me. That was one of the happiest half-dozen moments of my life. There was nothing to mar it, except that I had escaped damage. I was afraid that this would be discovered sooner or later, and would shorten my visit. I was such a dead weight that it required the combined strength of Barney and Mr. Langdon, Theodore, and Charlie to lug me into the house. But it was accomplished. I was there. I recognized that This was victory. I was there. I was safe to be an encumbrance for an indefinite length of time, but for a length of time at any rate, and a providence was in it. They set me up in an arm chair in the parlor and sent for the family physician. Poor old creature, it was wrong to rout him out, but it was business, and I was too unconscious to protest. Mrs. Crane, dear soul, she was in this house 3 days ago, gray and beautiful and as sympathetic as ever. Mrs. Crane brought a bottle of some kind of liquid fire whose function was to reduce contusions, but I knew that mine would deride it and scoff at it. She poured this on my head and pawed it around with her hand, stroking and massaging the fierce stuff dribbling down my backbone and marking its way, inch by inch, with the sensation of a forest fire. But I was satisfied. When she was getting worn out, her husband Theodore suggested that she take a rest and let Livy carry on the assuaging for a while. That was very pleasant. I should have been obliged to recover presently if it hadn't been for that, but under Livy's manipulations, if they had continued, I should probably be unconscious to this day. It was very delightful, those manipulations, so delightful, so comforting, so enchanting, that they even soothed the fire out of that fiendish successor to Perry Davis's Pain Killer. Then that old family doctor arrived and went at the matter in an educated and practical way. That is to say, he started a search expedition for contusions and humps and bumps, and announced that there were none. He said that if I would go to bed and forget my adventure I would be all right in the morning, which was not so. I was not all right in the morning. I didn't intend to be all right, and I was far from being all right. But I said I only needed rest, and I didn't need that doctor any more. I got a good 3 days' extension out of that adventure, and it helped a good deal. It pushed my suit forward several steps. A subsequent visit completed the matter, and we became engaged conditionally, the condition being that the parents should consent. In a private talk Mr. Langdon called my attention to something I had already noticed, which was that I was an almost entirely unknown person, that no one around and about knew me except Charlie, and he was too young to be a reliable judge of men, that I was from the other side of the continent, and that only those people out there would be able to furnish me a character, in case I had one. So he asked me for references. I furnished them, and he said he would now suspend our industries, and I could go away and wait until he could write to those people and get answers. In due course answers came. I was sent for, and we had another private conference. I had referred him to 6 prominent men, among them 2 clergymen. These were all San Franciscans, and he himself had written to a bank cashier who had in earlier years been a Sunday school superintendent in Elmira and well known to Mr. Langdon. The results were not promising. All those men were frank to a fault. They not only spoke in disapproval of me, but they were quite unnecessarily and exaggeratedly enthusiastic about it. One clergyman, Stebbins, and that ex Sunday school superintendent I wish I could recall his name added to their black testimony the conviction that I would fill a drunkard's grave. It was just one of those usual long distance prophecies. There being no time limit, there is no telling how long you may have to wait. I have waited until now, and the fulfillment seems as far away as ever. The reading of the letters being finished, there was a good deal of a pause, and it consisted largely of sadness and solemnity. I couldn't think of anything to say. Mr. Langdon was apparently in the same condition. Finally he raised his handsome head, fixed his clear and candid eye upon me, and said, "What kind of people are these? Haven't you a friend in the world?" I said, "Apparently not." Then he said, "I'll be your friend myself. Take the girl. I know you better than they do." Thus dramatically and happily was my fate settled. Afterward, hearing me talking lovingly, admiringly, and fervently of Joe Goodman, he asked me where Goodman lived. I told him out on the Pacific coast. He said, "Why, he seems to be a friend of yours, is he?" I said, "Indeed he is, the best one I ever had." "Why, then," he said, "what could you have been thinking of? Why didn't you refer me to him?" I said, "Because he would have lied just as straightforwardly on the other side. The others gave me all the vices. Goodman would have given me all the virtues. You wanted unprejudiced testimony, of course. I knew you wouldn't get it from Goodman. I did believe you would get it from those others, and possibly you did, but it was certainly less complimentary than I was expecting." The date of our engagement was February 4th, 1869. The engagement ring was plain and of heavy gold. That date was engraved inside of it. A year later I took it from her finger and prepared it to do service as a wedding ring by having the wedding date added and engraved inside of it, February 2nd, 1870. It was never again removed from her finger for even a moment. In Italy, a year and 8 months ago, when death had restored her vanished youth to her sweet face, and she lay fair and beautiful, and looking as she had looked when she was girl and bride, they were going to take that ring from her finger to keep for the children, but I prevented that sacrilege. It is buried with her. In the beginning of our engagement the proofs of my first book, The Innocents Abroad, began to arrive, and she read them with me. She also edited them. She was a faithful, judicious, and painstaking editor from that day forth until within 3 or 4 months of her death, a stretch of more than a third of a century. End of Section 14. New York, Wednesday, February 14th, 1906. Section 15 of Mark Twain's Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Thursday, February 15th, 1906. Susy's biography continued. Death of Mr. Langdon. Birth of Langdon Clemens. From Susy's biography. Papa wrote Mama a great many beautiful love letters when he was engaged to Mama, but Mama says I am too young to see them yet. I asked Papa what I should do, for I didn't know how I could write a biography of him without his love letters. Papa said that I could write Mama's opinion of them, and that would do just as well. So I'll do as Papa says, and Mama says she thinks they are the loveliest love letters that ever were written. She says that Hawthorne's love letters to Mrs. Hawthorne are far inferior to these. Mama and Papa were going to board first in Buffalo, and Grandpa said he would find them a good boarding house, but he afterwards told Mama that he had bought a pretty house for them and had it all beautifully furnished. He had also hired a young coachman, Patrick McAleer, and had bought a horse for them, which all would be ready waiting for them when they should arrive in Buffalo. But he wanted to keep it a secret from Youth, as Grandpa called Papa. What a delightful surprise it was! Grandpa went down to Buffalo with Mama and Papa, and when they drove up to the house, Papa said he thought the landlord of such a boarding house must charge a great deal to those who wanted to live there, and when the secret was told Papa was delighted beyond all degree. Mama has told me the story many times, and I asked her what Papa said when Grandpa told him that the delightful boarding house was his home. Mama answered that he was rather embarrassed and so delighted he didn't know what to say. About 6 months after Papa and Mama were married, Grandpa died. It was a terrible blow on Mama, and Papa told Aunt Sue he thought Livy would never smile again, she was so broken-hearted. Mama couldn't have had a greater sorrow than that of dear Grandpa's death, or any that could equal it except the death of Papa. Mama helped take care of Grandpa during his illness, and she couldn't give up hope till the end had really come. Note: August 6, 1870. S.L.C. Surely nothing is so astonishing, so unaccountable, as a woman's endurance. Mrs. Clemens and I went down to Elmira about the 1st of June to help in the nursing of Mr. Langdon. Mrs. Clemens, her sister Susy Crane, and I did all the nursing both day and night during 2 months until the end. 2 months of scorching, stifling heat. How much of the nursing did I do? My main watch was from midnight till 4 in the morning, nearly 4 hours. My other watch was a midday watch, and I think it was only 3 hours. The 2 sisters divided the remaining 17 hours of the 24 between them, and each of them tried generously and persistently to swindle the other out of a part of her watch. The on watch could not be depended upon to call the off watch, excepting when I was the on watch. I went to bed early every night, and tried to get sleep enough by midnight to fit me for my work, but it was always a failure. I went on watch sleepy, and remained miserably sleepy and wretched straight along through the 4 hours. I can still see myself sitting by that bed in the melancholy stillness of the sweltering night, mechanically waving a palm-leaf fan over the drawn white face of the patient. I can still recall my noddings, my fleeting unconsciousnesses, when the fan would come to a standstill in my hand, and I would wake up with a start and a hideous shock. I can recall all the torture of my efforts to keep awake. I can recall the sense of the indolent march of time, and how the hands of the tall clock seemed not to move at all, but to stand still. Through the long vigil there was nothing to do but softly wave the fan, and the gentleness and monotony of the movement itself helped to make me sleepy. The malady was cancer of the stomach, and not curable. There were no medicines to give. It was a case of slow and steady perishing. At long intervals the foam of champagne was administered to the patient, but no other nourishment, so far as I can remember. A bird of a breed not of my acquaintance used to begin a sad and wearisome and monotonous peeping in the shrubbery near the window a full hour before dawn every morning. He had no company. He conducted this torture all alone, and added it to my stock. He never stopped for a moment. I have experienced few things that were more maddening than that bird's lamentings. During all that dreary siege I began to watch for the dawn long before it came, and I watched for it like the duplicate, I think, of the lonely castaway on an island in the sea who watches the horizon for ships and rescue. When the first faint gray showed through the window blinds I felt as no doubt that castaway feels when the dim threads of the looked-for ship appears against the sky. I was well and strong, but I was a man and afflicted with a man's infirmity, lack of endurance. But neither of those young women was well nor strong. Still, I never found either of them sleepy or unalert when I came on watch. Yet, as I have said, they divided 17 hours of watching between them in every 24. It is a marvelous thing. It filled me with wonder and admiration, also with shame for my dull incompetency. Of course the physicians begged those daughters to permit the employment of professional nurses, but they would not consent. The mere mention of such a thing grieved them so that the matter was soon dropped and not again referred to. All through her life Mrs. Clemens was physically feeble, but her spirit was never weak. She lived upon it all her life, and it was as effective as bodily strength could have been. When our children were little she nursed them through long nights of sickness, as she had nursed her father. I have seen her sit up and hold a sick child upon her knees and croon to it and sway it monotonously to and fro to comfort it, a whole night long, without complaint or respite. But I could not keep awake 10 minutes at a time. My whole duty was to put wood on the fire. I did it 10 or 12 times during the night, but had to be called every time, and was always asleep again before I finished the operation, or immediately afterward. No, there is nothing comparable to the endurance of a woman. In military life she would tire out an army of men, either in camp or on the march. I still remember with admiration that woman who got into the overland stage coach somewhere on the plains when my brother and I crossed the continent in the summer of 1861, and who sat bolt upright and cheerful stage after stage, and showed no wear and tear. In those days the one event of the day in Carson City was the arrival of the overland coach. All the town was usually on hand to enjoy the event. The men would climb down out of the coach doubled up with cramps, hardly able to walk, their bodies worn, their spirits worn, their nerves raw, their tempers at a devilish point. But the women stepped out smiling and apparently unfatigued. From Susy's Biography. After Grandpapa's death, Mama and Papa went back to Buffalo, and 3 months afterward dear little Langdon was born. Mama named him Langdon after Grandpapa. He was a wonderfully beautiful little boy, but very, very delicate. He had wonderful blue eyes, but such a blue that Mama has never been able to describe them to me so that I could see them clearly in my mind's eye. His delicate health was a constant anxiety to Mama, and he was so good and sweet that that must have troubled her, too, as I know it did. End of Section 15, New York, Thursday, February 15, 1906. Section 16 of Mark Twain's Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Friday, February 16, 1906. Susy's biography mentions little Langdon. The change of residence from Buffalo to Hartford. Mr. Clemens tells of the sale of his Buffalo paper. From Susy's biography. While Langdon was a little baby, he used to carry a pencil in his little hand. That was his great plaything. I believe he was very seldom seen without one in his hand. When he was in Aunt Susy's arms and would want to go to Mama, he would hold out his hands to her with the backs of his hands out toward her instead of with his palms out. About a year and 5 months after Langdon was born I was born, and my chief occupation then was to cry, so I must have added greatly to Mama's care. Soon after little Langdon was born, a year, Papa and Mama moved to Hartford to live. Their house in Buffalo reminded them too much of dear Grandpa, so they moved to Hartford soon after he died. Soon after little Langdon was born a friend of Mama's came to visit her, Emma Nye, note spelled capital N-Y-E, and she was taken with the typhoid fever while visiting Mama. At length she became so delirious and so hard to take care of that Mama had to send to some of her friends in Elmira to come and help take care of her. Aunt Clara came, Miss Clara L. Spaulding. She is no relation of ours, but we call her Aunt Clara because she is such a great friend of Mama's. She came and helped Mama take care of Emma Nye, but in spite of all the good care that she received, she grew worse and died. Susy was right. Our year and a half in Buffalo had so saturated us with horrors and distress that we became restless and wanted to change, either to a place with pleasanter associations or with none at all. In accordance with the hard terms of that fearful law, the year of mourning, which deprives the mourner of the society and comradeship of his race when he most needs it, we shut ourselves up in the house and became recluses, visiting no one and receiving visits from no one. There was one exception, a single exception. David Gray, poet and editor of the principal newspaper, was our intimate friend, through his intimacy and mine with John Hay. David had a young wife and a young baby. The Grays and the Clemenses visited back and forth frequently, and this was all the solace the Clemenses had in their capacity. When we could endure imprisonment no longer, Mrs. Clemens sold the house, and I sold my one-third interest in the newspaper, and we went to Hartford to live. I have some little business sense now, acquired through hard experience and at great expense, but I had none in those days. I had bought Mr. Kinney's share of that newspaper I think the name was Kinney at his price, which was $25,000. Later I found that all that I had bought of real value was the Associated Press privilege. I think we did not make a very large use of that privilege. It runs in my mind that about every night the Associated Press would offer us 5,000 words at the usual rate, and that we compromised on 500. Still, that privilege was worth $15,000, and was easily salable at that price. I sold my whole share in the paper, including that solitary asset, for $15,000. Kinney, if that was his name, was so delighted at his smartness in selling a property to me for $25,000 that was not worth three-fourths of the money, that he was not able to keep his joy to himself, but talked it around pretty freely and made himself very happy over it. I could have explained to him that what he mistook for his smartness was a poor and driveling kind of thing. If there had been a triumph, if there had been a mental exhibition of a majestic sort, it was not his smartness, it was my stupidity. The credit was all due to me. He was a brisk and ambitious and self-appreciative young fellow, and he left straightway for New York and Wall Street, with his head full of sordid and splendid dreams, dreams of the get-rich-quick order, dreams to be realized through the dreamer's smartness and the other party's stupidity. Kinney had no place in Wall Street. He quickly lost the money he had gouged out of it. End of section 16, Friday, February 16, 1906. Section 17 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Tuesday, February 20th, 1906. About Rear-Admiral Wilkes and meeting Mr. Anson Burlingame in Honolulu. Mrs. Mary Wilkes dead. Florence, Italy, February 19th. Mrs. Mary Wilkes, widow of Rear-Admiral Wilkes, U.S. Navy, is dead, aged 85. It is death notices like this that enable me to realize in some sort how long I have lived. They drive away the haze from my life's road and give me glimpses of the beginning of it, glimpses of things which seem incredibly remote. When I was a boy of 10 in that village on the Mississippi River, which at that time was so incalculably far from any place, and is now so near to all places, the name of Wilkes, the explorer, was in everybody's mouth, just as Roosevelt's is today. What a noise it made, and how wonderful the glory! How far away and how silent it is now, and the glory has faded to tradition. Wilkes had discovered a new world, and was another Columbus. That world afterward turned mainly to ice and snow, But it was not all ice and snow, and in our late day we are rediscovering it, and the world's interest in it has revived. Wilkes was a marvel in another way, for he had gone wandering about the globe in his ships, and had looked with his own eyes upon its furthest corners, its dreamlands, names and places which existed rather as shadows and rumors than as realities. But everybody visits those places now, in outings and summer excursions, and no fame is to be gotten out of it. One of the last visits I made in Florence this was 2 years ago was to Mrs. Wilkes. She had sent and asked me to come, and it seemed a chapter out of the romantic and the impossible that I should be looking upon the gentle face of the sharer in that long forgotten glory. We talked of the common things of the day, but my mind was not present. It was wandering among the snowstorms and the ice floes and the fogs and mysteries of the Antarctic, with this patriarchal lady's young husband. Nothing remarkable was said, nothing remarkable happened, yet a visit has seldom impressed me so much as did this one. Here is a pleasant and welcome letter, which plunges me back into the antiquities again. Knollwood, Westfield, New Jersey, February 17, 1906. My dear Mr. Clemens, I should like to tell you how much I thank you for an article which you wrote once, long ago, 1870 or '71, about my grandfather, Anson Burlingame. In looking over the interesting family papers and letters which have come into my possession this winter, nothing has impressed me more deeply than your tribute. I have read it again and again. I found it pasted into a scrapbook, and apparently it was cut from a newspaper. It is signed with your name. It seems to bring before one more clearly than anything I have been told or read my grandfather's personality and achievements. Family traditions grow less and less in the telling. Young children are so impatient of anecdotes, and when they grow old enough to understand their value, frequent repetitions, as well as newer interests and associations, seem to have dulled, not the memory, but the spontaneity and joy of telling about the old days. So, unless there is something written and preserved, how much is lost to children of the good deeds of their fathers! Perhaps it will give you a little pleasure to know that, after all these years, the words you wrote about "a good man and a very, very great man" have fallen into the heart of one to whom his fame is very near and precious. You say, "Mr. Burlingame's short history, for he was only 47, reads like a fairy tale. Its successes, its surprises, its happy situations occur all along, and each new episode is always an improvement upon the one which went before it." That seems to have been very true, and it is interesting to hear, although it has the sad ring of destiny. But how shall I ever thank you for words like these? He was a true man, a just man, a generous man, in all his ways, and by all his instincts a noble man, a man of great brain, a broad and deep and mighty thinker. He was a great man, a very, very great man. He was imperially endowed by nature. He was faithfully befriended by circumstances, and he wrought gallantly always in whatever station he found himself. How indeed shall I thank you for these words, or tell you how deeply they have touched me, and how truly I shall endeavor to teach them to my children? That your name may be as sacred as this is my earnest, grateful wish, not wholly the inevitable, imperishable fame that is laid down for you, but the sweet and precious fame to your family and friends forever of the fair attributes you ascribe to my grandfather, which could never have been discerned by one who was not like him in spirit. With the hope sometime of knowing you, yours sincerely, Jean Burlingame Beatty, Mrs. Robert Chetwood Beatty. This carries me back 40 years to my first meeting with that wise and just and humane and charming man and great citizen and diplomat, Anson Burlingame. It was in Honolulu. He had arrived in his ship on his way out on his great mission to China, and I had the honor and profit of his society daily and constantly during many days. He was a handsome and stately and courtly and graceful creature in the prime of his perfect manhood, and it was a contenting pleasure to look at him. His outlook upon the world and its affairs was as wide as the horizon, and his speech was of dignity and eloquence proper to it. It dealt in no commonplaces, for he had no commonplace thoughts. He was a kindly man, and most lovable. He was not a petty politician, but a great and magnanimous statesman. He did not serve his country alone, but China as well. He held the balances even. He wrought for justice and humanity. All his ways were clean, all his motives were high and fine. He had beautiful eyes, deep eyes, speaking eyes, eyes that were dreamy in repose, eyes that could beam and persuade like a lover's, eyes that could blast when his temper was up, I judge. Preston S. Brooks, the Congressional bully, found this out in his day, no doubt. Brooks had bullied everybody, insulted everybody, challenged everybody, cowed everybody, and was cock of the walk in Washington. But when he challenged the new young congressman from the West, he found a prompt and ardent man at last. Burlingame chose rifles at short range, and Brooks apologized, and retired from his bullyship with the laughter of the nation ringing in his ears. When Mr. Burlingame arrived at Honolulu, I had been confined to my room a couple of weeks, by night to my bed, by day to a splint-bottomed chair, deep sunk like a basket. There was another chair, but I preferred this one, because my malady was saddle boils. When the boatload of skeletons arrived after 43 days in an open boat on 10 days' provisions, survivors of the clipper Hornet, which had perished by fire several thousand miles away, it was necessary for me to interview them for the Sacramento Union, a journal which I had been commissioned to represent in the Sandwich Islands for a matter of 5 or 6 months. Mr. Burlingame put me on a cot and had me carried to the hospital, and during several hours he questioned the skeletons and I set down the answers in my notebook. It took me all night to write out my narrative of the Hornet disaster, but I will go no further with the subject now. I have already told the rest in some book of mine. Mr. Burlingame gave me some advice one day, which I have never forgotten, and which I have lived by for 40 years. He said, in substance, avoid inferiors. Seek your comradeships among your superiors in intellect and character. Always climb. Mr. Burlingame's son, now editor of Scribner's Magazine these many years, and soon to reach the foothills that lie near the frontiers of age, was with him there in Honolulu, a handsome boy of 19, and overflowing with animation, activity, energy, and the pure joy of being alive. He attended balls and fandangos and hula-hulas every night, anybody's, brown, half white, white, and he could dance all night and be as fresh as ever the next afternoon. One day he delighted me with a joke which I afterward used in a lecture in San Francisco, and from there it traveled all around in the newspapers. He said, "If a man compel thee to go with him a mile, go with him twain." When it was new it seemed exceedingly happy and bright, but it has been emptied upon me upward of several million times since, never by a witty and engaging lad like Burlingame, but always by chuckleheads of base degree, who did it with offensive eagerness and with the conviction that they were the first in the field. And so it has finally lost its sparkle and bravery, and is become to me a seedy and repulsive tramp whose proper place is in the hospital for the decayed, the friendless, and the forlorn. End of Section 17, Tuesday, February 20th, 1906. Section 18 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Wednesday, February 21st, 1906. Mr. Langdon just escapes being a railway magnate. But I am wandering far from Susy's biography. I remember that I was about to explain a remark which I had been making about Susy's grandfather, Langdon, having just barely escaped once the good luck, or the bad luck, of becoming a great railway magnate. The incident has interest for me for more than one reason. Its details came to my knowledge in a chance way in a conversation which I had with my father-in-law when I was arranging a contract with my publisher for Roughing It, my second book. I told him the publisher had arrived from Hartford and would come to the house in the afternoon to discuss the contract and complete it with the signatures. I said I was going to require half the profits over the essential costs of manufacture. He asked if that arrangement would be perfectly fair to both parties, and said it was neither good business nor good morals to make contracts which gave to one side the advantage. I said that the terms which I was proposing were fair to both parties. Then Mr. Langdon, after a musing silence, said, with something like a reminiscent sorrow in his tone, "When you and the publisher shall have gotten the contract framed to suit you both, and no doubts about it are left in your minds, sign it. Sign it today. Don't wait till tomorrow." It transpired that he had acquired this wisdom, which he was giving me gratis, at considerable expense. He had acquired it 20 years earlier, or thereabouts, at the Astor House in New York, where he and a dozen other rising and able business men were gathered together to secure a certain railroad which promised to be a good property by and by, if properly developed and wisely managed. This was the Lehigh Valley Railroad. There were a number of conflicting interests to be reconciled before the deal could be consummated. The men labored over these things the whole afternoon in a private parlor of that hotel. They dined, then reassembled and continued their labors until after 2 in the morning. Then they shook hands all around in great joy and enthusiasm, for they had achieved success, and had drawn a contract in the rough which was ready for the signatures. The signing was about to begin. One of the men sat at the table with his pen poised over the fateful document, when somebody said, "Oh, we are tired to death. There is no use in continuing this torture any longer. Everything's satisfactory. Let's sign in the morning." All assented, and that pen was laid aside. Mr. Langdon said, "We got 5 or 10 minutes additional sleep that night by that postponement, but it cost us several millions apiece, and it was a fancy price to pay. If we had paid out of our existing means, and the price had been a single million apiece, we should have had to sit up, for there wasn't a man among us who could have met the obligation completely. The contract was never signed. We had traded a Bank of England for 10 minutes extra sleep, a very small sleep, an apparently unimportant sleep, but it has kept us tired ever since. When you've got your contract right this afternoon, sign it." I followed that advice. It was 35 years ago, but it has kept me tired ever since. End of Section 18, New York, Wednesday, February 21st, 1906. Section 19 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. New York, Thursday, February 22, 1906. Susy's remarks about her grandfather Langdon. Mr. Clemens tells about Mr. Atwater, Mr. David Gray, and about meeting David Gray, Jr. at a dinner recently. I have wandered far from Susy's chat about her grandfather, but that is no matter. In this autobiography it is my purpose to wander whenever I please, and come back when I get ready. I have now come back, and we will set down what Susy has to say about her grandfather. From Susy's Biography. I mentioned that Mama and Papa couldn't stay in their house in Buffalo because it reminded them so much of Grandpapa. Mama received a letter from Aunt Susy in which Aunt Susy says a good deal about Grandpapa, and the letter showed so clearly how much everyone that knew Grandpapa loved and respected him, that Mama let me take it to copy what is in it about Grandpapa, and Mama thought it would fit in nicely here. Quarry Farm, April 16, 1885. Livy dear, are you not reminded by today's report of General Grant of Father? You remember how, as Judge Smith and others whom Father had chosen as executors were going out of the room, he said, "Gentlemen, I shall live to bury you all," smiled and was cheerful. At that time he had far less strength than General Grant seems to have, but that same wonderful courage to battle with the foe. All along there has been much to remind me of father, of his quiet patience, in General Grant. There certainly is a marked likeness in the souls of the two men. Watching, day by day, the reports from the nation's sick room brings to mind so vividly the days of that summer of 1870, and yet they seem so far away. I seemed as a child compared with now, both in years and experience. The best and the hardest of life have been since then to me, and I know this is so in your life. All before seems dreamy. I suppose this was because our lives had to be all readjusted to go on without that great power in them. Father was quietly such a power in so many lives besides ours, Livy dear, not in kind or degree the same to any one, but, oh, a power. The evening of the last company I was so struck with the fact that Mr. Atwater stood quietly before father's portrait a long time, and turning to me said, "We shall never see his like again," with a tremble and a choking in his voice. This after 15 years, and from a business friend. And some stranger, a week ago, spoke of his habit of giving as so remarkable, he having heard of father's generosity. I remember Mr. Atwater very well. There was nothing citified about him or his ways. He was in middle age, and had lived in the country all his life. He had the farmer look, the farmer gait. He wore the farmer's clothes, and also the farmer goatee, a decoration which had been universal when I was a boy, but was now become extinct in some of the Western towns and in all of the Eastern towns and cities. He was transparently a good and sincere and honest man. He was a humble helper of Mr. Langdon, and had been in his employ many years. His role was general utility. If Mr. Langdon's sawmills needed unscientific but plain common sense inspection, Atwater was sent on that service. If Mr. Langdon's timber rafts got into trouble on account of a falling river or a rising one, Atwater was sent to look after the matter. Atwater went on modest errands to Mr. Langdon's coal mines, also to examine and report upon Mr. Langdon's interests in the budding coal oil fields of Pennsylvania. Mr. Atwater was always busy, always moving, always useful in humble ways, always religious, and always ungrammatical, except when he had just finished talking and had used up what he had in stock of that kind of grammar. He was effective; that is, he was effective if there was plenty of time, but he was constitutionally slow, and as he had to discuss all his matters with whomsoever came along, it sometimes happened that the occasion for his services had gone by before he got them in. Mr. Langdon never would discharge Atwater, though young Charlie Langdon suggested that course now and then. Young Charlie could not abide Atwater because of his provoking dilatoriness and of his comfortable contentment in it. But I loved Atwater. Atwater was a treasure to me. When he would arrive from one of his inspection journeys and sit at the table at noon and tell the family all about the campaign in delicious detail, leaving out not a single inane, inconsequential, and colorless incident of it, I heard it gratefully. I enjoyed Mr. Langdon's placid patience with it, the family's despondency and despair, and, more than all these pleasures together, the vindictiveness in young Charlie's eyes, and the volcanic disturbances going on inside of him which I could not see, but which I knew were there. I am dwelling upon Atwater just for love. I have nothing important to say about Atwater. In fact, only one thing to say about him at all, and even that one thing I could leave unmentioned if I wanted to, but I don't want to. It has been a pleasant memory to me for a whole generation. It lets in a fleeting ray of light upon Livy's gentle and calm and equitable spirit. Although she could feel strongly and utter her feelings strongly, none but a person familiar with her and with all her moods would ever be able to tell by her language that that language was violent. Young Charlie had many and many a time tried to lodge a seed of unkindness against Atwater in Livy's heart, but she was as steadfast in her fidelity as was her father, and Charlie's efforts always failed. Many and many a time he brought to her a charge against Atwater which he believed would bring the longed for bitter word, and at last he scored a success, for all things come to him who waits. I was away at the time, but Charlie could not wait for me to get back. He was too glad, too eager. He sat down at once and wrote to me while his triumph was fresh and his happiness hot and contenting. He told me how he had laid the whole exasperating matter before Livy, and then had asked her, "Now what do you say?" And she said, "Damn Atwater." Charlie knew that there was no need to explain this to me. He knew I would perfectly understand. He knew that I would know that he was not quoting but was translating. He knew that I would know that his translation was exact, was perfect, that it conveyed the precise length, breadth, weight, meaning, and force of the words which Livy had really used. He knew that I would know that the phrase which she really uttered was, "I disapprove of Atwater." He was quite right. In her mouth that word disapprove was as blighting and withering and devastating as another person's damn. 1 or 2 days ago I was talking about our sorrowful and pathetic brief sojourn in Buffalo, where we became hermits, and could have no human comradeship except that of young David Gray and his young wife and their baby boy. It seems an age ago. Last night I was at a large dinner party at Norman Hapgood's palace uptown, and a very long and very slender gentleman was introduced to me, a gentleman with a fine, alert, and intellectual face, with a becoming gold pince nez on his nose, and clothed in an evening costume which was perfect from the broad spread of immaculate bosom to the rosetted slippers on his feet. His gait, his bows, and his intonations were those of an English gentleman, and I took him for an earl. I said I had not understood his name, and asked him what it was. He said David Gray. The effect was startling. His very father stood before me, as I had known him in Buffalo 36 years ago. This apparition called up pleasant times in the beer mills of Buffalo with David Gray and John Hay, when this David Gray was in his cradle, a beloved and troublesome possession, and this contact kept me in Buffalo during the next hour and made it difficult for me to keep up my end of the conversation at my extremity of the dinner table. The text of my reveries was, "What was he born for? What was his father born for? What was I born for? What is anybody born for?" His father was a poet, but was doomed to grind out his living in a most uncongenial occupation, the editing of a daily political newspaper. He was a singing bird in a menagerie of monkeys, macaws, and hyenas. His life was wasted. He had come from Scotland when he was 5 years old. He had come saturated to the bones with Presbyterianism of the bluest, the most uncompromising, and most unlovely shade. At 33, when I was comrading with him, his Presbyterianism was all gone, and he had become a frank rationalist and pronounced unbeliever. After a few years news came to me in Hartford that he had had a sunstroke. By and by the news came that his brain was affected as a result. After another considerable interval I heard through Ned House, who had been visiting him, that he was no longer able to competently write either politics or poetry, and was living quite privately, and teaching a daily Bible class of young people, and was interested in nothing else. His unbelief had passed away. His early Presbyterianism had taken its place. This was true. Some time after this I telegraphed and asked him to meet me at the railway station. He came, and I had a few minutes' talk with him, this for the last time. The same sweet spirit of the earlier days looked out of his deep eyes. He was the same David I had known before, great and fine and blemishless in character, a creature to adore. Not long afterward he was crushed and burned up in a railway disaster at night, and I probably thought then, as I was thinking now, through the gay laughter and chatter fog of that dinner table, what was he born for? What was the use of it? These tiresome and monotonous repetitions of the human life, where is their value? Susy asked that question when she was a little child. There was nobody then who could answer it. There is nobody yet. When Mr. Langdon died on the 6th of August, 1870, I found myself suddenly introduced into what was to me a quite new role, that of business man, temporarily. Section 20 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Friday, February 23, 1906. Mr. Clemens tells how he became a business man. During the previous year or year and a half, Mr. Langdon had suffered some severe losses through a relative, an annex of the family by marriage, who had paved Memphis, Tennessee, with the wooden pavement so popular in that day. He had done this as Mr. Langdon's agent. Well managed, the contract would have yielded a sufficient profit, but through mismanagement it had merely yielded a large loss. With Mr. Langdon alive, this loss was not a matter of consequence and could not cripple the business, but with Mr. Langdon's brain and hand and credit and high character removed, it was another matter. He was a dealer in anthracite coal. He sold this coal over a stretch of country extending as far as Chicago, and he had important branches of his business in a number of cities. His agents were usually considerably in debt to him, and he was correspondingly in debt to the owners of the mines. His death left 3 young men in charge of the business, young Charlie Langdon, Theodore Crane, and Mr. Slee. He had recently made them partners in the business, by gift, but they were unknown. The business world knew J. Langdon, a name that was a power, but these 3 young men were ciphers without a unit. Slee turned out afterward to be a very able man and a most capable and persuasive negotiator, but at the time that I speak of his qualities were quite unknown. Mr. Langdon had trained him, and he was well equipped for his headship of the little firm. Theodore Crane was competent in his line, that of head clerk and superintendent of the subordinate clerks. No better man could have been found for that place, but his capacities were limited to that position. He was good and upright and indestructibly honest and honorable, but he had neither desire nor ambition to be anything above chief clerk. He was much too timid for larger work or larger responsibilities. Young Charlie was 21, and not any older than his age; that is to say, he was a boy. A careful statement of Mr. Langdon's affairs showed that the assets were worth $800,000, and that against them was merely the ordinary obligations of the business. Bills aggregating perhaps $300,000, possibly $400,000, would have to be paid, half in about a month, the other half in about 2 months. The collections to meet these obligations would come in further along. With Mr. Langdon alive, these debts could be no embarrassment. He could go to the bank in the town or in New York and borrow the money without any trouble, but these boys couldn't do that. They could get $150,000 cash at once, but that was all. It was Mr. Langdon's life insurance. It was paid promptly, but it could not go far; that is, it could not go far enough. It did not fall short much, in fact, only $50,000, but where to get the $50,000 was a puzzle. They wrote to Mr. Henry W. Sage, of Ithaca, an old and warm friend and former business partner of Mr. Langdon, and begged him to come to Elmira and give them advice and help. He replied that he would come. Then, to my consternation, the young firm appointed me to do the negotiating with him. It was like asking me to calculate an eclipse. I had no idea of how to begin, nor what to say. But they brought the big balance sheet to the house and sat down with me in the library and explained and explained and explained, until at last I did get a fairly clear idea of what I must say to Mr. Sage. When Mr. Sage came, he and I went to the library to examine that balance sheet, and the firm waited and trembled in some other part of the house. When I got through explaining the situation to Mr. Sage, I got struck by lightning again; that is to say, he furnished me a fresh astonishment. He was a man with a straight mouth and a wonderfully firm jaw. He was the kind of man who puts his whole mind on a thing and keeps that kind of a mouth shut and locked all the way through while the other man states the case. On this occasion I should have been grateful for some slight indication from him during my long explanation, which might indicate that I was making at least some kind of an impression upon him, favorable or unfavorable, but he kept my heart on the strain all the way through, and I never could catch any hint of what was passing through his mind. But at the finish he spoke out with that robust decision which was a part of his character, and said, "Mr. Clemens, you've got as clear a business head on your shoulders as I have come in contact with for years. What are you an author for? You ought to be a business man." I knew better, but it was not diplomatic to say so, and I didn't. Then he said, "All you boys need is my note for $50,000 at 3 months handed in at the bank, and with that support you will not need the money. If it shall be necessary to extend the note, tell Mr. Arnott it will be extended. The business is all right. Go ahead with it, and have no fears. It is my opinion that this note will come back to me without your having extracted a dollar from it at the end of the 3 months." It happened just as he had said. Old Mr. Arnott, the Scotch banker, a very rich and very careful man and lifelong friend of Mr. Langdon, watched the young firm and advised it out of his rich store of commercial wisdom, and at the end of 3 months the firm was an established and growing concern, and the note was sent back to Mr. Sage without our having needed to extract anything from it. It was a small piece of paper, insignificant in its dimensions, insignificant in the sum which it represented, but formidable was its influence, and formidable was its power, because of the man who stood behind it. The Sages and the Twichells were very intimate. 1 or 2 years later Mr. Sage came to Hartford on a visit to Joe, and as soon as he had gone away Twichell rushed over to our house, eager to tell me something which had astonished him, and which he believed would astonish me. He said, "Why, Mark, you know Mr. Sage, one of the best business men in America, says that you have quite extraordinary business talents." Again I didn't deny it. I would not have had that superstition dissipated for anything. It supplied a long felt want. We are always more anxious to be distinguished for a talent which we do not possess than to be praised for the 15 which we do possess. End of Section 20, Friday, February 23, 1906. Section 21 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Monday, February 26, 1906. Susy comes to New York with her mother and father. Aunt Clara visits them at the Everett House. Aunt Clara's ill luck with horses. The omnibus incident in Germany. Aunt Clara now ill at Hoffman House, result of horseback accident 30 years ago. Mr. Clemens takes Susy to see General Grant. Mr. Clemens' account of his talk with General Grant. Mr. Clemens gives his first reading in New York. Also tells about one in Boston. Memorial to Mr. Longfellow, and one in Washington. From Susy's Biography. Papa made arrangements to read at Vassar College the 1st of May, and I went with him. We went by way of New York City. Mama went with us to New York and stayed 2 days to do some shopping. We started Tuesday at half past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and reached New York about quarter past 6. Papa went right up to General Grant's from the station, and Mama and I went to the Everett House. Aunt Clara came to supper with us up in our room. This is the same Aunt Clara who has already been mentioned several times. She had been my wife's playmate and schoolmate from the earliest times, and she was about my wife's age, or 2 or 3 years younger. Mentally, morally, spiritually, and in all ways a superior and lovable personality. Persons who think there is no such thing as luck, good or bad, are entitled to their opinion. Clara Spaulding had the average human being's luck in all things save one: she was subject to ill luck with horses. It pursued her like a disease. Every now and then a horse threw her. Every now and then carriage horses ran away with her. At intervals omnibus horses ran away with her. Usually there was but one person hurt, and she was selected for that function. In Germany once our little family started from the inn, in Worms I think it was, to go to the station. The vehicle of transportation was a great long omnibus drawn by a battery of 4 great horses. Every seat in the bus was occupied, and the aggregate of us amounted to a good 2 dozen persons, possibly 1 or 2 more. I said playfully to Clara Spaulding, "I think you ought to walk to the station. It isn't right for you to imperil the lives of such a crowd of inoffensive people as this." When we had gone a quarter of a mile and were briskly approaching a stone bridge which had no protecting railings, the battery broke and began to run. Outside we saw the long reins dragging along the ground, and a young peasant racing after them and occasionally making a grab for them. Presently he achieved success, and none too soon, for the bus had already entered upon the bridge when he stopped the team. The 2 dozen lives were saved. Nobody offered to take up a collection, but I suggested to our friend and excursion comrade, American consul at a German city, that we get out and tip that young peasant. The consul said, with an enthusiasm native to his character, "Stay right where you are, leave me to attend to that. His fine deed shall not go unrewarded." He jumped out and arranged the matter, and we continued our journey. Afterward I asked him what he gave the peasant, so that I could pay my half. He told me, and I paid it. It is 28 years ago, yet from that day to this, although I have passed through some stringent seasons, I have never seriously felt or regretted that outlay. It was 23 cents. Clara Spaulding, now Mrs. John B. Stanchfield, is in New York at present, and I went to the Hoffman House yesterday to see her, but it was as I was expecting. She is too ill to see any but physicians and nurses. This illness has its source in a horseback accident which fell to her share 30 years ago, and which resulted in broken bones of the foot and ankle. The broken bones were badly set, and she always walked with a limp afterward. Some months ago the foot and ankle began to pain her unendurably, and it was decided that she must come to New York and have the bones rebroken and reset. I saw her in the private hospital about 3 weeks after that operation, and the verdict was that the operation was successful. This turned out to be a mistake. She came to New York a month or 6 weeks ago, and another rebreaking and resetting was accomplished. A week ago, when I called, she was able to hobble about the room by help of crutches, and she was very happy in the conviction that now she was going to have no more trouble. But it appears that this dreadful surgery work must be done over once more. But she is not fitted for it. The pain is reducing her strength, and I was told that it has been for the past 3 days necessary to exclude her from contact with all but physicians and nurses. From Susy's Biography. We and Aunt Clara were going to the theater right after supper, and we expected Papa to take us there and to come home as early as he could. But we got through dinner, and he didn't come and didn't come, and Mama got more perplexed and worried. But at last we thought we would have to go without him. So we put on our things and started downstairs, but before we'd gotten half down we met Papa coming up with a great bunch of roses in his hand. He explained that the reason he was so late was that his watch stopped and he didn't notice and kept thinking it an hour earlier than it really was. The roses he carried were some Colonel Fred Grant sent to Mama. We went to the theater and enjoyed Adonis (word ineligible), acted very much. We reached home about half past 11 o'clock and went right to bed. Wednesday morning we got up rather late and had breakfast about half past 9 o'clock. After breakfast Mama went on shopping, and Papa and I went to see Papa's agent about some business matters. After Papa had gone through talking to Cousin Charlie Webster, Papa's agent, we went to get a friend of Papa's, Major Pond, to go and see a dog show with us. Then we went to see the dogs with Major Pond, and we had a delightful time seeing so many dogs together. When we got through seeing the dogs, Papa thought he would go and see General Grant, and I went with him. This was April 29th, 1885. Papa went up into General Grant's room, and he took me with him. I felt greatly honored and delighted when Papa took me into General Grant's room and let me see the General and Colonel Grant, for General Grant is a man I shall be glad all my life that I have seen. Papa and General Grant had a long talk together, and Papa has written an account of his talk and visit with General Grant for me to put into this biography. Susy has inserted in this place that account of mine, as follows: April 29th, 1885. I called on General Grant and took Susy with me. The General was looking and feeling far better than he had looked or felt for some months. He had ventured to work again on his book that morning, the first time he had done any work for perhaps a month. This morning's work was his first attempt at dictating, and it was a thorough success to his great delight. He had always said that it would be impossible for him to dictate anything. but I had said that he was noted for clearness of statement, and as a narrative was simply a statement of consecutive facts, he was consequently peculiarly qualified and equipped for dictation. This turned out to be true, for he had dictated 2 hours that morning to a shorthand writer, had never hesitated for words, had not repeated himself, and the manuscript, when finished, needed no revision. The 2 hours' work was an account of Appomattox, and this was such an extremely important feature that his book would necessarily have been severely lame without it. Therefore I had taken a shorthand writer there before to see if I could not get him to write at least a few lines about Appomattox. Note: I was his publisher. I was putting his personal memoirs to press at the time. S.L.C. But he was at that time not well enough to undertake it. I was aware that of all the 100 versions of Appomattox not one was really correct. Therefore I was extremely anxious that he should leave behind him the truth. His throat was not distressing him, and his voice was much better and stronger than usual. He was so delighted to have gotten Appomattox accomplished once more in his life, to have gotten the matter off his mind, that he was as talkative as his old self. He received Susy very pleasantly, then fell to talking about certain matters which he hoped to be able to dictate next day, and he said in substance that, among other things, he wanted to settle once for all a question that had been bandied about from mouth to mouth and from newspaper to newspaper. That question was, with whom originated the idea of the march to the sea? Was it Grant's or was it Sherman's idea? Whether I or some one else, being anxious to get the important fact settled, asked him with whom the idea originated, I don't remember, but I remember his answer. I shall always remember his answer. General Grant said, "Neither of us originated the idea of Sherman's march to the sea. The enemy did it." He went on to say that the enemy, however, necessarily originated a great many of the plans that the general on the opposite side gets the credit for. At the same time that the enemy is doing that, he is laying open other moves which the opposing general sees and takes advantage of. In this case Sherman had a plan all thought out, of course. He meant to destroy the 2 remaining railroads in that part of the country, and that would have finished up that region. But General Hood did not play the military part that he was expected to play. On the contrary, General Hood made a dive at Chattanooga. This left the march to the sea open to Sherman, and so, after sending part of his army to defend and hold what he had acquired in the Chattanooga region, he was perfectly free to proceed with the rest of it through Georgia. He saw the opportunity, and he would not have been fit for his place if he had not seized it. He wrote me (the General is speaking) what his plan was, and I sent him word to go ahead. My staff were opposed to the movement. I think the General said they tried to persuade him to stop Sherman. The chief of his staff, the General said, even went so far as to go to Washington without the General's knowledge and get the ear of the authorities, and he succeeded in arousing their fears to such an extent that they telegraphed General Grant to stop Sherman. Then General Grant said, "Out of deference to the Government I telegraphed Sherman and stopped him 24 hours. Then, considering that that was deference enough to the Government, I telegraphed him to go ahead again." I have not tried to give the General's language, but only the general idea of what he said. The thing that mainly struck me was his tense remark that the enemy originated the idea of the march to the sea. It struck me because it was so suggestive of the General's epigrammatic fashion, saying a great deal in a single crisp sentence. This is my account, and signed Mark Twain. After Papa and General Grant had had their talk, we went back to the hotel where Mama was, and Papa told Mama all about his interview with General Grant. Mama and I had a nice quiet afternoon together. That pair of devoted comrades were always shutting themselves up together when there was opportunity to have what Susy called a cozy time. From Susy's nursery days to the end of her life she and her mother were close friends, intimate friends, passionate adorers of each other. Susy's was a beautiful mind, and it made her an interesting comrade. And with the fine mind she had a heart like her mother's. Susy never had an interest or an occupation which she was not glad to put aside for that something which was in all cases more precious to her, a visit with her mother. Susy died at the right time, the fortunate time of life, the happy age, 24 years. At 24 such a girl has seen the best of life, life as a happy dream. After that age the risks begin, responsibility comes, and with it the cares, the sorrows, and the inevitable tragedy. For her mother's sake I would have brought her back from the grave if I could, but not for my own. From Susy's biography: Then Papa went to read in public. There were a great many authors that read that Thursday afternoon, beside Papa. I would have liked to have gone and heard Papa read, but Papa said he was going to read in Vassar, just what he was planning to read in New York, so I stayed at home with Mama. I think that that was the first exploitation of a new and devilish invention, the thing called an author's reading. This witches' Sabbath took place in a theater, and began at 2 in the afternoon. There were 9 readers on the list, and I believe I was the only one who was qualified by experience to go at the matter in a sane way. I knew by my old acquaintanceship with the multiplication table that 9 times 10 are 90, and that consequently the average of time allowed to each of these readers should be restricted to 10 minutes. There would be an introducer, and he wouldn't understand his business. This disastrous fact could be counted upon as a certainty. The introducer would be ignorant, windy, eloquent, and willing to hear himself talk. With 9 introductions to make, added to his own opening speech, well, I could not go on with these harrowing calculations. I foresaw that there was trouble on hand. I had asked for the 6th place in the list. When the curtain went up and I saw that our half circle of minstrels were all on hand, I made a change in my plan. I judged that in asking for 6th place I had done all that was necessary to establish a fictitious reputation for modesty, and that there could be nothing gained by pushing this reputation to the limit. It had done its work, and it was time now to leave well enough alone, and do better. So I asked to be moved up to third place, and my prayer was granted. The performance began at 2:15, and I, number 3 in the list of 10, if we include the introducer, was not called to the bat until 3:15. My reading was 10 minutes long. When I had selected it originally it was 12 minutes long, and it had taken me a good hour to find ways of reducing it by 2 minutes without damaging it. I was through in 10 minutes. Then I retired to my seat to enjoy the agonies of the audience. I did enjoy them for an hour or two. Then all the cruelty in my nature was exhausted, and my native humanity came to the front again. By 5:30 a third of the house was asleep, another third was dying, and the rest were dead. I got out the back way and went home. During several years after that the author's readings continued. Every now and then we assembled in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, and scourged the people. It was found impossible to teach the persons who managed these orgies any sense. Also, it was found impossible to teach the readers any sense. Once I went to Boston to help in one of these revels, which had been instigated in the interest of a memorial to Mr. Longfellow. Howells was always a member of these traveling afflictions, and I was never able to teach him to rehearse his proposed reading by the help of a watch and cut it down to a proper length. He couldn't seem to learn it. He was a bright man in all other ways, but whenever he came to select a reading for one of these carousals his intellect decayed and fell to ruin. I arrived at his house in Cambridge the night before the Longfellow memorial occasion, and I probably asked him to show me his selection. At any rate, he showed it to me, and I wish I may never attempt the truth again, if it wasn't 7,000 words. I made him set his eye on his watch and keep game while I should read a paragraph of it. This experiment proved that it would take me an hour and 10 minutes to read the whole of it, and I said, "And mind you, this is not allowing anything for such interruptions as applause, for the reason that after the first 12 minutes there wouldn't be any." He had a time of it to find something short enough, and he kept saying that he never would find a short enough selection that would be good enough, that is to say, he never would be able to find one that would stand exposure before an audience. I said, "It's no matter. Better that than a long one, because the audience could stand a bad short one, but couldn't stand a good long one." We got it arranged at last. We got him down to 15 minutes, perhaps, but he and Dr. Holmes and Aldrich and I, the only short readings that day out of the most formidable accumulation of authors that had ever thus far been placed in position before the enemy, a battery of 16. I think that was the occasion when we had 16. It was in the afternoon, and the place was packed, and the air would have been very bad, only there wasn't any. I can see that mass of people yet, opening and closing their mouths like fishes, gasping for breath. It was intolerable. That graceful and competent speaker, Professor Norton, opened the game with a very handsome speech, but it was a good 20 minutes long, and a good 10 minutes of it, I think, were devoted to the introduction of Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, who hadn't any more need of an introduction than the Milky Way. Then Dr. Holmes recited, as only Dr. Holmes could recite, the last leaf, and the house rose as one individual and went mad with worshiping delight. And the house stormed along and stormed along and got another poem out of the doctor as an encore. It stormed again and got a third one, though the storm was not so violent this time as had been the previous outbreaks. By this time Dr. Holmes had himself lost a part of his mind, and he actually went on reciting poem after poem until silence had taken the place of encores, and he had to do the last encore by himself. I had learned by this time to stipulate for third place on the program. The performance began at 2 o'clock. My train for Hartford would leave at 4 o'clock. I would need 15 minutes for transit to the station. I needed 10 minutes for my reading. I did my reading in the 10 minutes. I fled at once from the theater and came very near not catching that train. I was told afterward that by the time reader number 8 stepped forward and trained his gun on the house, the audience were drifting out of the place in groups, shoals, blocks, and avalanches, and that about that time the siege was raised and the conflict given up, with 6 or 7 readers still to hear from. At the reading in Washington in the spring of '88 there was a crowd of readers. They all came overloaded, as usual. Thomas Nelson Page read 40 minutes by the watch, and he was no further down than the middle of the list. We were all due at the White House at half past 9. The President and Mrs. Cleveland were present, and at half past 10 they had to go away, the President to attend to some official business which had been arranged to be considered after our White House reception, it being supposed by Mr. Cleveland, who was inexperienced in authors' readings, that our reception at the White House would be over by half past 11, whereas if he had known as much about authors' readings as he knew about other kinds of statesmanship, he would have known that we were not likely to get through before time for early breakfast. End of section 21, Monday, February 26, 1906. Section 22 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Monday, March 5, 1906. Mrs. Clemens' warning to Mr. Clemens when he attends the Cleveland reception at the White House describes the Paris house in which they lived in 1893, also room in Villa Viviani, also dining room in house at Riverdale. Tells how Mr. Clemens was dusted off after the various dinners, and the card system of signals. Letter from Mr. Gilder regarding Mr. Cleveland's 69th birthday. Mason. I was always heedless. I was born heedless, and therefore I was constantly and quite unconsciously committing breaches of the minor proprieties, which brought upon me humiliations, which ought to have humiliated me, but didn't, because I didn't know anything had happened. But Livy knew, and so the humiliations fell to her share, poor child, who had not earned them, and did not deserve them. She always said I was the most difficult child she had. She was very sensitive about me. It distressed her to see me do heedless things which could bring me under criticism, and so she was always watchful and alert to protect me from the kind of transgressions which I have been speaking of. When I was leaving Hartford for Washington, upon the occasion referred to, she said, "I have written a small warning and put it in a pocket of your dress vest. When you are dressing to go to the author's reception at the White House, you will naturally put your fingers in your vest pockets, according to your custom, and you will find that little note there. Read it carefully and do as it tells you. I cannot be with you, and so I delegate my sentry duties to this little note. If I should give you the warning by word of mouth now, it would pass from your head and be forgotten in a few minutes." It was President Cleveland's first term. I had never seen his wife, the young, the beautiful, the good-hearted, the sympathetic, the fascinating. Sure enough, just as I had finished dressing to go to the White House, I found that little note, which I had long ago forgotten. It was a grave little note, a serious little note, like its writer, but it made me laugh. Livy's gentle gravities often produced that effect upon me, where the expert humorist's best joke would have failed, for I do not laugh easily. When we reached the White House, and I was shaking hands with the President, he started to say something, but I interrupted him and said, "If your Excellency will excuse me, I will come back in a moment. But now I have a very important matter to attend to, and it must be attended to at once." I turned to Mrs. Cleveland, the young, the beautiful, the fascinating, and gave her my card, on which I had written, "He did not," and I asked her to sign her name below those words. She said, "He did not? He did not what?" "Oh," I said, "never mind. We cannot stop to discuss that now. This is urgent. Won't you please sign your name?" I handed her a fountain pen. "Why," she said, "I cannot commit myself in that way. Who is it that didn't? And what is it that he didn't?" "Oh," I said, "time is flying, flying, flying. Won't you take me out of my distress and sign your name to it? It's all right. I give you my word it's all right." She looked nonplussed, but hesitatingly and mechanically she took the pen and said, "I will sign it. I will take the risk. But you must tell me all about it right afterward, so that you can be arrested before you get out of the house, in case there should be anything criminal about it." Then she signed, and I handed her Mrs. Clemens's note, which was very brief, very simple, and to the point. It said, "Don't wear your arctics in the White House." It made her shout, and at my request she summoned a messenger, and we sent that card at once to the mail, on its way to Mrs. Clemens in Hartford. Picture of note: "He did not. Francis F. Cleveland." Mr. Samuel L. Clemens, Hartford, Connecticut. During 1893 and '94 we were living in Paris, the first half of the time at the Hotel Brighton in the Rue de Rivoli, the other half in a charming mansion in the Rue de l'Université, on the other side of the Seine, which, by good luck, we had gotten hold of through another man's ill luck. This was Pomeroy, the artist. Illness in his family had made it necessary for him to go to the Riviera. He was paying $3,600 a year for the house, but allowed us to have it at $2,600. It was a lovely house, large, rambling, quaint, charmingly furnished and decorated, built upon no particular plan, delightfully rambling, uncertain, and full of surprises. You were always getting lost in it, and finding nooks and corners and rooms which you didn't know were there, and whose presence you had not suspected before. It was built by a rich French artist, and he had also furnished it and decorated it himself. The studio was coziness itself. We used it as a drawing room, sitting room, living room, dancing room. We used it for everything. We couldn't get enough of it. It is odd that it should have been so cozy, for it was 40 feet long, 40 feet high, and 30 feet wide, with a vast fireplace on each side in the middle, and a musician's gallery at one end. But we had, before this, found out that, under the proper conditions, spaciousness and coziness do go together most affectionately and congruously. We had found it out a year or two earlier, when we were living in the Villa Viviani, 3 miles outside the walls of Florence. That house had a room in it which was 40 feet square and 40 feet high, and at first we couldn't endure it. We called it the Mammoth Cave. We called it the Skating Rink. We called it the Great Sahara. We called it all sorts of names intended to convey our disrespect. We had to pass through it to get from one end of the house to the other, but we passed straight through and did not loiter, and yet before long, and without our knowing how it happened, we found ourselves infesting that vast place day and night, and preferring it to any other part of the house. 4 or 5 years ago, when we took a house on the banks of the Hudson at Riverdale, we drifted from room to room on our tour of inspection, always with a growing doubt as to whether we wanted that house or not. But at last, when we arrived in a dining room that was 60 feet long, 30 feet wide, and had 2 great fireplaces in it, that settled it. But I have wandered. What I was proposing to talk about was quite another matter, to wit, in that pleasant Paris house Mrs. Clemens gathered little dinner companies together once or twice a week, and it goes without saying that in these circumstances my defects had a large chance for display. Always, always without fail, as soon as the guests were out of the house I saw that I had been miscarrying again. Mrs. Clemens explained to me the various things which I had been doing and which should have been left undone. The children had a name for this performance. They called it dusting off papa. At last I had an inspiration. It is astonishing that it had not occurred to me earlier. I said, "Why, Livy, you know that dusting me off after these dinners is not the wise way. You could dust me off after every dinner for a year, and I should always be just as competent to do the forbidden thing at each succeeding dinner as if you had not said a word, because in the meantime I have forgotten all these instructions. I think the correct way is for you to dust me off immediately before the guests arrive, and then I can keep some of it in my head, and things will go better." She recognized that that was wisdom, and that it was a very good idea. Then we set to work to arrange a system of signals to be delivered by her to me during dinner, signals which would indicate definitely which particular crime I was now engaged in, so that I could change to another. The children got a screen arranged so that they could be behind it during the dinner, and listen for the signals and entertain themselves with them. The system of signals was very simple, but it was very effective. If Mrs. Clemens happened to be so busy at any time, talking with her elbow neighbor, that she overlooked something that I was doing, she was sure to get a low-voiced hint from behind that screen in these words: "Blue card, mama," or "Red card, mama," "Green card, mama," so that I was under double and triple guard. What the mother didn't notice the children detected for her. As I say, the signals were quite simple, but very effective. At a hint from behind the screen, Livy would look down the table and say in a voice full of interest, if not of counterfeited apprehension, "What did you do with the blue card that was on the dressing table?" That was enough. I knew what was happening, that I was talking the lady on my right to death, and never paying any attention to the one on my left. The blue card meant, "Let the lady on your right have a reprieve. Destroy the one on your left." So I would at once go to talking vigorously to the lady on my left. It wouldn't be long till there would be another hint, followed by a remark from Mrs. Clemens, which had in it an apparently casual reference to a red card, which meant, "Oh, are you going to sit there all evening and never say anything? Do wake up and talk." So I woke up and drowned the table with talk. We had a number of cards, of different colors, each meaning a definite thing, each calling attention to some crime or other in my common list, and that system was exceedingly useful. It was entirely successful. It was like Buck Fanshaw's riot. It broke up the riot before it got a chance to begin. It headed off crime after crime all through the dinner, and I always came out at the end successful, triumphant, with large praises owing to me, and I got them on the spot. It is a far call back over the accumulation of years to that night in the White House when Mrs. Clemens signed the card. Many things have happened since then. The Cleveland family have been born since then. Ruth, the firstborn, whom I never knew, but with whom I corresponded when she was a baby, lived only a few years. Today comes this letter, and it brings back the Clevelands, and the past, and my lost little correspondent. March 3, 1906. Editorial Department, The Century Company, Union Square, New York. My dear Mr. Clemens, President Finley and I are collecting letters to ex-President Cleveland from his friends appropriate to his 69th birthday. If the plan appeals to you, will you kindly send a sealed greeting under cover to me at the above address, and I will send it and the other letters south to him in time for him to get them all together on the 18th of the present month. Yours sincerely, R. W. Gilder. Mr. Samuel L. Clemens. When the little Ruth was about a year or a year and a half old, Mason, an old and valued friend of mine, was consul general at Frankfort on the Main. I had known him well in 1867, '68, and '69 in America, and I and mine had spent a good deal of time with him and his family in Frankfort in 1892–93. He was a thoroughly competent, diligent, and conscientious official. Indeed, he possessed these qualities in so large a degree that among American consuls he might fairly be said to be monumental. For at that time our consular service was largely, and I think I may say mainly, in the hands of ignorant, vulgar, and incapable men who had been political healers in America and had been taken care of by transference to consulates, where they could be supported at the government's expense instead of being transferred to the poorhouse, which would have been cheaper and more patriotic. Mason, in '78, had been consul general in Frankfort several years, 4, I think. He had come from Marseilles with a great record. He had been consul there during 13 years, and one part of his record was heroic. There had been a desolating cholera epidemic, and Mason was the only representative of any foreign country who stayed at his post and saw it through, and during that time he not only represented his own country, but he represented all the other countries in Christendom and did their work, and did it well, and was praised for it in words of no uncertain sound. This great record of Mason's had saved him from official decapitation straight along while Republican presidents occupied the chair. But now it was occupied by a Democrat. Mr. Cleveland was not seated in it. He was not yet inaugurated. Before he was deluged with applications from Democratic politicians desiring the appointment of 1,000 or so politically useful Democrats to Mason's place. A year or two later Mason wrote me and asked me if I couldn't do something to save him from destruction. End of Section 22, Monday, March 5, 1906. Section 23 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Tuesday, March 6, 1906. Mr. Clemens makes Baby Ruth intercede in behalf of Mr. Mason, and he is retained in his place. Mr. Clemens's letter to ex-President Cleveland. Mr. Cleveland as sheriff in Buffalo. As mayor, he vetoes ordinance of railway corporation. Mr. Clemens and Mr. Cable visit Governor Cleveland at Capitol, Albany. Mr. Clemens sits on the bells and summons 16 clerks. I was very anxious to keep him in his place, but at first I could not think of any way to help him, for I was a mugwump. We, the mugwumps, a little company made up of the unenslaved of both parties, the very best men to be found in the two great parties, that was our idea of it, voted 60,000 strong for Mr. Cleveland in New York and elected him. Our principles were high and very definite. We were not a party. We had no candidates. We had no axes to grind. Our vote laid upon the man we cast it for no obligation of any kind. By our rule we could not ask for office, we could not accept office. When voting, it was our duty to vote for the best man, regardless of his party name. We had no other creed. Vote for the best man, that was creed enough. Such being my situation, I was puzzled to know how to try to help Mason, and at the same time save my mugwump purity undefiled. It was a delicate place, but presently, out of the ruck of confusions in my mind, rose a sane thought, clear and bright, to wit, since it was a mugwump's duty to do his best to put the best man in office, necessarily it must be a mugwump's duty to keep the best man in when he was already there. My course was easy now. It might not be quite delicate for a mugwump to approach the President directly, but I could approach him indirectly, with all delicacy, since in that case not even courtesy would require him to take notice of an application which no one could prove had ever reached him. Yes, it was easy and simple sailing now. I could lay the matter before Ruth in her cradle and wait for results. I wrote the little child, and said to her all that I have just been saying about mugwump principles and the limitations which they put upon me. I explained that it would not be proper for me to apply to her father in Mr. Mason's behalf, but I detailed to her Mr. Mason's high and honorable record, and suggested that she take the matter in her own hands and do a patriotic work, which I felt some delicacy about venturing upon myself. I asked her to forget that her father was only President of the United States, and her subject and servant. I asked her not to put her application in the form of a command, but to modify this and give it the fictitious and pleasanter form of a mere request, that it would be no harm to let him gratify himself with the superstition that he was independent and could do as he pleased in the matter. I begged her to put stress, and plenty of it, upon the proposition that to keep Mason in his place would be a benefaction to the nation, to enlarge upon that, and keep still about all other considerations. In due time I received a letter from the President, written with his own hand, signed by his own hand, acknowledging Ruth's intervention, and thanking me for enabling him to save to the country the services of so good and well tried a servant as Mason, and thanking me also for the detailed fullness of Mason's record, which could leave no doubt in any one's mind that Mason was in his right place and ought to be kept there. In the beginning of Mr. Cleveland's second term a very strong effort to displace Mason was made, and Mason wrote me again. He was not hoping that we would succeed this time, because the assault upon his place was well organized, determined, and exceedingly powerful, but he hoped I would try again and see what I could do. I was not disturbed. It seemed to me that he did not know Mr. Cleveland, or he would not be disturbed himself. I believed I knew Mr. Cleveland, and that he was not the man to budge an inch from his duty in any circumstances, and that he was a Gibraltar against whose solid bulk a whole Atlantic of assaulting politicians would dash itself in vain. I wrote Ruth Cleveland once more. Mason remained in his place, and I think he would have remained in it without Ruth's intercession. There have been other presidents since, but Mason's record has protected him, and the many and powerful efforts to dislodge him have all failed. Also, he has been complimented with promotions. He was promoted from Consul General in Frankfort to Consul General at Berlin, our highest consular post in Germany. A year ago he was promoted another step, to the Consul Generalship in Paris, and he holds that place yet. Ruth, the child, remained not long on earth to help make it beautiful and to bless the home of her parents, but, little treasure as she was, she did high service for her country, as I have shown, and it is right that this should be recorded and remembered. In accordance with the suggestion made in Gilder's letter, as copied in yesterday's talk, I have written the following note to ex-President Cleveland: Honored Sir, your patriotic virtues have won for you the homage of half the nation and the enmity of the other half. This places your character as a citizen upon a summit as high as Washington's. The verdict is unanimous and unassailable. The votes of both sides are necessary in cases like these, and the votes of the one side are quite as valuable as are the votes of the other. Where the votes are all in a man's favor, the verdict is against him. It is sand, and history will wash it away, but the verdict for you is rock, and will stand. S. L. Clemens, as of date March 18, 1906. When Mr. Cleveland was a member of a very strong and prosperous firm of lawyers in Buffalo, just before the '70's, he was elected to the mayoralty. Presently a formidably rich and powerful railway corporation worked an ordinance through the city government whose purpose was to take possession of a certain section of the city inhabited altogether by the poor, the helpless, and the inconsequential, and drive those people out. Mr. Cleveland vetoed the ordinance. The other members of his law firm were indignant and also terrified. To them the thing which he had done meant disaster to their business. They waited upon him and begged him to reconsider his action. He declined to do it. They insisted. He still declined. He said that his official position imposed upon him a duty which he could not honorably avoid. Therefore he should be loyal to it. That the helpless situation of these inconsequential citizens made it his duty to stand by them and be their friend, since they had no other. That he was sorry if this conduct of his must bring disaster upon the firm, but that he had no choice. His duty was plain, and he would stick to the position which he had taken. They intimated that this would lose him his place in the firm. He said he did not wish to be a damage to the copartnership, therefore they could remove his name from it, and without any hard feeling on his part. During the time that we were living in Buffalo in '70 and '71, Mr. Cleveland was sheriff, but I never happened to make his acquaintance or even see him. In fact, I suppose I was not even aware of his existence. 14 years later he was become the greatest man in the State. I was not living in the State at the time. He was Governor, and was about to step into the post of President of the United States. At that time I was on the public highway in company with another bandit, George W. Cable. We were robbing the public with readings from our works during 4 months, and in the course of time we went to Albany to levy tribute, and I said we ought to go and pay our respects to the Governor. So Cable and I went to that majestic Capitol building and stated our errand. We were shown into the Governor's private office, and I saw Mr. Cleveland for the first time. We three stood chatting together. I was born lazy, and I comforted myself by turning the corner of a table into a sort of seat. Presently the Governor said, "Mr. Clemens, I was a fellow citizen of yours in Buffalo a good many months, a good while ago, and during those months you burst suddenly into a mighty fame out of a previous long continued and no doubt proper obscurity. But I was a nobody, and you wouldn't notice me nor have anything to do with me. But now that I have become somebody, you have changed your style, and you come here to shake hands with me and be sociable. How do you explain this kind of conduct?" "Oh," I said, "it is very simple, your Excellency. In Buffalo you were nothing but a sheriff. I was in society. I couldn't afford to associate with sheriffs. But you are a governor now, and you are on your way to the Presidency. It is a great difference, and it makes you worth while." There appeared to be about 16 doors to that spacious room. From each door a young man now emerged, and the 16 lined up and moved forward and stood in front of the Governor with an aspect of respectful expectancy in their attitude. No one spoke for a moment. Then the Governor said, "You are dismissed, gentlemen. Your services are not required. Mr. Clemens is sitting on the bells." There was a cluster of 16 bell buttons on the corner of the table against which I had been lounging. End of Section 23, Tuesday, March 6, 1906. Section 24 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Wednesday, March 7, 1906. Susy's biography. Susy and her father escort Mrs. Clemens to train, then go over Brooklyn Bridge. On the way to Vassar they discuss German profanity. Mr. Clemens tells of the sweet and profane German nurse. The arrival at Vassar, and the dreary reception, told by Susy. The reading, etc. Mr. Clemens' opinion of girls. He is to talk to the Barnard girls this afternoon. From Susy's biography. The next day Mama planned to take the 4 o'clock car back to Hartford. We rose quite early that morning and went to the Vienna bakery and took breakfast there. From there we went to a German bookstore and bought some German books for Clara's birthday. Then Mama and I went to do some shopping, and Papa went to see General Grant. After we had finished doing our shopping we went home to the hotel together. When we entered our rooms in the hotel we saw on the table a vase full of exquisite red roses. Mama, who is very fond of flowers, exclaimed, "Oh, I wonder who could have sent them." We both looked at the card in the midst of the roses and saw that it was written on in Papa's handwriting. It was written in German. Liebes Geschenke on die Mama. I am sure I didn't say on. That is Susy's spelling, not mine. SLC. Mama was delighted. Papa came home and gave Mama her ticket, and after visiting a while with her went to see Major Pond, and Mama and I sat down to our lunch. After lunch most of our time was taken up with packing, and at about 3 o'clock we went to escort Mama to the train. We got on board the train with her and stayed with her about 5 minutes, and then we said good-bye to her, and the train started for Hartford. It was the first time I had ever been away from home without Mama in my life, although I was 13 years old. Papa and I drove back to the hotel and got Major Pond, and then went to see the Brooklyn Bridge. We went across it to Brooklyn on the cars, and then walked back across it from Brooklyn to New York. We enjoyed looking at the beautiful scenery, and we could see the bridge move under the intense heat of the sun. We had a perfectly delightful time, but were pretty tired when we got back to the hotel. The next morning we rose early, took our breakfast, and took an early train to Poughkeepsie. We had a very pleasant journey to Poughkeepsie. The Hudson was magnificent, shrouded with beautiful mist. When we arrived at Poughkeepsie it was raining quite hard, which fact greatly disappointed me, because I very much wanted to see the outsides of the buildings of Vassar College, and as it rained that would be impossible. It was quite a long drive from the station to Vassar College, and Papa and I had a nice long time to discuss and laugh over German profanity. One of the German phrases Papa particularly enjoys is, O heilige Maria Mutter Jesus. Jean has a German nurse, and this was one of her phrases. There was a time when Jean exclaimed, Ach Gott, to every trifle, but when Mama found it out she was shocked and instantly put a stop to it. It brings that pretty little German creature vividly before me, a sweet and innocent and plump little creature, with peachy cheeks, a clear-souled little maiden, and without offense, notwithstanding her profanities, and she was loaded to the eyebrows with them. She was a mere child. She was not 15 yet. She was just from Germany, and knew no English. She was always scattering her profanities around, and they were such a satisfaction to me that I never dreamed of such a thing as modifying her. For my own sake I had no disposition to tell on her. Indeed, I took pains to keep her from being found out. I told her to confine her religious expressions to the children's quarters, and urged her to remember that Mrs. Clemens was prejudiced against pieties on week-days. To the children the little maid's profanities sounded natural and proper and right, because they had been used to that kind of talk in Germany, and they attached no evil importance to it. It grieves me that I have forgotten those vigorous remarks. I long hoarded them in my memory as a treasure, but I remember one of them still, because I heard it so many times. The trial of that little creature's life was the children's hair. She would tug and strain with her comb, accompanying her work with her misplaced pieties. And when finally she was through with her triple job, she always fired up and exploded her thanks toward the sky, where they belonged, in this form: Gott sei Dank, ich bin schön fertig mit dem Gott verdammtes Herr. I believe I am not quite brave enough to translate it. From Susy's Biography. We at length reached Vassar College, and she looked very finely, her buildings and her grounds being very beautiful. We went to the front door and rang the bell. The young girl who came to the door wished to know who we wanted to see. Evidently we were not expected. Papa told her who we wanted to see, and she showed us to the parlor. We waited. No one came, and waited. No one came. Still no one came. It was beginning to seem pretty awkward. "Oh, well, this is a pretty piece of business," Papa exclaimed. At length we heard footsteps coming down the long corridor, and Miss C., the lady who had invited Papa, came into the room. She greeted Papa very pleasantly, and they had a nice little chat together. Soon the lady principal also entered, and she was very pleasant and agreeable. She showed us to our rooms, and said she would send for us when dinner was ready. We went into our rooms, but we had nothing to do for half an hour except to watch the raindrops as they fell upon the window panes. At last we were called to dinner, and I went down without Papa, as he never eats anything in the middle of the day. I sat at the table with the lady principal, and enjoyed very much seeing all the young girls trooping into the dining room. After dinner I went around the college with the young ladies, and Papa stayed in his room and smoked. When it was supper time, Papa went down and ate supper with us, and we had a very delightful supper. After supper the young ladies went to their rooms to dress for the evening. Papa went to his room, and I went with the lady principal. At length the guests began to arrive, but Papa still remained in his room until called for. Papa read in the chapel. It was the first time I had ever heard him read in my life, that is, in public. When he came out on the stage, I remember the people behind me exclaimed, "Oh, how queer he is! Isn't he funny?" I thought Papa was very funny, although I did not think him queer. He read "A Trying Situation" and "The Golden Arm," a ghost story that he heard down South when he was a little boy. "The Golden Arm" Papa had told me before, but he had startled me so that I did not much wish to hear it again. But I had resolved this time to be prepared, and not to let myself be startled. But still Papa did, and very, very much. He startled the whole roomful of people, and they jumped as one man. The other story was also very funny and interesting, and I enjoyed the evening inexpressibly much. After Papa had finished reading, we all went down to the collation in the dining room, and after that there was dancing and singing. Then the guests went away, and Papa and I went to bed. The next morning we rose early, took an early train for Hartford, and reached Hartford at 2:30. We were very glad to get back. How charitably she treats that ghastly experience! It is a dear and lovely disposition, and a most valuable one, that can brush away indignities and discourtesies and seek and find the pleasanter features of an experience. Susy had that disposition, and it was one of the jewels of her character that had come to her straight from her mother. It is a feature that was left out of me at birth, and at 70 I have not yet acquired it. I did not go to Vassar College professionally, but as a guest and gratis. Aunt Clara, Mrs. Stanchfield, was a graduate of Vassar, and it was to please her that I inflicted that journey upon Susy and myself. The invitation had come to me from both the lady mentioned by Susy and the president of the college, a sour old saint who has probably been gathered to his fathers long ago, and I hope they enjoy him. I hope they enjoy his society. I think I can get along without it in either end of the next world. We arrived at the college in that soaking rain, and Susy has described, with just a suggestion of dissatisfaction, the sort of reception we got. Susy had to sit in her damp clothes half an hour while we waited in the parlor. Then she was taken to a fireless room and left to wait there again, as she has stated. I do not remember that President's name, and I am sorry. He did not put in an appearance until it was time for me to step upon the platform in front of that great garden of young and lovely blossoms. He caught up with me and advanced upon the platform with me, and was going to introduce me. I said in substance, "You have allowed me to get along without your help thus far, and if you will retire from the platform I will try to do the rest without it." I did not see him any more, but I detest his memory. Of course, my resentment did not extend to the students, and so I had an unforgettable good time talking to them. And I think they had a good time, too, for they responded as one man, to use Susy's unimprovable phrase. Girls are charming creatures. I shall have to be twice 70 years old before I change my mind as to that. I am to talk to a crowd of them this afternoon, students of Barnard College, the sex's annex to Columbia University, and I think I shall have just as pleasant a time with those lassies as I had with the Vassar girls 21 years ago. End of Section 24, Wednesday, March 7, 1906. Section 25 of Mark Twain's Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Thursday, March 8, 1906. Letter from brother of Captain Tonkray. Mr. Clemens replied that original of Huckleberry Finn was Tom Blankenship. Tom's father, town drunkard. Describes Tom's character. Death of Indian Joe. Storm which came that night. Incident of the Episcopal sextons and their reforms. Mr. Dawson's school in Hannibal. Arch Fuqua's greatest gift. For 30 years I have received an average of a dozen letters a year from strangers who remember me, or whose fathers remember me as boy and young man. But these letters are almost always disappointing. I have not known these strangers, nor their fathers. I have not heard of the names they mention. The reminiscences to which they call my attention have had no part in my experience, all of which means that these strangers have been mistaking me for somebody else. But at last I have the refreshment, this morning, of a letter from a man who deals in names that were familiar to me in my boyhood. The writer encloses a newspaper clipping which has been wandering through the press for 4 or 5 weeks, and he wants to know if his brother, Captain Tonkray, was really the original of Huckleberry Finn. Huckleberry Finn dead, original of Mark Twain's famous character, had led quiet life in Idaho. By direct wire to the Times. Wallace, Idaho, February 2nd. Exclusive dispatch. Captain A. O. Tonkray, commonly known as Huckleberry Finn, said to be the original of Mark Twain's famous character, was found dead in his room at Murray this morning from heart failure. Captain Tonkray, a native of Hannibal, Missouri, was 65 years old. In early life he ran on steamboats on the Mississippi and the Missouri rivers, in frequent contact with Samuel L. Clemens, and tradition has it Mark Twain, later used Tonkray as his model for Huckleberry Finn. He came to Murray in 1884 and had been living a quiet life since. I have replied that Huckleberry Finn was Tom Blankenship. As this writer evidently knew the Hannibal of the '40s, he will easily recall Tom Blankenship. Tom's father was at one time town drunkard, an exceedingly well defined and unofficial office of those days. He succeeded General I forget the General's name. Note Gaines. And for a time he was sole and only incumbent of the office, but afterward Jimmy Finn proved competency and disputed the place with him, so we had two town drunkards at one time, and it made as much trouble in that village as Christendom experienced in the 14th century, when there were two popes at the same time. In Huckleberry Finn I have drawn Tom Blankenship exactly as he was. He was ignorant, unwashed, insufficiently fed, but he had as good a heart as ever any boy had. His liberties were totally unrestricted. He was the only really independent person, boy or man, in the community, and by consequence he was tranquilly and continuously happy, and was envied by all the rest of us. We liked him, we enjoyed his society, and as his society was forbidden us by our parents, the prohibition trebled and quadrupled its value, and therefore we sought and got more of his society than of any other boys. I heard 4 years ago that he was justice of the peace in a remote village in Montana, and was a good citizen and greatly respected. During Jimmy Finn's term he was not exclusive, he was not finical, he was not hypercritical, he was largely and handsomely democratic, and slept in the deserted tanyard with the hogs. My father tried to reform him once, but did not succeed. My father was not a professional reformer. In him the spirit of reform was spasmodic. It only broke out now and then, with considerable intervals between. Once he tried to reform Injun Joe. That also was a failure. It was a failure, and we boys were glad. For Injun Joe, drunk, was interesting and a benefaction to us, but Injun Joe, sober, was a dreary spectacle. We watched my father's experiments upon him with a good deal of anxiety, but it came out all right, and we were satisfied. Injun Joe got drunk oftener than before, and became intolerably interesting. I think that in Tom Sawyer I starved Injun Joe to death in the cave, but that may have been to meet the exigencies of romantic literature. I can't remember now whether the real Injun Joe died in the cave or out of it, but I do remember that the news of his death reached me at a most unhappy time, that is to say, just at bedtime on a summer night, when a prodigious storm of thunder and lightning accompanied by a deluging rain that turned the streets and lanes into rivers caused me to repent and resolve to lead a better life. I can remember those awful thunder bursts, and the white glare of the lightning yet, and the wild lashing of the rain against the window panes. By my teachings I perfectly well knew what all that wild rumpus was for, Satan had come to get Injun Joe. I had no shadow of doubt about it. It was the proper thing when a person like Injun Joe was required in the underworld, and I should have thought it strange and unaccountable if Satan had come for him in a less spectacular way. With every glare of lightning I shriveled and shrank together in mortal terror, and in the interval of black darkness that followed I poured out my lamentings over my lost condition and my supplications for just one more chance, with an energy and feeling and sincerity quite foreign to my nature. But in the morning I saw that it was a false alarm, and concluded to resume business at the old stand and wait for another reminder. The axiom says history repeats itself. A week or two ago my nephew, by marriage, Edward Loomis, dined with us, along with his wife, my niece, née Julie Langdon. He is vice president of the Delaware and Lackawanna Railway System. The duties of his office used to carry him frequently to Elmira, New York. The exigencies of his courtship carried him there still oftener, and so in the course of time he came to know a good many of the citizens of that place. At dinner he mentioned a circumstance which flashed me back over about 60 years and landed me in that little bedroom on that tempestuous night. He said Mr. Buckley was sexton of the Episcopal Church in Elmira, and had been for many years the competent superintendent of all the church's worldly affairs, and was regarded by the whole congregation as a stay, a blessing, a priceless treasure. But he had a couple of defects, not large defects, but they seemed large when flung against the background of his profoundly religious character. He drank a good deal, and he could outswear a brakeman. A movement arose to persuade him to lay aside these vices, and after consulting with his pal, who occupied the same position as himself in the other Episcopal church, and whose defects were duplicates of his own, and had inspired regret in the congregation whom he was serving, they concluded to try for reform, not wholesale, but half at a time. They took the liquor pledge and waited for results. During 9 days the results were entirely satisfactory, and they were recipients of many compliments and much congratulation. Then on New Year's Eve they had business a mile and a half out of town, just beyond the New York state line. Everything went well with them that evening in the bar room of the inn, but at last the celebration of the occasion by those villagers came to be of a burdensome nature. It was a bitter cold night, and the multitudinous hot toddies that were circulating began, by and by, to exert a powerful influence upon the new prohibitionists. At last Buckley's friend remarked, "Buckley, does it occur to you that we are outside the diocese?" That ended Reform No. 1. Then they took a chance in Reform No. 2. For a while that one prospered, and they got much applause. One morning this step-nephew of mine, Loomis, met Buckley on the street and said, "You have made a gallant struggle against those defects of yours. I am aware that you failed on No. 1, but I am also aware that you are having better luck with No. 2." "Yes," Buckley said, "No. 2 is all right and sound up to date, and we are full of hope." Loomis said, "Buckley, of course you have your troubles like other people, but they never show on the outside. I have never seen you when you were not cheerful. Are you always cheerful? Really always cheerful?" "Well, no," he said. "No, I can't say that I am always cheerful, but well, you know that kind of a night that comes. You wake up way in the night, and the whole world is sunk in gloom, and there are storms and earthquakes and all sorts of disasters in the air threatening, and you get cold and chill. And when that happens to me I recognize how sinful I am, and it goes all clear to my heart and wrings it, and I have such terrors and terrors. Oh, they are indescribable, those terrors that assail and thrill me, and I slip out of bed and get on my knees and pray and pray and pray, and promise that I will be good, etc. And then, you know, in the morning the sun shines out so lovely, and the birds sing, and the whole world is so beautiful, and, b'God, I rally. Now I will quote a brief paragraph from this letter which I received from Mr. Tonkray. He says: "You no doubt are at a loss to know who I am. I will tell you. In my younger days I was a resident of Hannibal, Missouri, and you and I were schoolmates attending Mr. Dawson's school, along with Sam and Will Bowen and Andy Fuqua and others whose names I have forgotten. I was then about the smallest boy in school for my age, and they called me Little Aleck Tonkray for short." I don't remember Aleck Tonkray, but I knew those other people as well as I knew the town drunkards. I remember Dawson's schoolhouse perfectly. If I wanted to describe it I could save myself the trouble by conveying the description of it to those pages from Tom Sawyer. I can remember the drowsy and inviting summer sounds that used to float in through the open windows from that distant boy paradise, Cardiff Hill, and mingle with the murmurs of the studying pupils and make them the more dreary by the contrast. I remember Andy Fuqua, the oldest pupil, a man of 25. I remember the youngest pupil, Nanny Owsley, a child of 7. I remember George Robards, 18 or 20 years old, the only pupil who studied Latin. I remember vaguely the rest of the 25 boys and girls. I remember Mr. Dawson very well. I remember his boy Theodore, who was as good as he could be. In fact, he was inordinately good, extravagantly good, offensively good, detestably good, and he had pop eyes, and I would have drowned him if I had had a chance. In that school we were all about on an equality, and, so far as I remember, the passion of envy had no place in our hearts except in the case of Arch Fuqua, the other one's brother. Of course we all went barefoot in the summer time. Arch Fuqua was about my own age, 10 or 11. In the winter we could stand him, because he wore shoes then, and his great gift was hidden from our sight, and we were enabled to forget it. But in the summer he was a bitterness to us. He was our envy, for he could double back his big toe and let it fly, and you could hear it snap 30 yards. There was not another boy in the school that could approach this feat. He had Not a rival as regards a physical distinction, except in Theodore Eddy, who could work his ears like a horse. But he was no real rival, because you couldn't hear him work his ears. So all the advantage lay with Arch Fuqua. End of Section 25, Thursday, March 8, 1906.